Tes tes. Satu game cukup lah.
You don't have the heart for this.
Whoa, we just go hard to see the light. Whoa, 난 그냥 걸어가 저 빛이 이끄는 대로. 무너지지 않아, 작다고 약하지 않거든 난 뭐든. Harder, harder, yeah.
You want style? You found her.
승자니까 날 흔들고 밀쳐도 I'm unbreakable. 내 상대는 woman in the mirror. 말했잖아 세상이 아무리 널 주저앉히려 해도 You make me feel special. 너 그리거나 우리만 있다면 I feel nothing, don't need anything. We just go hard. We just go hard. We just go hard. We just go hard. Whoa, we go hard. We go hard till we see the light. Whoa, you know I'm not alone. Cause of you, I can be the light. 보고 싶은 대로 봐. 편견은 얼마든지 환영해. 놀라지만 반전해. I make it better, 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 yeah. 집어삼켜도 결국엔 일어설 테니까 날 가로막아도 I'm unstoppable 내 상대는 woman in the mirror 아프고 아픈 말들이 나를 찔러대고 상처 줘도 You make me feel special 너 그리고 나 우리만 있다면 I feel nothing don't need anything we just go hard 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 똑같이고 가실 뿌려도
Jinx.
결국엔 내가 승자니까 날 흔들고 밀쳐도 I'm unbreakable 내 상대는 woman in the mirror 말했잖아 세상이 아무리 날 주저앉히려 해도 You make me feel special 너 그리고 나 우리만 있다면 I feel nothing don't need anything we just go hard We just go hard We just go hard We just go hard We just go hard
Nhớ là mình tóc đây. MC Blanking of Tap.
착각하지 마 I don't want no drama 또 뻔한 너의 말 지쳤어 이제 그만 똑같은 장들이 반복해 애써 과장할 필요가 없는데 딱딱한 표정 정해진 때 사이에 You don't look yourself 너답지 않아 사실은 너도 알잖아 진실이 아닌 연기야 Just a show, 진짜 시나리오 널 보여주면 되는 거야 있는 그대로 Just a show, 주인공은 너야 잘한다는 그대 바로 You're a king, 짜여진 각본 없이 억지로 꾸밈 없이 누가 뭐라 해도 네 모습 그 자체로 You're a king, 자연스러운 이모션 살며시 다가와 무심한 듯이 액션 널 보여줘 매일 똑같은 장면들이 반복해 애써 과장할 필요가 없는데 Really doesn't mean must make a fuss You're end up being yourself right 사실은 너도 알잖아 진실이 아닌 연기야 No 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 진짜 시나리오 널 보여주면 되는 거야 있는 그대로 Just a show 주인공은 너야 찬란한 그대 바로 You're a king 짜여진 각본 없이 억지로 꾸밈 없이 누가 뭐라 해도 네 모습 그 자체로 You're a king
Refugee, mercy, the inspiration of a generation. I am the beauty and the beast.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
나는 너를 알아 마냐 아무도 모른다 해도 이해할 수 없다 해도
30 seconds until minions spawn.
속에서 빠져나와 From now on 시작대로 truth 네 모습
Born in Shurima, raised by Gnosis. Maybe I'll die in Demacia to make things interesting, huh?
Just a show, baby. Just a show, 진짜 시나리오. 날 보여주면 되는 거야 있는 그대로. Just a show, 주인공은 너야. 찬란한 그대 바로. You're a king. 알려진 각본.
Minions have spawned.
억지로 꾸밈 없이.
I'm built to
누가 뭐라
conquer.
해도 네 모습 그 자체로. You're a king. 빠라빠빠빠. 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 You're a
telling me to settle down? Virtue? Vice? A few more.
First love.
Well-behaved women don't make it in Texas. Refugee. That label is where I draw my strength. I feel most alive when I'm walking the line.
Baby, 혼자인 것 같아. 이번엔 넌뭘 생각해?
Money buys a gun or two. Thrill buys a reputation. I don't worry, I slay. Some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both? I value style. We're good partners. I chose this life, and sure, someday it might get better. But till then, I'm unstoppable. In every girl, there is a queen. Guns and swords go together like rice and saffron.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, you really make me sad, girl, sad girl.
Last person I loved thought I was too reckless.
사랑에 내 결심은 또
nothing more lethal than comfort. Only need one eye to hit my mark.
Make you wait for, falling for now, yeah. I want you to cry, cry for me. 내가 울었던 것처럼 cry for me. Make you ready for, cry for
Life's
me.
true. Take the shot or lose the chance.
조금씩 조금씩 더 빠져가. 사랑해 내게 한계를 만들어줘. I want you to, I want you to, I want you to have me.
Maybe buy something back. Oh, great feel to shoot my past in the face.
이유 같은 건 없어. 믿고 눈을 떠봤어 난. Cause I know how this feels. 네 손을 잡고서 저 깊이까지도 같이
People always ask about my weapon. Right hand blade, left hand thorn. Vanquish on the back? Simple as that.
I won't let you go. And we do what we like. Na 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 na. We do what we like. Na 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 na. Yeah yeah. We do what we like. Na 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 na. So you won't let me go. I won't let you go.
Looky here.
And we do what we
Target
like. Do what we do what we like. Do what we do what we like.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
They are wrong. I never go out with style.
I won't let you go and you do what we like. Do what we like. Na 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 na. Yeah, we do what we like. Na na na. Say you won't let me go. I won't let
Hope
you
I
go.
get some
and
blood
do
on
what we like.
The color's a bit dark.
Do what we do. Do what we do what we like. Do what we do what we like.
Shut down.
Holy shit. Sampai benar.
아직도 화난 내 하루를 끄지 못하고 있어.
An enemy has been slain.
And other pals.
나뿐인 어둠이 머릿속에 생각에 사로잡혀.
I care most about my warband or my family. Order changes depending on who gets on my list.
언제부터인지 알 수도 없게 내 가슴
Refugee. That label is where I draw my strength. Did I say
Ally has been slain.
Not
An
serious.
ally has been slain.
I am the beauty and the beast. The Empire values strength. I value style. It means to die when I'm walking down. I'm the rose that defies the destiny.
생각에 잠긴 이밤 길어진 밤이 I don't wanna waste my time Oh yeah 오늘도
In every girl, there is a queen.
뭔가 싶은 삶은 같아 천사와 악마가 왔다 갔다 해 저기까지 오고 새까지 멀지 않네 가지려면 하나를 달래고 난
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Danger runs with me.
An ally has been slain.
네가 내줘 나를 데려가줘 My open hand take me to paradise 따기만 해도 따기만 해도 놓지 않을
I don't work, I slay. Just back with me.
A summoner has disconnected.
Nothing more lethal than comfort.
A summoner has reconnected.
Get the car.
destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
I taught myself.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Those who follow the ascended burned away my home. So don't expect me to follow anyone. Well-behaved women don't make it in boxes.
What the?
Enemy pentakill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Gak kuat Eksa. Sibuk nyari cycle gue. Hilang yang pertama tuh Draktar bukan Q
Your
aja.
turret has been destroyed.
Ashes.
If they think I kill for fame and fortune, they're enemies. Just like
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ini dong. No.
Hope I get some blood on these boots. The color's a bit dark.
Di gua tadi. Tapi harinya nge-charmnya ke Anjir, siapa jadi itu? Anjir ya. Kain.
Live fast, die young. Growing up, my mama taught me one lesson. Death isn't the scariest thing. It's a mother's right. Telling me to settle down. Not my style. Why be average when I can be savage?
naik kan itu loh. Nggak jelas. Kecil, nice. Ini nih. Saya level 13. Buat sama sekali. Nice. Faraljo.
Guys, gals, and virtues, I got a few. Vices, a few more.
Oh, shish.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Ah, salah. Dur. Cedur. Dur.
Believe me, I faced worse. Some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both?
Astaga. Kemana aja dia bisa.
Enemy double kill.
Dia berapa perak sih?
Sometimes I'm the hero, other times I'm the villain. It's all a matter of perspective. Only needs one eye. I'm lucky. Targets neutralized. Credits obtained. Born in Shurima, raised by Noxus. Maybe I'll die in Demacia to make things interesting, huh? Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance.
Reset dulu. 돼?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Sudah kan?
Defeat.
Apa yang mau diharapkan?
알람이 울려대 ring ring early 서로의 눈길이 닿을 때마다 알면서 빙빙 도는데 점점 다가가잖아 I know it's too late 마음속으로는 다 알고 있잖아 결국에는 선을 넘게 될 거라는 걸 I'm warning to myself 너 그러면 안돼 매분 맺혀낸 맘이 내 맘을 추월해 out of control 나를 감시하는 저 spotlight 비출수록 어둠 속으로 빨려들어 끝이 보이는데
Kalian kita nonton MSI dulu.
I can't stop me, can't stop me 내 옆에 놓여진 이 red line 건너편엔 너와 난 이미 눈을 맞춰 느끼고 싶어 짜릿한 highlight I can't stop me 눈 감아 달라고 yeah 딱 한 번만 no rules
Mana kok nggak di atas? Oh,
RNG and T1. Two of the most dominant teams we have ever seen. T1, RNG's #1 nemesis on the international stage.
It was Uzi's team for so long, but Xiaohu is to me the epitome of RNG.
M 三刚开始的时候，我那个时候接了很多采访，每一次问我的目标是什么的时候，我都说的是 MS 的冠军。
4년, 5년간의 공백 이후에 이번 MSI에서 T1이 우승한다면 그거는 제가 봐온 20년 넘게 봐온 제가 봐온 것 중에 가장 예상하기 힘든 그런 일이 벌어지는 것이라 생각합니다.
MSI 여정이 순탄치만 않았어요. 모든 승리와 패배 속에서 저희는 많은 것들을 배우고 여러 생각을 나눴죠. 이 순간만을 위해서.
RNG just feel inevitable. RNG tactical, controlled, incredible to watch.
siapa? Benar.
어떤 토너먼트든 언제든 스토리의 결말은 같을 겁니다. RNG가 저희가 트로피를 들어올리는 걸 보는 거죠. 이번 결승전은 한국을 위한 겁니다. 팬분들은 저희의 힘 그 자체입니다. 여러분과 함께라면 저희는 무엇이든 해낼 수 있습니다.
Scam anjir, keren.
T1自赛事之初，我就知 知道我们终究会在总决赛相遇。虽然许多人觉得你们是世界上最伟大的队伍，但是即将到来的决赛将决定谁才是真正的至尊王者。我们彼此都在角逐第3个季中冠军赛的奖杯，但我们一定会将这次的冠军收入囊中。我们才是真正的季中冠军赛之王。
부숴버리겠다.
오케이. 잠깐. Main off bentaran kali ya.
Your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off, and I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to floor 100 pennies, tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
San Ionia.
They will regret opposing me. Everybody dies. Some just need a little help.
Kayak nggak butuh boost deh. Lima menit. Cat. Sepanjang apa nih? Ini dan kotak segini jelas. Mr. Yi kok mau pegar.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐
네가 누군지 알아 걔도 누군지 알아 빛나던 너한테 속았어 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라 넌 날 속였어 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어 완전히 밸런스 잡았어 Not to left, not to right Just right at the center with the word 네 시간 이제 끝나가 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고 걔가 너보다 훨씬 눈부시더라고 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 개스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 개스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy
Sama 4 ini bos.
네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히컵해 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 개스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 개스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy
Hit the trail. We got us a fight to win.
Summoner's Rift.
Wait. Tutup dulu. Mereka
Moving and don't get shot.
betul. Sebelah.
Can't shoot your way to salvation, but I still try. Chew on this. They call me a demon, but that's what I am. The only thing that matters out here is your aim. My shadows give me Ain't no one gonna forgive me.
Bagus.
Death don't mean what it used to.
An enemy has been slain.
The things I kill deserve what they get. A man's evil grows strong in the shadow. Lucian. When you're damned either way, give 'em hell.
You have slain an enemy.
Look at that. Dive in my boots. Dead is dead. No
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
trouble with the damn things. They never stay down. always gets his due.
Kita mati.
The West is as cruel as any outlaw. Wrong means the best friend. Something's rotten in the Old West. Two on base. Stick close to the
An
devil.
ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Different day, different dust up.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
There's a chill on the
Apa ini?
wind.
Sampai benar. Shit.
I can still hear the song of the Badlands.
An ally has been slain.
Opposed to roughing up troublemakers. A reckoning's coming.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nggak nyampe.
Ride 'em high, cowboy. Ride that fast train straight to hell. I was branded by darkness. Didn't take.
Enemy killing spree.
Salah klik.
Give me a minute, brother.
Enemy rampage.
We'll get a man just about anywhere.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I remember the devil's eyes. Red as sundown.
Aduh, kok nggak nyampe dah. Langsung baju nih gal. Cincong.
There are worse things than praying in shadows.
Holy shit. 41 Jo.
An enemy has been slain.
Oke. Iya dong. Pegar deh.
An enemy is on.
Kalah coy, temen kita coy.
Your turret has been
Seems like
destroyed.
hell ain't ready for me yet.
An ally has been slain. has been slain. Shut down. Double kill.
I ain't a good man, but I'm close enough.
Holy shit.
An enemy has been slain.
Really hard to come by, but I do what I can.
Flame purified.
Name's Lucian. Means to make you acquaintance. I've never been to heaven, but I carry hell with me. Why'd you make me go? Devil always gets his due.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill.
Holy shit.
Ace. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. You on this.
And hell followed with him.
Flame purified.
Were you damned either way?
Has been slain.
Don't stand where I shoot. There are worse things in the earth and shadows.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Death don't mean what it used to. Every day the desert eats a man for breakfast.
Shut down.
Why?
Rampage. Shut down. Double kill. Double kill.
Wrong end of the barrel. I can stay here to solve that.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Ini aja hancurin dulu. Mau di sana.
Your team has destroyed a turret. A summoner has disconnected.
Easy. Bisa dapat box ya?
that time and time again. Lastly, the grand final, you're going to be going up against RNG. You know them very well. We also know what Xiaohu like to do, you know, the roams he pull off, the way that they play around him. What do you think will be the strategy for you and your team to shut that down?
네, 이제 또 결승전에서는 RNG를 만날 예정인데요. RNG는 또 굉장히 익숙한 적들 중에 한 명인데 샤오 선수는 이번 MSI에서 굉장히 미드 중심으로 이제 로밍을 많이 다니고 미드 위주로 플레이하는 그런 모습이 많이 나왔습니다. 이런 RNG를 파괴하기 위해서 어떤 전략을 준비하실 건가요?
RNG가 초중반에 교전으로 이득 보는 걸 좀 좋아하는 것 같아가지고 그런 부분들을 저희가 잘 공략을 하려고 할 것 같고 내 경기에서도 마찬가지로 저희가 기본기 위주로 잘 한다면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So we kind of figured that RNG always snowball off of the early game skirmishes. So we are trying to kind of focus on that. And also, as long as we can focus on our fundamentals, we'll be having a great game as well.
Thank you very much, Faker, for joining me, and best of luck in the grand final.
Did not even prep the Tristana pick. I thought it was such a smart pick. I mean, I love that they're like, yeah, we didn't prep this in scrims. He still sees himself as more of a facilitator, but the carry potential is always there, and that facet for T1 is so important.
I mean, that's what you get when you've played more international games than any other player in the world, right?
Yeah.
The confidence to be able to pull something out that you've definitely put games on in the past, but maybe haven't been workshopping, you know, in that moment. Also scares me, though, for what kind of prep they did do, right? You know, it's like, we'll just save that for RNG or something of the like. But since this is the final day of MSI 2022, we thought it was high time to put the experts, that's those three, not this one, and everyone at home to the test here with our MSI quiz. So let's dive straight into it. Oh, we got music. I didn't even know we had music to go along with it. All right, question number one, my lovely contestants. Faker alone has 175 games played in MSI and Worlds history. How many international games do the remaining T1 players of their 2022 MSI roster have combined? This is multiple choice. We're going to help you out a little bit. Is it A, 76, B, 93, C, 127, or D, 152?
I already know my answer.
No matter what, they collectively have less,
Yes.
which is amazing.
I'm going to go with way less. I'm going to say most of them are carriers. I'm actually going to go A76.
A76. All right, that's Kobe's bet. Emily, what are you thinking?
It's literally just last year and then Carria. Carria's the wild
Quick
card.
maths right now.
I also want to go 76, but since Kobe went that, I'll go 93 and
Okay,
just
you're
kind
going
of
to go B and then Lyric?
I'm okay with being
One
right.
of us is going to be right. You know, agree.
Okay, I was going to say, because I was going to go B, so I'll stick with the answer.
Okay, so we have two B's and an A. I'm going to wait for the response here. All of you are incorrect, unfortunately. The answer is C, 127. Zeus has 19. Owner
Which is
and
just this
Gumayushi
thing.
each have 33. And then Carria, you are correct, has the most out of the squad. But
The
only
RX
at 42,
Yeah.
being dwarfed by Faker. All right, question number two. Everybody still even on the scoreboard. Zeros. Both Xiaohu and Faker have played 78 games in MSI history, the most of all players. Now, which of them has won more games, and how many?
I'm going to go with
How many is the bonus
Oh,
point?
I don't know about how many.
You get 1 point if you get the first part right, and then if you can guess how
MSI
many.
games
that'd be impressive.
only.
MSI
Yeah.
only.
World
We're
games.
yes.
I feel like T1 have been a lot more dominant, so which means less games, right? So I'm going to go Xiaohu.
No, one more games. Because remember, to get, for example, you're
It's
talking
still-
about
I'm
group
still
stages
talking
and
about,
Rumble.
like, that's-
Right,
yeah.
I was like, well, best of fives, you still have to win
Yeah,
3 to
yeah,
move on.
but I think those
you're
have
right,
been, like-
Rumble and
Oh,
group
yeah,
stages.
wait,
One
I'm
thing
an
I
idiot.
remember from MSI is
Whatever.
SKT would always lose games in group
Yes,
stage. They
yeah,
would
exactly.
always
Yeah.
lose group stage games and then build up to it.
Yeah.
Like
Right. So-
2016.
I'm also
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
go
going to go
Xiaohu.
Xiaohu.
Kobe.
Maybe 9 more.
Xiaohu.
Okay, all three are saying all are saying Xiaohu. Does anyone have a guess on a number of how many more games?
Actually, I'll go
Or how
4
ma-
more games.
4 more games?
I'll go 5.
5 more games?
7.
7 more games. The correct answer is Xiaohu with 61 wins.
Close.
Faker only has 58, so it's
so
3.
away!
All three of you pick up a
it's so
point for the
tragic.
correct initial answer. Very, very
Kobe,
close
oh,
on
man,
that
you
extra
almost had
point,
it.
Kobe. We are still neck and neck. Let's see what question 3 has in store for us. Name the lineups of both teams when they last faced off in a best-of-5 series. So this is not necessarily isolating to MSI. But the last time that these two organizations faced off against each other, what were the lineups? I'll give you a hint. Faker was on one of them.
Wow.
I mean, Faker and Xiaohu and
Wait,
me.
Xiaohu was on the other end.
Okay, we got 3 out of the 10.
We know Xiaohu, Uzi, I Ming.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're 3/5 of the RNG lineup. Let's see if we can complete that. Karsa.
Yeah, definitely Karsa.
Let me... Or is it tie?
I am actually going to differ. I'm going to go MLXG.
Ooh.
And I think it was Let Me.
Think it was that far back?
2017.
Nah, maybe. Actually, you're probably right.
It was 2017.
Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah, it's definitely MLXG.
Karsa was everybody's now flip-flopping
No,
MLXG.
no, he's right. He's right.
I know.
Okay, okay, now SKT's lineup. Well, SKT at the time, T1 now.
That's
2017.
2017.
They changed top laners so much.
So it's
Yeah.
Bang and Wolf.
Ooh.
2017, Bang and Wolf.
Bang Wolf Faker.
Who was the jungler?
Benji.
2017 was Peanut.
Also, just because I'm pushing you along does not mean I'm verifying. I don't know the answer to this question.
This
so
question
I'm
is
not
definitely the one that's going to take the
You're
longest.
This is a group effort.
This is going to take the
Yeah,
longest.
we're all
like it.
working together. It was Peanut in 2017.
T1's top laner in 2017 is what I can't remember.
Who was it with? It wasn't Kana, was it?
It was Duke.
They're all
I
just
think.
on, they're on a team now. And they're not even trying
It was
to compete
Duke,
with each
right?
other.
I'm trying to think of 2017 MSI. It was Duke. Yes? No? I think so.
Stop
I
looking at me
think
for
so.
the answer.
Okay, shoot it. Fire.
I just know
Okay,
Peanut
we're going
because
to
I interviewed him.
The
and I was
answer is, it was Worlds
Hootie!
2017
Oh, I
semifinals. T1's lineup at the time was Huni, Peanut / Blank.
I'm sorry,
because
Huni.
both had managed to play Faker, Bang, and Wolf. RNG was Let Me.
Hey, I
Good
got
call on
RNG.
that one.
Yeah,
So
you got
The
us with
only
the
one we
MLXG
missed
pick.
was
Thank you.
Huni then.
So there you go. 2 points to Lyric and Emily. Most awarded. Kobe only get 1. I don't know why. That's what the
Oh, what?
prompter
We had
said.
the same.
So take that. All right, question number 4. Which player has the highest KDA across all of MSI 2022? Another multiple choice.
Highest
The possible
KDA.
answers are Faker, Gala, Owner, and Wei. I think I know this one, so I'll be a little disappointed if y'all don't get it.
Like, I'm
I feel
between.
like it's Gala.
I think it's
I'm
Gala.
between Gala and Owner, but I was going to go Gala as well.
I also think it's Gala,
Yeah.
just because I know that specifically he had like a 63
Yes.
KDA.
I'll
Exactly.
try to flip
You-
it. I'll go Owner.
Okay,
because
so-
there were more kills in
I
yesterday's
like it.
game.
Emily's looking to
Yeah.
separate herself from Lyric,
Well,
but we got
that's the only
double.
way
We
I
got
can
double
win,
Gala
okay?
over
That's
here.
the
I got a
only way I can
-1 for no reason.
I don't know. Okay, let's see what the answer is. Wei with a 7.4 KDA. That is incredible. Okay,
played
so
Volibear
no
in this
points
tournament.
here.
What?
That's fascinating. Honestly, it must have been that last series that really
Yeah.
jumped him
We're
up.
all terrible.
I was told that Kobe has
Kobe
a
has a
bonus
special question.
and it'll act as the tiebreaker between
Yes, I've got a
Lyric and
bonus
Emily.
question
Oh,
for you.
no.
Okay, so since Gala was not the correct
Also,
answer.
if I get it right and you guys get it wrong, I win. All right? I'm in.
You take it
Gala was
off.
not the correct answer of the previous question. I have a bonus fun fact about Gala. His teammates have a nickname for him, Gala 8. Where does that come from? What is the 8?
Why'd
I feel like you should know this.
Why'd you
We're
pick an
on a
LPL question?
15-second clock for this
you
one.
pick
You better get this
You
right,
should.
Lyric.
I have
I'll give you
no
a
clue.
hint. It has to do with other games
It's
besides
Disney.
League of Legends.
Oh.
I got nothing. I got the RNG 2017
Come
lineup.
on, James.
I did my job.
8. Okay,
I'm gonna be
maybe
so mad
If it was a
because this is
7, I
now,
would know
now
it
you're
was
making it
clear
sound like I
overrated.
should know this.
8. Okay, I'm just gonna give you the
Just
answer.
tell us.
Nobody gets credit. The tie
Okay.
is not
We all
broken.
All right.
It's because they're memeing on him for being bad at teamfight tactics and always coming
He comes in
play.
I said you're right.
poor
I said
guy.
I don't feel bad about not
Kobe?
knowing this now.
Yeah.
Kobe, guess what? Production is elected to award you a point for stumping the other
Yes!
two, which means we ended in
Let's
tie.
go, Kobe.
3s across the board. You're all equally as smart as each other. After the break, or as dumb.
Exactly.
After the break, we'll take a look back at the history of these two Titans and the epic battle between Xiaohu and Faker. As we go, let's check out a standout moment from MSI 2022 when EG's Danny made an epic escape with some help from his teammates and State Farm Assist of the Week.
Don't blink, or you'll miss this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. In an extended bot lane brawl, Inspired found a flank that would decimate G2 Esports, and in the blink of an eye, save Danny for a great escape.
Leaping back in. It's Madness with the shield just barely keeping alive. Danny manages to survive. He's blinking. Lee Sin, what a hero!
Aduh.
嗯，其实事先就是比较有自信可以赢下一季吧，但是赢的过程中还是有一点波折吧。对，在 BO5当中，我的对线及团战都会打得更放开、更凶狠一些。我们必将一路凯歌，冠军王座绝不旁落。如果最终能夺得 MSI win 的话，我觉得至少在今年的前半段的话，我是世界上就是表现最好的中单。我觉得就算没有这次 MSI 冠军，就是在过去的3年中也已经证明了 LPL 是非常强大的赛区。3冠王注定会先是我们。
RNG and T1 are two of the most storied teams in league history, each with 2 MSI titles. Now today they face off in the finals with a 3rd title and regional pride on the line. Let's go ahead and take a look back at the history of these organizations who have been flagships for their regions since the beginning.
If you talk about stories, James, nobody's got a better story than Faker himself on T1. SKT was formed around Faker. All the way back in 2013 when he was pulled from solo queue, they formed a team around him and they won Worlds that year. And from 2013, for the next 5 years, SKT established themselves as the winningest, most dominant organization in all of League of Legends. Crazy success for this team. But then for the next 5 years, the rest of the world took over. That 2017 was the last remnants before this slow downfall of T1 and the rest of the LCK and the surge of the LPL.
Yeah, so RNG in 2018, it's funny you say that, Kobe, when they started kind of ramping up, that was actually the year that Uzi won his first LPL title. He hadn't won it since then. And then, you know, they really picked up the mantle for their team despite having made it to Worlds Finals as, you know, Royal Club and then Starhome Royal Club. The big thing with this team, I think, is obviously the addition of Xiaohu post-GAMT days in 2015. And then this RNG team ended up getting kind of stymied. Like you said, the LPL took over, right? But then they had MSI success. They were unable to get World success still. That was an IG Worlds instead of an RNG Worlds. They almost railroaded that year.
Almost. Still something that hasn't quite been attained here, so still something to shoot for all of our League of Legends organizations. Let's take a look at the trophy case, though. As we mentioned, 2 of the winningest teams in the history of League. Obviously, T1 still is going to far outweigh anybody, but between the 2 of them, 15 domestic titles. Those international finals right there, we can add 1 to each of them. It'll be now 5 and 8 as of today. Both teams sporting 2 MSI titles themselves, looking for that 3rd, and then T1 with 3 world titles to their name.
Yeah, RNG is going to ignore the bottom side here because we're at MSI.
Exactly.
We're not at Worlds.
Right. We'll worry about that one in a few months.
Exactly. T1's got a very big lead as far as Worlds titles, but these are the 2 organizations that have won the most MSI, and of course, looking to be the first to get 3. It has huge honors that go along with it. You know, it really does mean a lot for each organization. I'm excited to see what they will get moving forward because T1, most of those titles were actually in those first 5 years that we mentioned, that huge success period.
And Emily, I gotta believe it means just a little bit more that they're here facing each other, right? Last time was 2017 World Semifinals and a best of 5 for these 2 orgs. So for them to be able to add 1 to these trophy cases, but against the other, you know, dynasty in a sense, that's huge.
Especially since, like, there's 2 things going on here, right? Like, Xiaohu internationally has kind of always met Faker, and even if, you know, he's not always getting beaten, it seemed like Faker was this kind of monolith that he could never overcome in terms of his gameplay. People heavily criticized him after pretty much every time he had to go up against Faker. And then for T1, I can't believe I'm saying this still, but this is the first time they have a chance to win an international title on domestic soil.
That is a wild statistic, given, again, the dominance that they've shown over the course of the last decade. But of the players on stage today, 2, of course, have faced off in countless duels across the past 6 years, and now they clash yet again, both chasing their 3rd MSI title. Our featured matchup for the final, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is, of course, Xiaohu versus Faker.
It has felt inevitable that these two teams, these two leagues, and these two players would face each other in the finals.
Shane's gonna land. There's the Q. There's the kill. Xiaohu takes down Faker. Faker looking to make it more than equal. Going in for Xiaohu. The solo kill in the mid lane. 1-0 for Faker.
The King has finally returned to an international final for the first time since 2017.
Faker hits back. SKT are once again the champions.
Every true fan of League has missed watching this player with such genuine love and dedication for the game, aiming for the top.
Cat splashes away, but Faker just assassinates Blacken in the backline.
However, standing in his way is the only other mid laner with 2 MSI titles.
For the first time ever, RNG is chasing success. Royal never give up, rule the world.
Dom1 has no ability to stop this. It's game over. RNG on the way to their 3rd MSI title.
Xiaohu has clawed his way to this esteemed position by becoming the pride of China.
Here he is looking at Xiaohu, big damage. Oh, just deletes Jojo Pyun.
2 players with enormous history, longevity, and one of the greatest rivalries in League of Legends.
I could not be happier with the mid lane matchup that we have in store for us today. Xiaohu on one side, Faker on the other. 2 veterans of the mid lane, 2 veterans of the global stage, Kobe. We're going to start, though, with the unkillable Demon King himself. It's Faker.
Yeah, and they're both company men as well. You know, we mentioned Faker. This team was originally built around Faker as SKT. 10-year career on that team. Xiaohu's got 6 on RNG as well. But the one thing that really I feel like should be highlighted with the longevity of these 2 players' careers, their success over so many different metas, is their versatility. You know, Xiaohu, of course, has won in multiple roles, went up the top lane, but Faker has played 76 unique champions over his role, over his career, and that's almost half of the entire champion roster of League of Legends, and we keep on adding more to it. It's incredibly impressive, you know, how versatile he remains and how much success he can still have after such a long career.
Yeah, roughly 150 champions in the game. He's played half of them, as you said. Pretty sure if you click that mid lane icon in champion select, there
There's
won't
less than
even be 76 champions there, which just, again, speaks to his prowess as a player. We also had that little clip from him in the interview. He's willing to pull stuff out that he hasn't been practicing.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
why the heck not?
Because he's got 10 years to pull back on of success.
Yeah.
I remember this counter pick.
The man knows the game. But if we're going to talk about versatility, as Kobe mentioned, it's not just Faker who's got it. Emily on the other side is a man who's won titles in 2 different lanes. Xiaohu's got plenty of versatility up his sleeve.
Yeah, you know, Xiaohu, he might just roam top. He played Orianna and Syndra top famously when he first started. I think with Xiaohu, it's less about like his champion versatility and just more about his overall map understanding, right? When we talk about him, he and Ming are kind of the 2 core central people on this team. Their side lane understanding, his ability to pick things that, again, take advantage of how the team preps waves in sides. And then historically, just like, he's always been kind of known as the king of spring. So this is his time.
Perfect time.
This is when he's more successful historically.
Yeah, I mean, so let's talk about history. Because plenty of people, I think, you know, have heard the stories of Faker and his rise to dominance, you know, creating that first dynasty in League of Legends. But on the other side, as Kobe said, a company man in Xiaohu.
We had that 1 year in Gamti, you know, with the panda hoodies.
Right.
I will say as well, you know, we're talking about the history of these 2 players, these 2 organizations. You know, whether it was RNG or even at Starhorn Royal Club, though, they never beat T1 in a best of 5. They've always lost to them. So it is another layer added on to this matchup and the importance there.
And that's where I think the perception of Xiaohu coming in, because, again, like, even if the win rate isn't like, oh my gosh, Faker is just absolutely dominating him, I feel like in a lot of those matchups, obviously it was mid T1 Dynasty, and he kept having to inevitably go up against Faker at international competition. So for this now, with both of them being on these teams, I think they both still take the role as facilitators, although then yesterday, once again, I have to keep bringing it up, we saw Faker just take these insane carry picks and absolutely destroy G2 with
He
it.
was facilitating those turret plates pretty
I was going to say, I
And
think
some
we might
kills.
need to like pull up the definition of facilitator and rethink how we're throwing that term around because, yeah, I do want to talk about the roles on their current teams. Obviously, we talk about their ability to play the map, but you look at some of the statistics between these two players, Kobe, and I'm actually a little bit surprised at how dominant those CSD stats, for example, are for Faker.
Yeah, I mean, the entirety of T1 have dominated the early game and dominated their lanes, and Faker's no exception. They have really put emphasis, especially on draft and getting counter picks, getting picks for your lanes, and so it shows up in the stats. Faker has way higher CSD, and that's not even counting the turret plate gold. So the gold difference early is also huge. And then you see the iconic, you know, basically setup here for Xiaohu is a CC champion that he can roam with to set up the side lanes and team fight with. So they're very much more focused on team play for Xiaohu and on building up the rest of the team and being able to move to the maps. Meanwhile, T1, they really do believe in that any person can carry on their team.
Yeah, I know that it's not going to look as pretty, 2.9 compared to 1.7 in terms of, you know, the largeness of the difference in numbers, but that speaks to, again, what Xiaohu's willing to do. Hold even in lane, get elsewhere on the map, and start funneling that goal to somebody else on the team to make a difference. Now, in addition to Faker and Xiaohu, there is one more player in today's matchup with 2 MSI titles, RNG's Ming. Lyric is here, though, to break down the support matchup between him and Keria.
Thanks, James, because at this MSI, we have the 2 best support players in the world going head-to-head for the trophy. But these are 2 players at very different points in their journey. Ming had won 2 LPL titles and was an MSI champion before Keria had even played a single game in the LCK. And Ming is a player who is defined by his experience. Ming's debuting in 2017, playing with one of the gods in League of Legends in Uzi, at this point has won 4 LPL titles and is a 2-time MSI champion. Ming's name already going down in the history books as one of the best players to ever play the game. On the opposite side, Keria might be very young, but he's a very similar trajectory. Keria came in debuting in 2020 as one of the most promising prospects in the LCK, also playing with a legendary AD carry in Deft on DRX, before moving to T1 in 2021, and then finally in 2022, picking up his first LCK title, as well as being the first bot laner in LCK history to pick up the LCK MVP award. First, in a league that's had Mata, had Ruler, has Deft in it still, Keria has been outdoing expectations. Now, coming into this MSI, I feel like these 2 players lean on very different strengths. For Keria, I think of his champion Ocean. This guy's playing things like Camille, the Zac in LCK. He's brought out the Rumble here at this tournament. He can play anything that T1 needs to find advantages in draft, or even just augment his laning phase. Because when I think of Keria, I think of aggressive 2v2 laning. Him and Gumayushi always looking for blood, and then Keria uses that to go into the mid game and then be the flashy playmaker that T1 need to effectively close out games. On the other side for Ming, I think it's a lot more about intelligence, about consistency. Ming has a much more controlled, effective champion pool. Sure, he still has a niche pick here and there. We've seen the Shen and the Set in this tournament, but it's about setting him up for his roam timings and his coordination with the team. For Ming, whether it's finding 3v3s in the top side, or even just enabling Xiaohu to be able to roam and open up side lanes, which is RNG's bread and butter, it all starts with Ming. And now both these players might have their unique play styles, but their play styles fit their teams to a T. And now today, we're going to see, can Ming pick up his 3rd MSI title, or can Keria start etching his name into history with the international events? In today's final, we have, again, probably the 2 best supports in the world facing off in the bottom lane. And we'll be right back to preview the action right after this.
No.
Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like dumb diddy dee. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1.
The one and only Italian nightclub. Only at Jimmy John's. Order online now.
Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Heat it up. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Heat it up. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot of we're top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot of we're top of the line like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we let it decline.
Hello and welcome back to MSI 2022. I've prepared a segment focused entirely on vision control for this neighborhood tactics presented by State Farm, because one of my favorite quotes of all time is that all warfare is based on deception, and RNG embody this perfectly. Their use of the fog of war in setting up for objectives against the evil geniuses won them so many objectives without even having to have to team fight to take it over. No blood lost. So in the first clip, we're gonna set it up. This is 30 seconds before the dragon. So as you can see, every RNG member has recalled and bought control wards imperative in vision control setups for these objectives. Plus, all of their trinkets are also off cooldown. And so they're gonna do one of the more standard openings where they path through mid lane to push mid lane up and then move into the river here to set up their vision around the objective and cover all flanks. So let's play through the beginning of this clip and you'll be able to see the movement here. So push up the mid wave first, then every member moving into the river as a giant group. Popping the sweeper there. Ming goes super deep to get very deep vision flanking here for the possibilities. And then Impact is coming over to fight them off. As the rest of RNG move away, this point will remain critical as Bin goes and drops his control ward. This is why it's necessary for every member to have their own control ward. Meanwhile, if you look at the top side of the map, they already have placed an existing control ward here through the blue jungle. So they go Xiaohu, mark the top flank. Bin on the bottom side flank here, forcing evil geniuses to come into the river, and they keep this semicircle with the objective in the middle of them, being able to flex to either side, either flank that EG go for. As we'll see with these control wards, evil geniuses try and make a play towards the top side flank with Inspired going for the blast cone here, but Xiaohu, he lies in wait and he does not immediately go for his play onto Inspired. He waits for Gala the extra damage to walk closer before giving away his position. This is critical because if you don't burst down Inspired, he'll be able to escape and EG will be able to fight off the objective. So as you see here, Xiaohu waits, he calls over Gala. Every member of the team collapses perfectly on this timing. They burst him down, and then there's no necessity for a team fight. They immediately take down this dragon, and we'll move on to clip number 2. So, this is further into the game. RNG have now stacked up 3 dragons. They're looking at Soul as well as the downed inhibitor. Setup number 1 comes from pushing the side lanes here. So, bottom lane, they're going to send Bin down here, and they're going to show like they're doing a 4-1 split push. However, Xiaohu knows that there is Evil Genius's vision here, Blue Ward in the river, and then a blast cone will be popped by EG to get them vision here. So he knows he only has one route and will track Xiaohu as he goes through the Fog of War, these small areas that they do not have vision, to make the flank play on the single EG member. Slowly move through here, and watch as he also pauses on their own Scuttlecrab, waiting for those 2 side lanes to push up so they know they have perfect safety. Then down here into the Tribush, wrapping around Impact. And as we turn the Fog of War into Evil Genius's vision, they think that he is still with the rest of the members in mid lane until now. He pops up, they pick Impact, and yet again, it is a single vision play, a single pick for RNG that this time gets them 2 towers bottom side, inhibitor bottom side, and Dragon Soul, all without needing to team fight. Just one single pick off of a vision play, and that's how RNG have dominated the objective game in the mid game in so many of their successful stories. And even in the LPL, Lyric, they came back in so many games where they didn't have to have an early game lead.
Yeah, so many times, James, where they were taken down early, but RNG, they always find a way back.
Absolutely disgusting control of the map. Also, just to your point, could be the way they kind of warp the battlefield, right? They're the ones dictating what it looks like by virtue of the vision and the control of that vision. It's definitely going to be a tall order for any team to stack up against RNG when they have setups like that.
Well, T1.
That early game, though.
Yeah,
they haven't been tested.
Like, it's really interesting when you compare these teams because I do think RNG have faced a lot of teams kind of like T1 in top esports in terms of like laning pressure as we look at these phenomenal stats from the T1 laners in terms of just their absolute early game dominance and kind of what I talked about earlier in my neighborhood tactics segment with getting those timings down, like pushing the wave, knowing when your jungler is going to be, knowing exactly where the enemy jungler is going to be, and being able to make those cross-map plays to further your lead. So RNG have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest threat in T1 in my mind is that after seeing yesterday's series, anyone on this team can step up and be a carry, right? Faker obviously still has it in him. Seiyu's probably been the best player in the tournament in my mind. And then you have Gumayushi, who had a phenomenal split before coming to MSI, but shorted up a bit yesterday.
Exactly. And the reason, you know, that graphic is so important with the gold leads that T1 have got, it's way harder to control vision if you're behind over 3,000 gold in the early game. The EG Dragon fight, that was even gold. And so the setup is there for RNG to be able to control the vision, slowly work through these other pieces. But if T1 have these early leads, that's how they control their objectives. They get there first. They've got the extra wave push as well to give them that pseudo vision.
Yeah, just like that, those landing stats alone equated to about 3K plus, you know, up at 14 minutes for T1 on average here at this tournament. And to your point, Lyric, that was even with kind of a middling, you know, Rumble stage performance where it was argued that the bot lane was underperforming. And yesterday, it really feels like they kind of changed the tune of that story.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just been the scary thing, right? Even when they were struggling, they were averaging like a 2.5 to 3,000 gold lead in the Rumble stage. But still, we've already hit on it. RNG have faced similar monsters. I don't think they faced anything like exactly T1. T1 are very clean, I think, in being able to transition. But still, RNG's mid-game completely unmatched, in my opinion, not only in this tournament or in the LPL, but really just in the world as a whole.
And I'm really curious to see how these drafts come out, right? Because, like, I know I was talking to you behind stage the other day, and you're like, I'm surprised we saw the Tristana today, because now RNG know that they already have that answer in draft, right? As we see behind us, because Tristana will have the push into that Galio and really be able to stop what Xiaohu does. When we've seen RNG struggle, it has been by teams, even like Saigon Buffalo, for example. I keep bringing up what they did with BeanJ and Froggy to just constantly make sure that Xiaohu cannot hit those roam timers on side lanes.
Or is it an intimidation factor of Faker has played 77 champions over his career? Guess what? He's willing to pull out any of them.
Di sini gelas jualan dan cemilan. Saya
What was the quote for deception?
All warfare is based on deception.
Maybe that's all it was. It's just deceiving them. Hey, we're going to pick the Tristana. And then they swap right back to those Galios.
What it really highlights, though, again, is re-emphasizing that point and that emphasis that T1 have on the lane phase and on the early game. They focus their draft as one of the biggest tools in getting them those leads. They will pick counter pick in every single lane if they can, all lane focused counter picks, so that they can build up this gold lead. And then the way to victory is much easier, laid out in front of you when you're sitting with a 3-4K gold.
And it's not just Faker, right? Because yesterday we saw Zeus pull out Yone for the first time. I looked up, I was like, he has to have played this before because he looks so comfortable. Nope. That was the first time he was bringing it out. So, it's not just Faker on this team. It's even their young rookies just coming onto this team from Academy, which is really, really impressive.
I mean, I think Zeus for many has been the best performing player at the tournament on an individual level.
Absolutely.
And then again, we even look at those statistics. While we've talked a lot about what Faker can do, the only person on his team to eclipse him in gold difference in CSD is Zeus up there in the top lane.
Yeah, and just the confidence and, again, being able to bring out these types of picks, which are very volatile, right? If you start falling behind a champion like Yone, you're not really going to have a through line into the game against more traditional team compositions, especially like what G2 are drafting, these late game scaling comps. But I feel like to contrast T1's draft in terms of like the creativity, the willingness to bring out these crazy picks, RNG have been the opposite in my mind. They're very consistent with the champions that they're willing to bring out. It's very meta. They'll maybe, dip into a niche pick here or there, but their drafts, I think, have been consistent, which is why we've never looked at an RNG game and said, wow, they have gotten destroyed in drafts, so they're going to lose.
And it's not like they're without a unique pick or a comfortable counter pick either, right? We pull up this draft here, Emily, the Lissandra, the Braum. Yep. I mean, those were big responses to what EG brought to the table.
Yeah, and the Lissandra was an answer that we'd already seen previously in this same series, but then the Braum into the Misfortune was like a really good pick that, again, Ming is incredibly comfortable on, and you saw how much damage he was able to soak up.
The TPs.
The Braum, the surprise Braum TP.
Yeah, the level 4 support Braum TP. Come on.
Yeah, right? Like...
honestly, though, those core tenets that you mentioned that keep these RNG drafts kind of more expected, maybe something that T1 come into it and they're trying to pick apart and get those counter picks, but RNG have been so successful with just keeping, as you said, meta top lane. It's been like 8 games in a row of only Gwen or Gangplank for top lane for Vin. Meanwhile, as long as Xiaohu has some mid lane champion that has crowd control to go roam with, can push the lane, these Galio, Lissandra, Twisted Fate, these types of champions, he goes and sets up those side lanes, and then they also make picks for their team fights and try and control the vision in the later stage of the game to set up on their objectives.
I think the scary thing for me about RNG's draft is exactly as you say, while at times it can be more expected, I almost never come out of a draft and go, there's a problem with RNG's comp. Like it seems to fit their identity. I know that they're still going to be strong enough in the early game to get some stuff done. They're going to be monster team fighters in the mid to late game. And I don't know how they do it, just time and time again.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because even all year long, when they didn't have this identity of like roaming through mid, back when Xiaohu was a primary carry, it's always been formulaic in terms of when they find a style that works, they'll consistently go to the pieces, but have 1 or 2 parts that can be flexible enough to where, again, they either come out of draft even, or they'll come out of draft winning, and you look at the other team like, my God, you stand no chance against RNG.
4 minutes to go till we kick off this series. It's time for us to check in with our MasterCard fan predictions. Let's see who the fans think will lift the MSI trophy and pick up that 3rd title. Nice drum roll. You didn't hear it, but Emily's got it. Emily's got it. Boom! It's the hometown favorites, T1.
Everybody loves Faker.
Of the vote. I mean, it would just be so fitting in his 10th
How can you
year
not?
as a professional to just, just to put another trophy in the trophy case.
This team has been constantly remade and
Lyric is very
reformed
unhappy.
around Faker over and over and over again. And this iteration, for it to be like this second coming of the old SKT winning ways is actually so exciting to have another chapter still left in Faker's book.
No, look, you guys say it's fitting. You know what would be fitting now to like finalize the passing of the torch from like the Uzi era to the Xiaohu era of RNG finally beating T1.
Oh.
They've never been able to do it. This would be a great time where again RNG didn't come out of LPL looking super dominant. People thought Victory 5 would be here. People thought Top Esports would be here. And if RNG could get it done today against the T1 who has, kind of struggled on and off for a few years, I think would be really nice now that T1 are back at the peak.
That's why I like the test today, because RNG in the LPL, they dealt with teams that are very early game teams. They dealt with teams getting big gold leads on them, and they still came out ahead.
I will say, I think T1, even with all of the things we've talked about with their like Barons and their, picking fights, like even in the G2, like
they learned their lessons.
Yeah, they're not top esports. Top esports are a little, they're a little bit more fighty.
Yeah,
I would say
it's a perfect
they pick
clash
worse fights.
of styles between our two finals teams. I also want to see how the clash between analysts breaks down in our predictions. Kobe, you're first on the graphic.
I mean, I can't go against Faker. Honestly, this team being remade around him, I love the stories that follow around Faker, but really I'm most excited about the younger players on the team.
Yeah.
Zaze has won over my heart. This kid leaves it all out on the Rift. He plays so aggressively. Also, as you mentioned, going for these counter picks on top lane. Honestly, I have to go T1, 3-1.
3-1
All
for
right.
T1. Emily, what do you got for me?
I am so happy this is our final, first of all. I love both of these teams. T1's journey from last year at Worlds to having like not nearly as many expectations, with the team growing, adding Zaze to the lineup as a starter. I really have loved, in particular, like Owner's growth as a jungler, yet another jungler that kind of Faker is helping raise through his actions in
And
the mid
Bengi
lane.
as a coach.
Yeah, there you go. So it's all coming together. It's all coming full circle. I do think it's going to be close in terms of gameplay, which is why I'm going T1 3-2.
3-2.
Let's
this
go.
one a little bit closer.
Again,
wanted to bet on
I've been
T1
nervous.
yesterday.
I've been nervous all this long.
Yeah.
That's gone. We are coming in strong. RNG are going to 3-1 T1. I think people have seen it online. Kenju, the coach of RNG, won LPL Summer, won Worlds with EDG, won Spring Split, and now would be able to win MSI. And I believe Xiaohu will finally be able to overcome the barrier that is Faker. They will manage the early game, and then mid-game RNG is just better.
You talk about the Golden Road run. There you go. It would be right
wow,
there.
that's actually
the
super
first
impressive.
person in league history if he does pick up this title here. I'm with you, Lyric. If it weren't for yesterday's series from T1, I would have been squarely behind RNG, but I do think it's going to go back to the unkillable Demon King. I think T1 might be starting a new era of dominance. The stage is set. The teams are ready. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get inside that arena to kick off the MSI 2022 final with the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
system on the rear. Hey, back doors up, clear. I can't play no more. Matter we still push for the ops, stay to woods for it. Like matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurking the waters and bushes on man. Cold eyes, we amping. All of you down, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it gone. Bang, 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 bang. Wake up, we want war. Y'all know what time it is. Ain't right on this ground floor. All we throw is fists. To the cold we live. Bring down the biz. Set it up like this. Set it off 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 like what? Set it off like this. Make some noise. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like what? Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Too many enemies up. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. Too many enemies up. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. Too many enemies. Yeah. 조금 밑에 모여봤던 님이 있고만 해. 형 이겼으니 형은 늦어가만 해. 맞을 테니 갈 때 때려 시원하게. 넌 내 손 안 내. 살려줄게 어서 가능하다면 아래 주변 내 심장이랑 상처. 영구만 있어 잘 그려라면 아래 주변 바로 매복 이상형. Go ride it, go ride it, gasoline 나는 고파야. 기사에서 dynamite 오 마야. 너의 샤게 do you go on the two 갈까 일어나면 그렇게 어떻게 와. Go riders, go ride it, gasoline lighters, more fire. Steel tires, full of dynamite, need more wires. 너의 샤게 do you go on and 조용하게 일어나면 그렇게 어떻게 와. Set it off like this. Set it off like what? Set it off like this. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like this. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like off. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Take notes.
Lawan kursi kosong. Nggak ada Dunja.
Welcome to 부산. Welcome to MSI. 다시 한번 부산에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 올해로 8회째를 맞는 미드시즌 인비테이셔널. 대한민국에서 펼쳐진 첫 번째 대회. 이제 어느덧 파이널만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 그것도 각각 3회 우승에 도전하는 두 팀이 대결하게 되는데요. 자, 그럼 먼저 그룹 스테이지 1위, 럼블 스테이지 1위, 디펜딩
Royal Never Grab Trophy aja
2회
tadi siapa?
연속 우승에 도전합니다. LPL의 RNG. 자, 무자비한 공격력을 자랑합니다. 탑핀. 그 누구도 내가 길을 막을 수 없다. 정글러 웨이브. RNG 플레이의 중심 미드 샤오후. I will show you 바텀 갈라. 4강 KD 14.3 미쳤습니다. 좋은 의미로 서포터 매. One more time. LPL의 RNG. 이에 맞서는 17년도 이후 무려 5년 만에 세계 무대 정상에 다시 한번 도전합니다. 그것도
악연이었던 G2를 3대 0으로 꺾고 결승에 오른 LCK의 대표 T1! 4강전 보신 분들은 그의 미친 퍼포먼스에 모두 반했을 겁니다. 신이 내린 탑솔로 제우스! MSI 내내 최고의 정글 장악력을 보여준 코리아 갓 정글러 오너!
뭐하나?
이번엔 어제와 동일한 멘트로 가도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐면 이것이 가장 정확하니까요. Unkillable Demon King and Greatest of All Time Faker! 그에게 자야 주지 마라. 적재적소에 카이팅하는 모습이 정말 인상적이었습니다. 본투비 바텀 구마유시! 고향인 부산에서 세계 최고의 자리에 오르기 위해서 내가 캐리한다! 서포터 캐리 여러분, T1이 가지고 있는 유일한
아야야.
어드밴티지는 바로 여러분입니다. 여러분 한 번 더 부탁드립니다. LCK의 T1! 한 명도 볼을 타선이 없는 역대급 명성부, 아름다운 부산에서 펼쳐온 대회 이제 파이널만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 달려보도록 하겠습니다. Let the finals begin. 2022 MSI 대망의 결승전을 함께 하시는 많은 분들의 뜨거운 환호, 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
RNG and T1. Two of the most dominant teams we have ever seen. T1, RNG's #1 nemesis on the international stage.
It was Uzi's team for so long, but Xiaohu is to me the epitome of RNG.
MSI 刚开始的时候，我那个时候接了很多采访，每一次问我的目标是什么的时候，我都说的是 MSI 的冠军。
4년, 5년간의 공백 이후에 이번 MSI에서 T1이 우승한다면 그거는 제가 봐온 20년 넘게 봐온 제가 봐온 것 중에 가장 예상하기 힘든 그런 일이 벌어지는 것이라 생각합니다.
MSI 여정이 순탄치만 않았어요. 모든 승리와 패배 속에서 저희는 많은 것들을 배우고 여러 생각을 나눴죠. 이 순간만을 위해서.
RNG just feels inevitable.
RNG tactical, controlled, incredible to watch.
Xiaohu and Gala reigning supreme.
어떤 토너먼트든 언제든 스토리의 결말은 같을 겁니다. RNG가 저희가 트로피를 들어올리는 걸 보는 거죠. 이번 결승전은 한국을 위한 겁니다. 팬분들은 저희의 힘 그 자체입니다. 여러분과 함께라면 저희는 무엇이든 해낼 수 있습니다.
T1自赛事之初，我就知道我们终究会在总决赛相遇。虽然许多人觉得你们是世界上最伟大的队伍，但是即将到来的决赛将决定谁才是真正的至尊王者。我们彼此都在角逐第3个季中冠军赛的奖杯，但我们一定会将这次的冠军收入囊中。我们才是真正的季中冠军赛之王。
부숴버리겠다.
What a way to start a day of what is destined to be some of the best League of Legends we've seen this year, if not this decade. We'll have to wait and see how strong the games are today. I'm Medic, this is Azael, that's Vedius, and we are here for the finals of MSI 2022.
Couldn't be any more excited. It feels like it has been these two teams on a crash course towards each other all event long. RNG and T1 decimating their opponents in the semifinals. And now we finally get to find out, who really is the best team in the world today.
Yeah, and we've got to start big picture, because when we look at the LPL and the LCK, it has been LPL dominating over the last 2 years. It has been the LPL reigning control over the vast majority of international competitions, and T1 will look to do what Damwon could do. Damwon was able to take down the LPL back in 2020, but once again, RNG, they climbed back to the top last year at MSI.
Absolutely, and I mean, over the last 4 years of competition, there have been 7 international tournaments. Of course, no 2020 MSI. The LPL have won 5 of those. In the prior 4 years, it was LCK just absolutely dominating, and we are so far removed from that now. T1 trying to bring the LCK back to the forefront and their own organization back to the forefront of competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, we'll hear it tons of times today, but T1 haven't had a world title for 5 years. It's since 2017 MSI that this team has remained at the top of their region in a lot of respects, but haven't been able to perform internationally. Let's get into the draft though. RNG picked the blue side. They won a coin toss yesterday. They will remove LeBlanc and the Xayah. Ahri and Lucian taken away by T1.
Something we saw a lot of yesterday from T1 was this priority on the Xayah. We saw G2 drafting a lot of dive compositions that would try and force engages, force team fights, and the Xayah pick was something that T1 was happy to pick for Gumayusi and gave him a lot of safety, or also a lot of agency in lane. By removing the Renata as well, RNG is heavily suggesting they're looking at something along the lines of a Galio comp once again.
I was so interested to see if we were going to get the first pick Gwen, because both these guys are comfortable to play GP into Gwen or Gwen into GP. Bin especially is also very happy to bring out things like the Jax as an additional answer. And I think a lot of this series may pivot on this top lane matchup, because Gwen has been such a high performing champion at MSI. It has been by far the most played of the top laners and has been absolutely dominating. So if you can come out of the gate with a strong answer to it,
yes,
and it's going to be Jace as that answer. So if Zeus can actually win this matchup, it can really shift priorities and start to change what pick and ban looks like.
A very volatile top lane matchup for sure. I expect to see junglers making their way towards that side of the map. One of the big champions that we've been seeing rise in popularity as the tournament has gone on has been this Nocturne. Nocturne paired alongside things like the Galio have been very common. Nocturne alongside Twisted Fate. The ability to attack side lanes, the ability to find picks and kind of work together with your mid laner is a very effective dive comp execution that many teams are find a lot of success with.
And a big thing for T1 as well is they haven't played either of these champions for a long time. No Nocturne so far in the tournament for Oner. Zeus played Jace once in the group stage versus Red Canids, I think. So T1 bringing a lot of new things to this draft already.
What you'll notice here is that they can lock in the Galio because if they go for the Tristana, then they're going to be full AD. Yep. They've already got the Jace, they've already got the Nocturne, so RNG very quickly realizing, we see our window, you're not going to bring that Tristana out like you did yesterday.
And it'll be interesting, I mean, do they go for it anyway? You still could try to look for it. Instead, it's actually going to be an Azir, something we haven't really been seeing whatsoever at the tournament. But some powerful disengage there, the ability to actually sweep back what is 3 melee champions that have already been drafted here by RNG. And Viego's such an interesting one to me because Viego has been struggling at MSI, but not for these two junglers in particular. You know, it's 11 and 26 at MSI overall, but Wei is 4-1 on the pick. You know, without Wei and Owner, this champion is like a 15% win rate.
And already, like, as you say, the Viego obviously a very interesting pick, but T1, these 3 picks are so surprising to me. Not because I don't think these guys can play the champions, but as I said, Zeus has 1 Jace game, Owner has no Nocturne games at MSI, and Faker has no Azir games. We haven't seen Azir the entire tournament. T1 obviously well prepared for today.
Well, one thing I will say is that often when you think of certain players, you think of certain champions. And Faker, with his very long tenure, does have quite a few champions to his name. Azir is one of them. It is a champion that he can often default to, often rely on when the chips are down, and it's something that he has very consistent success on. The question is, does it make sense in this composition? You've got a Nocturne that wants to dive into the backline. You've got a Jace that wants to leverage the poke. You've got Azir, who is both disengaged, does have long-range poke, also good scaling. Right now, T1's composition is a little bit all over the place, whereas RNG has a very dedicated and clear-cut plan.
And we'll see if they can actually have some picks here to pull it all together, right? Because I agree with you. Sometimes you can kind of get trapped. When you're looking for a denial pick, you're saying, okay, if they want to go Galio, we don't want them to have the Nocturne. But if you allow that to really kind of disrupt what you're trying to build with your own 5v5, that can sometimes be problematic. You can destroy your own composition with that. So we'll see if they can have some picks to pull together.
If I'm counting this correctly, that is 6 AD carry bands that have been removed from the pool, which means
this is
that
gonna be super interesting.
we're going to be going very deep. Aphelios is things that we're looking at right now.
Oh, yeah,
the Caitlyn.
Oh, do we get like a Caitlyn Lux or
It
something?
was fabled coming into the tournament. It was something that I was speaking with Kadril about extensively. And in the LCK, this was like pick ban. This was a champion that you could not afford to give T1. And now they're finally going to be bringing it out. Range is very clearly the identity of T1's composition.
6 games, 6 wins for Gumayusi on the Caitlyn this year.
And and generally when we see Caitlyn, we see it paired with range supports, right? So now RNG have to decide what do they actually want to go to. Yes, there are some things like the Aphelios, but the laning phase is definitely weaker. It can actually, I think, suffer into things like that Caitlyn Lux potentially. If you want to go for something like Tristana, that really would suffer. So I think your options become more limited because T1 has heavily focused ADs in the pick ban. RNG did as well. And potentially with the last pick support, T1 is going for that 2v2 dominance. You know, they have been incredibly strong. And when you think to how RNG has had success, you know, not just here, but also regionally in the LPL, it was largely through Gala's team fighting. You know, when they would fall behind against top, you could always rely on Gala to crush in team fights. And can you rely on that with the Tristana pick here early against Caitlyn? And we're going to find out if it's going to be Karma or Lux. I'm expecting it to be an aggressive pick and really just try to slam it home.
And this is a brave thing to do for T1 because Gumayusi has not had the tournament of his life. Like a lot of people saying he played better in the LCK than he has been playing at MSI. Gala and Ming, on the other hand, having a very strong tournament, especially around those team fights.
I will say though, Guma I think has really stepped it up. Another option is Morgana, which would be really old school, but into Nautilus it's so good. And I think it actually fits so well. I'm glad I got the time to actually jump in there and say it because this to me is the throwback, but this makes so much sense in the draft because I was looking across, you know, Galio taunt, the Nautilus ultimate is so easy to actually land a successful Black Shield on. And this is going to be really, really exciting because we just never see it anymore. It's almost always Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Karma. Morgana can be very, very hit or miss, but this is an extremely dominant lane 2v2. You want to have Owner playing around that bot side, trying to protect them. Wei and Xiao, who you already know are going to be trying to get down there, get Gala going, because in an isolated 2v2, you can expect T1 to blast them.
I'm just excited that we are getting a very expected clash of styles. RNG throughout the LPL was not known for their early game dominance, but their mid to late game, I mean, we've demonstrated it throughout the tournament, how intelligent they play the map, how efficient they can be in terms of maximizing their farm, controlling vision, and playing around objectives. You contrast that to T1, who are the early game monsters. They average ridiculous early game gold leads, and they will decimate you in lane and will snowball the game to victory. The big question for today is which star will come out on top? Which one will be able to secure the MSI title? And already in game 1, we have both teams with their identities on full display, ready to secure game 1.
And it's not just a battle for the pride of the individual teams. T1, of course, looking for their 3rd MSI title. RNG trying to do the same. It is a battle for the pride of your region. LCK have been down in the dirt for the last 4 years. Only Damwon have been able to dominate against China. And that LPL consistent victory after consistent victory may end today. T1 versus RNG. Game 1 of MSI 2022 finals. Let's get on to the Rift.
And starting things off, I'm just so curious to see how Oner is going to be able to perform on this Nocturne, because they didn't have any additional dive picks to actually kind of be a dive buddy with him. Like, sure, Morgana theoretically can kind of like flash in there, but generally speaking for support, you're not really going to do that unless you're like super fed.
Guma looking for the jump across the wall, but he's taunted, he's rooted, and with the explosive charge down, tick, 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 Gala gets first blood.
That is not the start you want if you are T1, though. You're drafting for 2v2 dominance. You're drafting to smash Gala here in this 2v2, and Tristana starts with first blood. He's even going to get the base off. He's starting double longsword and 4 bots. How are you going to push him out of lane?
This is exactly what RNG did against EG. They did it on the top side, but
Predator invade.
RNG with a strong level 1, they were able to take advantage of the Predator Galio. They were able to punish Gumayusi. You didn't want to commit any of the summoners, and I think it was wise because RNG, they know how to punish that. I think when we look back to their EG series, the moment that Impact lost his flash, what did they do? They dived him at level 4, they dived him at level 6, and they know exactly how to punish. So while he does hold on to his summoners, we'll see how much it affects the lane.
Well, and I'm really curious, did he actually skill E, right? Did he try to skill E and like try to get to the wall and jump over? I wonder if that's why he was actually holding onto the flash. Because if that's the case, that can really hurt. He did skill Q, so he didn't actually do it. So yeah, he just held on to it. They're going to be playing for lane, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. Trist, you know, with double longsword and the additional potions here, still, you know, Carriot can help with the shove, and we'll see how effective they can be. If you can land the binding, it's easy to follow it up with the trap. That's the kind of combination you're looking for. It's such a long amount of CC. And Gala, as a result, is going to have to play Cleanse.
And as we already talked about, coming into this matchup, expectations were that T1 would have that early game lead. When we look at their averages throughout the tournament, T1 typically dominate in the early game. We see them having ridiculous gold leads. You can see 85% of first heralds, 100% of first heralds. They average 4.5 kills at 14 minutes, and they average a 3.5k gold lead. It is ridiculous, and RNG is already going toe-to-toe.
We're looking for Faker in the mid lane. Tor's going to come out here. Faker able to get underneath this tower, should be safe. Just a bit of chip damage down onto the bird in the mid lane.
And the reason why I wanted to bring attention to T1's early game dominance was because this is actually a style that RNG is very used to. Domestically, Top Esports was a team that would be hyper-aggressive in the early game, look for early advantages, yet RNG was actually able to weather the storm.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And largely it was about their team fighting. And as we said, it was about Gala in the later stages, playing around him having success, you know, in that 5v5 stage later on. Ming able to clear out the traps that Guma did put down there. That was a really late rock jump. I think he was trying to buffer it. Maybe he was expecting he might get hit, so buffering the rock jump. But early on in the game, it's a very long cooldown, so we'll see if they can look to punish that whatsoever. Carrier also is playing Comet and Ignite, so again, very lane-focused here for T1. So it is problematic. If they can't get an advantage, you really do want to try to chip out the Trist, push them in, and then harass them under tower and start farming plates. Because when you're playing these double range lanes with Caitlyn, it's not just about the 2v2, it's about winning the 2v2, then getting out on the map and being able to farm plates across the map. You have to play from ahead against something like the Tristana.
Xiaohu stopped it in his Justice Punch. Fake able to slide forward, put some damage down in the mid lane. Zeus looking for some damage onto Bin in the top lane, not going to be able to get too much more. And as you say, that it wasn't just the fact that Gala got gold out of the first kill, it's the fact that he was able to get all of these pots. Because although Gumayusi and Carrier have the pushing lane, they have the pressure in this lane, Gala can just stand back, accept that he's going to be 10, 15, 20 CS down, but not lose too much because he's always able to be topped up on health.
The credit to them, though, they've had the push, right? They've already gotten their first plate here, 4 minutes in, so that is really, really good. You know, Oner was shadowing them to make sure that they could get the crash. Now going to be out on the map farming. Early Lucidity Boots, I always love on Nocturne. You hit 6, you sometimes just take the second blue buff, and then you have Lucidity Boots, you have the extra CDR, you use that first ult. If you can get a kill there, rinse and repeat. Back to farming. Every time ulti's up, you look to be proactive. So it's going to be more pressure, I feel like, on Wei to try to disrupt that pattern and try to force them to fight more often than they want. And this is something we actually saw T1 do incredibly well against G2 yesterday when G2 picked Nocturne. It was just Oner, on the other side of the matchup, constantly forcing fights where Jankos was forced to respond, but he didn't really want to. He wants to be waiting for the ultimate. He wants to be playing around that cooldown. So I'm interested to see if Wei can do the same thing to him.
Few options for Oner in the early game. Only level 4 right now, as you say, just farming up towards that level 6 on his way towards his Wolf Camp. First reset comes out of Gumayusi and Keria. They'll get the Noon Quiver and a bit of extra AP for Keria. The boots obviously does help for Keria if he wants to roam around the map. It's not something we've seen him do too often. Sometimes he will go towards the mid lane, but often he just likes to stay down in the bottom lane, especially when you have a pushing lane like this.
xiaohu consistently looking for opportunities to roam. Moving into the river, a very powerful tool for a mid laner is the Fog of War. We often like to talk about how roaming can generate a lot of pressure, but by just moving into Fog, you immediately have to, oh, he could be coming top, he could be coming bot, and xiaohu demonstrating that pressure and T1 having to respect it.
Well, look at how much vision they have in the topside river. RNG have covered that with multiple pink wards. They have the Scuttle. They have another ward as well over on Raptors. That is to threaten that move from xiaohu up towards topside, and that is kind of hinting that that is the side of the map that they are looking to play towards. But xiaohu, Predator popped here. A Lucidity boot rush for him as well. But of course it is spotted out by that pink ward, so Keria and Gumayusi able to play this safe. Still, every time that they can get that little relief of pressure, it's going to be a good thing here for Gala and Ming.
And I do want to bring up as well, yesterday when we saw T1 play against the Galio, we saw Caps being heavily punished in the laning phase. A large part of that was because of the Tristana that he was playing into, but also he was kind of forced to play off the timings of his bot lane, whereas now we're actually seeing RNG play to the timings of xiaohu. He will push out the wave when he sees an opportunity, and then Wei will group up with him, and then they'll look to control vision. And Azel, you're highlighting it, and our observers are showcasing it for us now. Look at how dark the map is right now. Contrast to the amount of control RNG have. And again, I want to bring us back to that final versus Top Esports. The ways in which they would mitigate that pressure, try and weather that storm of early aggression, was by utilizing map control, good vision, and just doing what they could to prevent a dominant early game team from snowballing and dominating the early game.
Stun's gonna land. There's the hook follow-up. No Dark Shield in time for Keria. Second kill of the game over to Gala. Gumayusi able to retreat.
Nicely done. Wei with so much patience there. They get the kill. And perfect follow-up from Ming, flashing in. There's actually 0 wards. 1 ward now placed on the map by T1, that pink ward that just got dropped by Oner topside. They literally had no wards on the entire map, which was pretty shocking to see. Multiple sweepers, the trinkets were all in cooldowns, no one had a pick down. So didn't have any tracking on Wei, and he's just had the patience there, finds a kill, and now they're going to be relieving that pressure again, getting a good reset here for Gala. And thankfully for RNG, he again comes away with a kill. That's exactly where he wanted.
Excellent early game control from RNG, and just a really good window of opportunity there, recognizing that the wave state was in a good spot. Wei could sneak in, and Wei is a player that I think, when we also think holistically, is a very young player, right? When we think about the average age, obviously we talk a lot about how young the talent is
Only
from
19
T1.
for Wei.
But you also look at the number of international games. It is very few. Of course, xiaohu and Ming dwarf in terms of international games, but Wei actually only starting very recently for the actual lineup of RNG.
Yeah, he only started with them, at the start of 2021. Bin coming in at the start of 2022. Gala has only been there since summer 2020. The 3 young players on RNG have not been around for that long. It's 19, 19, and 21 for Gala. So it's a lot of young talent between these 2 organizations.
Yeah, you just have to look at T1 side as well. No one but Faker was playing professionally when Faker won last won an international title, right? Like, all of these guys started in 2018 or later. You saw very young players, and we'll have to see how they're able to match up into RNG, who have had a strong early game start.
Absolutely, and I think it really speaks to the scouting, from these teams, right? T1, everyone except for Keria came up through the T1 organization, through their academy teams and kind of scouting teams, amateur teams, and have been, such incredible talents for this roster. So many young players on the T1 side. It's kind of the grandpa and the 4 kids here, Faker and the rest of the squad. It's the Boomer and the Zoomers.
It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
There you go. Guys, Master Splinter in the mid lane. But I mean, they're just playing it so mechanically impressively across this whole year that, Faker showcased yesterday that he can dominate sometimes in the 1v1, but he doesn't always have to. He often does play more of a facilitating role because his side lanes are so commonly ahead, are so commonly winning. He isn't forced to take risks.
For the moment, he hasn't actually been forced to move out of his lane too much either. 20 CS up over Xiaohu on this Galio. Of course, T1 had this pressure in the bottom lane, and we thought from the draft they were likely to play around it. RNG have matched that well. Wei has been in the right position. Obviously, First Blood helped with that. But T1 still at the 10-minute mark, about 1,000 gold ahead.
It's sort of what we would expect, because when we talked about it, T1 have drafted 3 winning lanes. They're pushing top, pushing mid, and pushing bot, and you can see that CS discrepancy really starting to build across all 3 lanes. On top of that, T1 have 2 plates in the top lane. They have 1 plate in mid lane. They have 3 plates in bot lane. They are leveraging their early strength in order to secure these plates. And sure, they aren't finding these kills, but at the end of the day, their composition is doing what it is designed to do, which is win lane, and RNG are just doing their best, as we've repeatedly discussed, to try and weather that storm, mitigate that pressure, and limit T1's impact in the early game.
And my big question on if T1 can begin to snowball that is how effective is the first Nocturne ultimate going to be, right? He has 3 pieces of CDR, so he actually has been able to purchase that up before having used his first ult, which always does feel really nice. Caulfield's Kindle Gem as well as the CDR boots. But he is level 7. He wants to get out there on the map, try to get active. If you can get that first kill, start to convert, you know, some of these early tower plates that you've gotten into something more, into a full first tower, and you can really extend that advantage, because I don't think that Nocturne wants to play from parity here. You know, he doesn't have a dive buddy. You have to be more active in the early stages, because I do think that the job in the 5v5 is going to be really difficult for Oner.
How on earth are you going to be able to get on a backline when Tristana can just jump away when you have a Galio in front of you? And you have been just wrecking through your backline. We did see Ace in the hole used by Gumayusi just for some harass down towards that bottom side. Ming has left Gala alone for a while as RNG trying to set up around this first dragon. They made a few forays into the T1 jungle, got a bit of vision down. You can see, once again, T1 with 3 wards on the map. 2 in the bot lane bushes, 1 in the top lane. I don't think they're going to contest this dragon, as RNG will take it.
And RNG is one of the only teams that has really been prioritizing dragons, you know, at this event. You know, it has been a much more fast-paced event. You know, the average game time, 29-16, so very few teams are even getting to Soul. But RNG, you know, throughout the Rumble stage, has had a 70% first dragon rate. You know, T1 only 40%. They are focusing much more on Herald in general, but this game, RNG able to get both Herald and that first dragon, so going to be feeling really good about that, as the gold gap is closing significantly, and I do favor RNG's comp quite a bit from even states.
And I'm looking at the gold right now. You can see that Gala is in fact ahead of his lane counterpart, even with the CS discrepancy, by and large, thanks to the 2 kills and the plates. RNG leveraging this fog of war. We already talked about Xiaohu and how he utilizes it. Now the RNG bot side of the map doing the same thing.
Good flash away from Carrier Ming. Tried to find a flash hook. Carrier flashes himself. Could have gone for the Black Shield, but of course then the Nautilus will chase you and he can look for Gumayusi with a depth charge.
And again, want to bring your attention to the minimap. Notice this control that RNG have. They see the Nocturne is hovering around. They have this ward, they have this ward. They also have these 2 control wards in the top river. It's just complete river dominance from the side of RNG, and they're just keeping an eye on what Nocturne is doing. You talked about it, Azael. How impactful will that first Nocturne ultimate be? RNG is not giving him a chance to use it.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just crushing in the vision game right now. You know, T1 is getting choked out as far as that goes. They're not really having many eyes on this. Bin just using his ult really to clear out the wave as Zeus was threatening the dive and chipping this down. He does have TP, so he's just going to use the ult, clear out the wave, base, come back. And yes, Bin is getting pressured, but I have to say he's done a very good job of keeping the farm even. And this matchup, especially when Gwen goes Ghost, gets really scary later on for Jace, because in these extended lanes, especially once you get towards Riftmaker, there is the potential to get chased down.
And it's partly the knock-on effect of knowing where Oner is all the time. Bin knows, hey, I'm under my tower with 500 HP. I don't have to be scared of Oner ulting me, because he's on the other side of the map. We have vision on him the entire time. And because of that, he can take, you know, some not great trades under his tower just to clear out the wave.
Wow, okay, so we get brief reprieve. Obviously, not a lot of action, but it has been a very tense game. It feels like that we're waiting for that.
It's like camping.
Is it?
It's intense.
Okay.
I knew where he was going, and I realized that he didn't know. I was like, oh no, he's gotten the bait.
I've casted this map for like 5 years now, and every time...
You were just so genuine. You're like, is it? Wow.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So, what I wanted to talk about...
You work with Freak enough to know where it's going.
What I wanted to talk about was how... We talked about how T1's composition, very long range, very lane dominant, and is very powerful in terms of being able to build up lane advantages along with getting early plates. One of the other things I think is important to recognize is how much zone control it creates. With things like the Caitlyn traps, with things like Azir soldiers, with things like the Jace and Morgana Q. they can be very threatening in terms of the amount of space that they actually dominate, especially if they can get onto those objectives first.
Exactly, and I think that is the key thing, is that they have to be able to be to those objectives first, which generally requires you to win the early game, right? You need to be the ones actually pushing up vision, pushing in lanes, knocking down towers so that you can be first to those objectives and really force RNG to come into you. Yeah. I think T1's comp functions very well when they are kind of playing in that more defensive posture, when they are the ones that are being attacked, but when they are forced to actually push in to an RNG that is already set up, it is so dangerous against Nautilus, Galio, all of this damage, all of this front line protecting, Gala as well. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for them because they only really have, very squishy members to kind of check forward and actually, who's the one to face?
Yeah, you put Black Shield on someone and hope that they can walk forward. He's got a spell shield as well, I guess. Yep, you're very true, Azael. We do have a peripheral issue for Carrier right now, as you saw the referee was talking to him. Get that sorted as soon as possible, obviously. And I think having a moment to breathe at the start of the game, start of the series, is always nice, I would say. I would have liked, a little bit further into the series, a bit more action happening, a bit more for us to talk about, because the early game has been it's been slow in the sense that hasn't been. Yeah, it's been methodical. It's been look, I cast G2. Yeah. You watched them yesterday. None of that's methodical at high level.
Yeah, throwing shade on our team. Come on, Medic. Of course, in terms of action, it has been very limited, but I think that RNG are kind of getting exactly what they wanted. The fact that they're only at about a 1K gold deficit is very good for them.
I really favor their spot.
What I think is really interesting is when we look back to their final versus Top Esports, they on average were down 2,300 gold. That was their average in the series. Yep. They consistently found themselves at a deficit in the early game, and expectations were that relative to other LPL teams, they were not a good early game team. And I think it's important to contextualize. I think that when we say that, it's very much about they don't win games largely through the early game. They're not a team that, like T1, will dominate you in the laning phase, that will snowball through winning lanes. Instead, they will play the map. They will consistently attack side lanes. They will accrue advantages in the early game, and they will use that to control the map and then dominate in the mid to late game where they are so well known for. So right now in this game one, RNG is getting exactly what they like and how they approach the game in terms of that solid control, a slight deficit early, which is manageable for them to be able to turn around in the mid to late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, even though I think that is true, their early game isn't as powerful against maybe the world's best, they still had the second best early game, by quite a bit at this event. There were no slouches by any means.
That's why they did relative to other LPL teams, right?
and they do dominate, through objective play, right? And they have been able to take both the Herald and the first Dragon here. They're a team that loves to really have great setups around this. They have excellent vision control. They attack you from really unique angles. One of the things that impressed me most in some of the really contested games between them and EG, game 2, game 3, was the amount of different angles that they were able to actually take advantage of. EG was struggling to approach these objectives because always you saw Xiaohu hidden in a bush on Lissandra, finding a pick from an unexpected angle, people attacking from multiple flank angles at the same time. The way that they actually orchestrated that made it look completely hopeless for EG around those objectives, and I just think it's so impressive to see them consistently able to find those perfect setups.
Yeah, and obviously we're singing the praises of RNG right now, largely because in terms of the map state and with the composition that they've drafted, it's looking like it's their game in terms of control right now. And obviously a lot of things can change. There's still, nothing has been decided. T1 do still find themselves in a reasonable position themselves by having a gold lead. It's just a matter of, can they execute this composition against what RNG have drafted and into the style that RNG typically likes to play.
And obviously, as T1 start to take these tier 1 towers, it does open up the map more for them. Nocturne very good at getting into a side lane, very quickly bolstering his teammates and trying to get those 2v1 plays in that top or bottom lane.
And I want to very quickly, once again, draw your attention to the minimap. Look at these supports, their own timings.
Ming missed that
will
ward.
be spotted out, but Carrier doing the exact same thing. This vision war is really going to be decided by two of the best supports in the world.
This is huge, though, because Faker has TP, and they know Wei and Ming are in this bush. So unless they're back in, they know exactly where they are. Carrier's here, Owner's here, Faker can TP in.
This is a very good ward. Faker is in a position to TP right now. He's just making his way back towards the mid lane. RNG, this trap, they don't know that they are the ones.
Yeah, they have unleashed TP right now. I think that's maybe what they were waiting for, because the TP ward is actually now available just across. Yeah, they're going to go.
Depth charge comes out. There's the Black Shield as well. The hook goes wide. Owner coming in with the ultimate as well. And there's the TP by Faker. T1, they laid the bait. They set the trap, and RNG walked unsuspecting into the gaping maw of T1. Xiaohu here to join. Double taunt fake, able to dodge to the side of it, way very low. Doesn't want the resets. He's going to be able to get one. Zeus on the back, forced out by Bin. He will fall as well. Gumayusi now joins the fray. It is a 2-for-2 in the top lane.
This is really good for RNG, though, because Gala is alone in the bottom lane. He could potentially take this first tower right now. This would be the first time they had lost first tower. We'll see if he can even win the race. He lost his minions, so it's going to be really close between them, but it looks like T1 will still actually get it and maintain the 100% first tower rate, just barely. But I love the setup from T1, recognizing not only that they could actually lay this trap, but waiting until it was post 14 minutes so Faker could join not from the tower, but from the lane ward. It was really, really intelligent, very well orchestrated. But RNG able to fight their way out of it. Xiaohu getting up there with the ulti. Bin's ult came off cooldown barely at the end, so he could win out against Zeus as well.
And I think what's great for T1 in that situation too is that they didn't have to commit. It was very situational based on whether or not RNG chose to try and spring that trap, which they did. They committed to try and killing Zeus, rather, and then the moment that they did, that was when T1 responded. They had Caitlyn coming down in lane, and we highlighted the ward. The fact that Ming didn't actually catch it there.
That's
the positioning.
disgusting.
Ming doing everything right.
It's just barely.
Ming literally doing everything that he's supposed to do.
Except
not
sweep the
quite,
ward.
unfortunately, not quite catching that ward. And T1 then, notice here, so Faker, he's just catching this mid-wave, not giving anything away.
Such a good
Then
bait.
the moment that the engage comes through, the moment that RNG overstep in the lane, and
Kaya
the
yung
ultimate comes through,
miss-Q-nya,
that's when the TP strikes.
Yeah, but Bin was such a problem here. Even though he didn't start the fight with the ulti, was able to really buy a lot of time there. Now that's TP flank here coming in from Xiaohu. Remember, tier 1's down.
Yeah, Zeus has no tower here to defend him. This should be an easy enough kill for the RNG top laner and mid laner. There's the taunt. No flash coming out from Zeus. He'll save that one for another day. Bin with his second kill of the game.
They hand that one over to Bin, and T1 is going to cross-map it on the top side of the map with the Herald. So good use of the TP from Xiaohu in order to punish well, I guess the towerless Zeus in that position. His team was on the top side of the map. He ends up getting caught.
And it's going to be hard now because Bin actually just got back-to-back kills, right? He is going to be going, more for the split push build. He's got his first dagger, going to be working towards that Nashor. So, will be looking really strong in the 1v1, and Xiaohu's going to continue playing towards him. RNG have been great with the vision, so if they can continue maintaining vision control in the sides, allow them to push this up. They've already grabbed their second dragon. It's going to be Ocean Soul, which is so deadly on someone like a Gwen in a 1v1 against a Jace. You have to kind of poke down this champion before you can threaten any sort of all-in.
Faker looked for the slide, but the dash away by Bin. He's having a game of his life right now. Has been a little bit disappointing at times during MSI. Zeus, probably the best top laner in the tournament, but here, Bin is really showing up on the final stage.
He certainly is. It takes me back to his performance on Suning when they made that run towards the World Finals where they were stopped by Dalmon.
I still remember those barrels, Vedius.
Yes.
Still remember those
you should also remember his Fiora, where he actually got a pentakill in the World Finals as well, and I believe that was the first penta we've ever had in a Finals too. Like, he seems to really step up when the games matter, and I also think back to his LPL Finals, where he also had a very solid performance. And so, yes, his inconsistency is something that has been criticized about him and a potential weak point, but when it matters, he seems to definitely step up.
And I would say most of his inconsistent games at MSI were in the first couple games, right? He had some more risky games where he was kind of playing, the Ignite Gwen style, died a couple times. He had, obviously, the Camille game that a lot of people were criticizing. But even had an interview right after that where he wanted to play more conservative, wanted to play for the team, make sure he wasn't getting in any sort of a disadvantage. And every game he's played Gwen after that interview, he played Exhaust or he played Ghost, right? He has played more respectful to his opponents. He hasn't always just been flipping the lane in low health situations. And he's trusting that, hey, we are going to find these guaranteed kills. We're going to find these perfect setups. And so far, it has been working for them in this one.
Of course, Ghost scales so well when it comes to later game side laning, because you can just chase down Zeus and you can Ghost in. Xiao, who can come in with the ultimate as well. It becomes very hard for Zeus to actually win out that 1v1 in a side lane.
Now, of course, we do talk a lot about how we do favor RNG's comp the later this game goes, and the one caveat to that is Faker's Azir. Late game.
That sucks. At least it wasn't a stopwatch, but that still sucks.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I wonder if that was the classic. Normally I have my wards on this button.
I think so.
And then I didn't realize that when I completed the item, they swapped places.
Yep, exactly.
And so, it wouldn't surprise me. It's a very common thing. Does happen from time to time. We've all done it. Come on. I chat. I see you spamming your kick W's. It happens to the best. Okay, it happens to the best. Yeah. And
you know what it is though?
Tell me.
It's a bit of a Skip Rise for Carry. Didn't expect to be golden, you know? It's got Skip Rise. Don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut. And when you flash in and turn a fight.
Or Zhonya's in the middle of the lane.
Yeah. I think in this case, he scare prized himself.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And those are the biggest skip prizes. You know? You can't tickle yourself, but you can skip prize yourself.
Well, the Dragon's spawning in about 2 minutes' time, so you can see that both teams kind of posturing around the bottom river, trying to, once again, that vision battle constantly happening between the two teams. Right now, RNG do have that control ward advantage as they've just reset, and now they're pathing towards the bot side of the map.
And I was really curious to see what build Carry would have gone for, you know, if he was going to do Zhonya's Rush. This allows him to be a bit of a pseudo frontline and a bit of a dive buddy alongside Owner, because you can go in there with that Zhonya's. But a lot of the support Morganas do also just go, like you see Moonstone, Mandate, you can go a lot of the different support options. So I think this one makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Deathcap Rush, that's a brave choice. They're like, 30 minutes in, you don't have your item yet, but they're looking for a pick on Ming here.
Soul Shackle, Root's going to land, but Ming can just buffer out the Q and escape. Rift Tower did come down in the bot lane. Tower will fall as well. Dragon up in a minute and a half.
Once again, though, going to draw your attention to the minimap. Notice they have pressure in mid, and they also have pressure towards the bot side. So they leverage the pressure in mid to move into the jungle, get some control, look for a bit of a pick, and even if that doesn't result in any kills, they guaranteed that tower in the bot lane. So T1 leveraging their map control in order to gain some more advantages, and now they've extended the gold lead to about 2.5k.
And I'm really curious to see, is RNG going to scrap for this third Dragon, or are they just going to go top and take a free tier 1? Try to trade for gold elsewhere. They obviously do not have to push for Soul, and Soul has not been a big, really discussion point at MSI because the games have been so fast, as I was saying earlier. But I do think that they're in a pretty decent position. The second items are coming through for a number of their players, Gumayusi and Gala at parity, both of them hitting those 2 item spikes here pretty early. And I think they're pretty much ready to go. The Locket's going to be very effective as well.
I very much agree. This, to me, is where T1 is their strongest, and I think we're seeing them now move on the map much more aggressively, right? They're already grouping up. They're not going to bother leveraging the TPs that they have with Faker and Zeus. They're going to bring their 5-man down, and they're going to threaten RNG. And again, our observers are highlighting the vision control that they have, and T1 have done a great job of setting up the map. They have all of this deep vision, they have this control, and they also have this line of traps.
Binding onto Ming.
To look for a pick, and T1 leveraging their comp very well. And it's exactly what we talked about. When you get to the Dragon first, your zone control and ability to choke out these spaces is very strong.
Yeah, now they're going to have to try to come from creative angles here, but some of the traps are expiring, so RNG is going to be now let in, and Bin is in the pit.
Way trying to flank here, gets onto Faker, there's the stun being going onto Faker as well. Faker with a slide back, but already one's down, Owner has fallen. Bin looking for the damage on the Faker on the back line. Faker dodges out from the Heartbreaker with a stopwatch of his own, but it's double for Bin. Gumayusi and Zeus have to run for the wins. Faker down, Gala, Goomba stomping forward.
And this is going to mean so much for RNG. They get the kills, they get the Dragon. Both junglers are dead. I don't think they're going to flip at Baron in this case. They're just so far ahead. I feel game state-wise, Gala untouched, and he just shredded through Owner. Owner not even able to get off his stopwatch in that one. I'm not sure if he bought it up after the death or not, but he went down in a hurry, and if it wasn't for a really good Zhonya's from Faker, he was actually going to get soloed up by Wei. Wei drew so much pressure in the back end of this fight.
And look at the way in which RNG attacks. They had 3 different angles that they were coming from. The top of the river, the Dragon pit, and underneath the river. And then T1 was forced back into this choke point with which RNG sprung. Now the TP.
Zeus looking for Bin, just in the 1v1. The TP coming in behind him. Bin's winning this one, though. 5-0-2. Gwen can do no wrong.
Bin is popping off. Xiaohu TP's in just to say, good job, buddy. Nice hustle out there. Bin grabs another one. T1 trying to get something back, trying to take control in that side lane. Zeus at best would have got a trade kill there because he would have gone down to Xiaohu. The other 4 members now playing up towards this Baron, trying to threaten this, but there's not really much threat of them being able to rush this down into 5v4. I think would be way too dangerous. But if they are left alone and you can get something like a kill in the side lane, Azir can shred through objectives, can kill that Baron very quickly. So RNG are going to have to try to reclaim some vision here and always keep eyes on it.
Zeus does have the TP as well. RNG, I think they're not going to overcommit here. I think that if they wanted to play for anything, that top tower is looking very juicy for them. They could look to try and reclaim some control back around the Baron area. Again, I'm going to keep bringing this minimap up because I think it's really important to highlight. Notice before, when Zeus died once again in the side lane, it's largely thanks to this control that RNG have in the map. And credit to T1, they're making the correct plays. They're setting up their own vision control and leveraging their pressure in terms of the cross. But it's not really netting them any advantages. They couldn't force the Baron in that situation, and now Keria could be in danger.
Gala jumps across the wall. Keria does have flash. Will use it to escape. Didn't want any more of that damage from RNG. When we saw the gold, Gala 1,300 gold ahead of Gumayusi right now.
To be honest, it's starting to feel like T1 are getting closer to where they're just going to flip the Baron. I think they've lost control of this game, and they realize the only way they can fight is with RNG walking into them, right? So they're spending so much time in this Baron area, setting up the trap line, trying to force RNG in to fight them. But RNG's not going to take the bait. They're close to having IE on Gala. He's the richest person in the game. You're at Dragon Soul Point here. So unless T1 are willing to absolutely just flip at an objective, they're not going to get that fight that they want from RNG.
And we think back to that last Dragon fight, RNG literally walked at them.
Yeah.
Like, the Banshee's sitting on top of Xiaohu, the Merc Treads on the Nautilus. They don't care about the Morgana binding. They don't care about whatever CC you have, which is very limited in its entirety. Xiaohu is more than happy to proc his Predator and just sprint straight at you to force these engages. And so T1 is going to find it harder and harder to get an advantageous fight.
And I just loved how RNG were coming from multiple angles, right? Yep. Ming in through mid lane, the rest of the team coming in through that side brush. We had Wei wrapping around behind on Faker, attacking multiple sides.
And getting that stun onto Faker was huge as well, because it meant he couldn't slide the rest of the team away. He couldn't put that Emperor's Divide down and disengage the fight for T1. RNG have finally found parity in terms of gold, only 200 gold between these two teams. Ocean Soul available to them in a minute and a half's time. And although T1, they have scaling, they have damage on their side. Faker is on the Azir very strong as the game goes on. Right now, it feels like Bin is too big, Gala is too big, and Xiaohu is just so good at disrupting and finding these pockets of vision.
And we talked about how it felt good for T1 with their 2-item spikes. You now look across to RNG and you see that Infinity Edge being completed on Gala, and you're like, now I feel like RNG is stronger. Now I feel like it's RNG that's kind of reaching that point. And you talk so much about the Gwen earlier on, Azale. You look at those items, you press tab, and you see that she's almost completed her third one, and you're like,
3 is game over for Jason in side lane, unless you're on like 6. So.
Yeah, it's a scary situation to find yourself in. And again, the gold is similar, but it's a little deceptive to the actual strength of RNG right now.
Absolutely. But at the same time, it is a high lethality comp. There's lots of squishy members on both sides. If T1 can find that perfect engage, if they can catch Gala out, burst them down, there's always that opportunity. But the fact that Gumayusi is having to go towards LDR, his IE is going to be very, very delayed. Gala doesn't have to do that. It's all squishy members. If you can lock anyone on T1 down for about 3 seconds, Gala will kill them. That's about all he's going to need. So it is very, very important that T1 have that perfect beginning to the fight, or it's going to go sideways fast.
T1 waited for the Serilders on Zeus, then TP'd in. Ming trying to hook himself away here. No real follow-up apart from that binding. How do you get any closer to the Nautilus if he does manage to use that dredge line? Xiaohu and Bin on the flank. Ona spots them. Zeus and Carrier there as well. Mid lane, Prio for T1. Wei and Ming coming in from the side. RNG are on vision. Xiaohu with the taunt. Catches Ona. There's the Everfrost as well. Ona pops the stopwatch. T1 on the retreat, and Ona left to his lonesome has to flash. Ming flashes forward. Looks for the binding, but he can't get the damage down. Good depth charge onto the back line. Carrier going in with the Soul. Shaco just out of range. Shock Blast does so much work in these fights. For the Ocean Soul, a possibility for RNG. They're looking to burst it. T1 do not have vision in the pit, and the Ocean Soul is gone. RNG secure it. T1 last legs. Last dregs of hope perhaps for you if you can find this fight, but they can't. They back off, and they go towards the Baron.
They're going to go towards Baron. There's pings on it, but RNG know as well. They're going to head straight out there. T1 have just not much hope left in this game, so they're going to try to flip at Baron here. I think it's a pretty good attempt because RNG are behind the play. We'll see if they can actually burst it down in time.
Jace, Azir, Caitlyn will burn through this in a millisecond. Xiaohu on the way.
Can they get out?
Bin here as well. Wei going in. Heartbreaker available for Wei. Ona smites early. Wei secures it. The shuffle gets through the map, but already Ona's down. Xiaohu pops the stopwatch, and Bin pops Carrier. Gumayusi has the flash. Faker flashes out of the pit as well. Bin still on the chase. Baron secured for RNG. 2 kills as well. And RNG will be able to get out, force T1 away.
Beautiful response from RNG. They get themselves the Soul, they get themselves the Baron, and they're looking to secure game 1 of this best of 5.
They are just playing so cleanly. They left T1 with so few options, pushing them out. Owner just can't ever ult in. They're going to try to get a pick on a Bin here.
Bin has needlework here. Could look for the 2v1. Knockback. Fake looking for the damage with a needlework. Put them in the trash. It's his namesake, and he puts T1 right in the garbage where they belong.
It's not even close. Bin makes it look easy. The 1v2 top lane ends higher health than he started. RNG winning out on all sides. Have played a near perfect game 1 here in full control, it feels like, start to finish from the level 1, punishing Gumayusi. And they're in such a prime position now to close this one out. They need to just continue playing mistake-free League of Legends, but they just have given T1 almost no opportunities.
Just beautiful play from RNG overall, and I think that like it really started in the draft. We talked a lot about how T1 needed to dominate this early game. They needed to find these advantages. At this point in the game, it's desperation. You understand why the Baron is happening.
He has to smite early.
And we talked about it, right? He had to smite early, and that meant that there was a prime opportunity for the steal to come through from Wei. Yes, it does mean that both Wei and Xiaohu lose their life, but the mission is accomplished. The Baron is secured. It ends up being a 2-for-2, and T1 are forced to retreat.
It's just so hard. I mean, Gala and Ming weren't even there, and T1 were losing out on that fight. It's almost a death cap now complete for Bin. Goes home, you know, builds up the Cosmic Drive. Full BT now done for Gala as well. They have the Ocean Soul on top. This one is looking pretty much all wrapped up here for T1. And they're going to have to start thinking about the second game. You know, I think that the Nocturne really just did not fit with what the rest of the composition was trying to do whatsoever. It felt like they were super focused on getting a denial pick and lost track of what it would mean for their composition. And RNG have just not really made any mistakes. They didn't give T1 any advantages in those early stages. They just played such a bulletproof laning phase.
I do wonder how much would have changed if Kimayushi wasn't caught out at the level 1, whether they could have had more pressure down towards that bottom side. T1 have shown us stronger early games throughout the course of MSI, and of course in the LCK.
Oh,
shit. Need to find a way back throughout this series. Right now, this game is looking done and dusted. T1 defending at their inhibitor towers. Baron still up for 17 seconds. RNG have made 5,500 gold off this buff.
RNG just taking their time. The Elder is going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes, so I imagine they're going to keep the pressure up with the Baron that they still have. Well, it is about to wear off. The problem for RNG right now is they're only playing
you're dead.
He doesn't have flash.
There's a 3-level advantage as well for Bin. Zeus, no flash. Bin on the chase. Ghost continuing to tick needlework dodge, but Bin 10-0-2 on the Gwen.
An exquisite for Poe. Flash in.
Looking for the damage onto Oner. He ults Ming to try and get away. Xiaohu's still on the chase. Guardian Angel available for Oner. He will tick down. The Guardian Angel is not popped. Still, RNG now know they're at a 5v3 advantage in the mid lane as they push in. Looking for at least the inhibitor. Wei is catching the second wave in the bottom lane, so they will look for 2.
Yeah, RNG just playing it really calm, cool, and collected. Pushing in bot, gonna look for this second inhibitor tower here. Oner with no ult, Zeus still dead. T1 not really much hope here of contesting this. Maybe when Zeus respawns, they can try to go for one last big play. It has to be, you feel like, some sort of huge ultimate from Faker to set it up for them to have any chance. But RNG just gonna back up, spend all the gold that they just collected here, and set up for Elder.
And of course, it's important to remember that T1 are known for dropping games in series. It is not uncharacteristic for them to even lose that very first game of their best of 3s during the regular season, and they did drop a game in their finals as well. So I would definitely not count them out of this series, but I think that RNG came in with a very strong showing. After T1 absolutely dominated, and there were a few question marks considering the closeness of RNG versus EG, many touted T1 as the clear favorites coming into this best of 5, and I think RNG have come in with a very convincing game 1, showcasing we're here to play, we're here to compete, and we're here to secure ourselves our 3rd title.
Hook gonna go in, they're looking for the damage here already. RNG just ripping T1 into pieces in the river. The river painted with T1's blood. Gala dashing forward. A double for Bin. Make it 3. He's looking for more as he continues to chase T1 down. Oner forced out. TP coming in. Bin looking for it here. But instead it will be stolen away by Wei. RNG ace T1. Only Xiaohu falls, and the Nexus will be forfeit.
RNG making it look easy here in game number 1. T1 gonna have a lot of questions to answer in the draft. Coming up in game number 2, the Jace pick not really working in the Gwen, the Nocturne not really fitting in, and RNG are cruising.
RNG weathered the early game storm that was T1 and take game 1 in the MSI finals.
A good game overall, I think. We saw some strengths from both sides. I think T1 continued to demonstrate their lane prowess and their ability to leverage their strong laners, but they couldn't really convert it. And I don't think that there was any particular mechanical execution error from T1. I think it was largely just down to the draft. I think that by going for a Jace Nocturne first rotation, you already made it very difficult for yourself in terms of finding a comp that all wants to do the same thing. And then while I think they did have a strong Caitlyn Morgana, going for a different direction with the jungle, something like a Lee Sin would have given you the ability to create a split map, give you more opportunities to try and better snowball that side of the lane. And I think that, yeah, their comp was a little disjointed, but even with that, they demonstrated their strong mechanical prowess and ability to generate leads in the early game. Moving into game 2, I just expect their draft to very much make changes.
And I mean, one of the big things I also think you have to highlight is how good RNG were with the vision control in the early stages, right? You know, they knew T1 had to snowball this game. It was such a huge investment in early pink wards. Everyone was buying them. It felt like every single base for RNG. They were dominating the vision game, it felt like, in the first 10-15 minutes. And T1 just weren't really able to find those plays. It was so late in the game that we actually saw Owner's first ulti. And even in that play, it ended up being a pretty even trade.
A struggle for T1 in the early game. We'll see if they, in the mid game, so we'll see if they can bounce back. As we go to a break, let's check in on T1's comms from their clean sweep versus G2 Esports yesterday. In Sounds of the Game, present.
Take notes.
Mulai tak suka, aku tak tahan lagi. Ku pergi hidup sendiri tanpa tahu.
Jatuh dia.
Death to all betrayers.
Lista ya. Menyenangkan tidak ya? Trox.
Is good.
Gila, Urf lama banget. Coy, buseng.
You are new to me, child of the void. Show me your intentions.
Oh, di Velvet. Gak ada jungle kan mereka?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Worthy prey. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
A different view. First blood. Executed.
Sakit.
Minions have spawned.
Gak dipakai wah. Disamperin, jadiin aja.
Has been slain.
Pengkol, sekiraan kau.
Fear the void.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. You are slain an enemy. I will use you well. Consume and adapt. We will know and hate them. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. You have slain the killer. Enemy double kill. Ready to reap. Shut down. Double kill.
No, gue mau nyemet sesuatu.
Your team has destroyed a turret. This world is delicious. Your turret has been destroyed. Escape.
Coba deh. Coba. Ya, gue. Nice. Kayaknya mana bro? Di crock up ya.
An enemy is unstoppable. Shut slain. Double kill.
Sini kah?
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Aduh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Death from afar.
Lagi naganya.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Dominating.
Ready to reap.
Bị trẻ nhỉ.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
Lihat game. Kelamaan gue kayak main ini. Pas.
Advantage in lane, but these guys have been very similar top performers for the team, within 30 DPM of each other, 0.1% away as far as total KP. Like, these guys have both been absolute rocks for their team, and we've talked about it a lot. Everyone used to look at RNG as the Uzi team. It is very much now the Xiaohu era. He is that top performer for the team, has been for many years across multiple positions. It's just incredible, and something we, I think, almost take for granted, the fact that, he won last year in a different role, and now here he is in the finals again at mid lane. He seems to just be able to, at will, I think this year I'll maybe win an international tournament in a new
That's
role.
what you do. Zeus looking for a lot of damage here. Flashing forward, Bin's going to flash away. Barrel chain does not connect, but Zeus winning out the early trades here versus the Nart.
Yeah, heavily so, because it was actually a cloth 4-pot start. So he's completely out of potions. The fact that he actually went for that, this very defensive start, has already burned through all of these potions as well. Owner even pushing Wei off of the red buff here. Went red Raptors and then Gromp and then invades up here towards this top side. So he has the red buff and it does push Wei back. Wei now though going up towards Zeus.
This will dive down in the bottom lane. Ignite ticking on Ming. There's a lot of damage that flashed away from Zeus though in the top lane. Overstepped a little bit and Wei there for first blood.
Nicely done by Wei. Zeus trying to reset that. Owner now trying to come up here. We'll see if he can actually catch Bin. Wei's just got to make time.
Owner flashes forward, brings down the staff. Owner gets a counter kill for T1. Wave not in the best of states for Zeus. He has TP'd to his tower. Wei's going to try and keep pushing this one out. Dashes away. Counter TP by Bin.
Oh, nicely done there by Owner. Getting aggressive, flashing past Wei to get that kill. But really creative pathing from Wei because, he gets pushed off his red buff. And I think Zeus was just expecting that meant he was going to play it defensive, give the respect over that Owner could be there. But Wei kind of calling the bluff, just goes in, is able to get that kill onto Zeus, grabs first blood for himself. Neither top laner picking up the kill, but still, RNG will grab first blood. And on this wraparound play, as we saw Owner on the minimap, he was over towards mid lane. He was actually looking to make a wraparound play there on Xiaohu. I think his read was Wei would come back towards mid to look to cover. So he goes up, gets that kill there, and then Owner, Wei has to buy time here for Bin, has to create the space, but he's not able to do it. There was just no hesitation from Owner, flashes in. And again, because there is no red buff on Wei, he's not comfortable taking the 1v1 even afterwards.
Wei once again, though, looking up towards this top side. Will be spotted on this ward in the Tribush. Clears that one out. Owner a little bit late on his, well, actually not late on his reset. Wei has yet to reset on this Viego, so Owner will have the first reset, gets himself a Caulfield's Warhammer, is now going down towards that bottom lane. Speaking of, it's about even down towards that bottom side. You can see Gumayusi still very topped up on health, still 2 potions to the good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We got to see T1, and we were talking about a lot about top lane, but they got the flash and the ignite off of Ming, right? And creating that amount of pressure now means that Ming has got to play this 2v2 a lot more defensively, so it's a huge win for Keria and Gumayusi. A range support without flash has got to play passively, and a range support playing passively is not creating the advantages that you really want to see.
Especially with the engaged potential of a Tahm Kench. I think a lot of us think of Tahm Kench as, you know, he protects his AD carry, all he's going to do is devour them, get them out of the fight. But now that Abyssal Voyage is a normal spell, it's no longer his ultimate, you can go in, you can be aggressive, you can use that thick skin to tank up the damage coming back out from RNG.
Absolutely, and if you actually connect with that, there's the ability to follow up with the chompers. There is actually that CC lockdown. Of course, it can be difficult. The speed ups from the Karma Shield can help Ming to dodge out on those, but you know, we never got to see the setup for the fight. We just got to see the end of that, where T1 was really creating those advantages. Mid lane has created a slight advantage for them, about a wave up there for Faker. Top lane seems very even. Overall, really competitive game, and T1 bouncing back strong here.
Yeah, kind of to be expected that these two teams would be very close. Historically, RNG have slowly been working their way back towards beating T1. They've faced 4 times in best of 5s, and actually RNG have yet to win a single 1-0-4, but the last one was 3-2 in the Worlds. Oh, that one came up and then went down a little bit quicker than I was expecting. So yeah, last one was 3-2 at Worlds 2017. So RNG now looking for their first win against T1 in a best of 5 way. Now looking up towards the top lane. Zeus puts down the cannon barrage, just going to try and tread onto Bin. Good night to the wall, but Zeus is the oranges and he is K. He walks away. Faker's here. The frozen tomb buried his way in the ground.
Zeus coming up huge for T1. Wins out in the 1v2, and then Faker on the roam. On the bot side, they do force a flash from Keria, so RNG getting something back. But when GP is getting ahead early in this matchup, there's no worse scaling in the Gnar versus GP matchup. GP is going to outscale you, is creating this advantage already. And T1 utilizing their mid pressure to just have that roam comes up to great success.
It's what you said, the ability of Faker to get out of the lane, but also Zeus showing why coming into today he was seen as the best top laner in the tournament. This is what we were expecting in Game 1. Game 1 went to Bin, but the oranges to get out of the Gnar ult, to then trade with the parlay, and Wei oversteps a little bit trying to get some damage onto Zeus.
Yep, absolutely, and there is that electric. You can see the bounty hunter proc for Faker as well, so getting paid on the roam, collects the kill, he's up farm, he's made the roam happen.
T1 have done such a good job taking Xiaohu off his Galio, meaning he's not able to walk around the map as much now. Only 600 gold ahead, but still a much better start in terms of how the compositions scale into the game.
Exactly. You know, I actually really favor what T1 has drafted in the 5v5 this time around, where at last game, I was much more on the RNG side. So yes, the gold lead is smaller than last game, but compositionally, I think their game state is much, much better than it was. We can see Wei has snuck in here. They're going to try to find a pick onto Owner.
Owner dashes away. Faker, no frozen tomb for him. Xiaohu and Wei will just steal away this red. Brick comes down. Bin looking for the damage. Zeus once again the oranges to get out of the Gnar, but Bin goes into the mini form at the perfect time here to continue to trade. Has that range advantage. Of course, the parlay on a short cooldown. Zeus will get it back up and just clear out the wave.
Yeah, Zeus going to be pushing this in. It does get a little bit risky because, again, you see Faker is roaming. He's missing from that minimap. So Bin has got to back it up, and Bin has no TP. So even just Faker missing from mid lane means Bin doesn't get to farm this next wave here unless they can see him back in mid. He's just going to have to give it up, take a poor recall, while T1 do collect another Herald here. That is really good for them because Zeus may even be able to grab another plate on top. Yes, RNG take a dragon on the bottom side, but this is going to be minions denied, the advantage getting bigger here, and if he can take down another plate, Herald means potentially full first tower.
This is so much more what we expected from T1. The early game, giving up the dragon, making sure you get the Herald, winning out in your lane state on that top side, and now getting this lead and slowly progressing it. Losing the dragon isn't a big thing for them. They are much more a Herald-focused team. In fact, they've only lost 3 of the first Heralds in any of their games throughout the entirety of MSI.
Yeah, absolutely, and they still have yet to lose a first tower, which I just think is ridiculous. But looking for the engage here onto Gala.
Gala still has the Featherstorm.
Yeah, and able, once you have the minions between you and TK, you're not really worried because the Tongue Lash can't come through. Just able to step back with Ming coming in, but a nice little try there for Keria. Not much of a risk, and if you are able to land it, hey, maybe you get the ulti or something out.
And from RNG's perspective, they are in a little bit of a hole at the moment, as you say. Gangplank just outscales the Gnar as this game goes on, has that cannon barrage to impact other portions of the map. And none of your other lanes are really in a massively advantageous position. Wei is strong, you know, he's 20 CS up, but what can he use that advantage to do? And trying to control the bottom side river with all of this vision that you are so elegantly highlighting, Azael. But what is that getting them?
Well, I mean, it's allowing them to actually have push more safely, right? Because as we saw, every time Faker leaves mid, Bin has to back off. Towards bot side, they have a lot more vision coverage, so they can feel more comfortable to be pushed up as they are to this tower, right? If you don't have that line of wards, you've got to play much more defensively. You've got to play with much more respect to the fact that these roams and ganks could be coming in. And they know, drafting for this Karma, they need to be creating advantages. They want to be pushing, trying to farm plates here, and that is exactly what they are able to do right now.
I do wonder if Ono is going to make a beeline for the bot lane and just try and get this Rift Tower down for some extra gold into Gumayusi's pockets. He's only about 300 gold behind now. Faker 700 ahead in the mid lane. Zeus about 700 ahead towards that top side, which is where the majority of T1's lead is developing. But getting more gold into a Jinx, getting her towards that first item, getting her out on the map can be a big changing moment, big crux in a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jinx is just so strong in the later stages of the game. So yes, they are creating a slight advantage down there in the bot lane, but it hasn't felt like it's been enough to justify the Karma just yet. You know, that 5th pick Karma here is much more, I think, lane focused. Of course, you can be powerful in the team fights, but Keria, you know, drafting the TK clearly to keep this Jinx safe in those later stages. Wei trying to look for an angle here to wrap around, but there's vision in that river, and there's not going to be much of an opportunity here, I think, unless Zeus way oversteps.
RNG continuing just to look for it a little bit. Zeus, Nard back, eats the oranges,
nice
dodges
step.
away from the wallop for the stun, but Wei coming in with a Spectral Maw as well. Zeus does still have the flash, no stuns available, but the boomerang will find its mark. Bin on the board.
Nicely done by Bin, just scoops him in as Zeus steps forward for that wave. They do find an opportunity here to go in, get that kill. That is critical to slow down Zeus, who's already on Triforce here, and you look at the itemization of Bin, it's not much.
Everfrost, Charm comes out, Xiaohu able to walk away from this one. Frozen Tomb, Spirit Rush enough from Xiaohu to escape. Ming now looking for the chains as well. Faker has to flash. Ona goes back in the cycle. Spirit Rush once again. Ona, Xiaohu able to dodge across the wall and Wei there in time. Meanwhile in the bottom lane, Gumayusi, Gala flashes, but the super mega death rocket lives up to his name. Wei though still on the chase as Keria does still have a flash to get away. Faker hits to try and protect as Keria puts the tongue lash down. Faker, glacial path across the wall, perfectly placed to escape the fight.
Oh, it's so scrappy in game 2. Both teams got their warm-ups out in game 1. They're ready to go. Gala trying to dive Gumayusi there. He had the earlier Gale Force, so wanted to make use of that Mythic. You know, he's looking for the play on the bot side. And when you do have Mythic to no advantage, you almost always want to look for these aggressive plays here. He lands the root, and Gumayusi flashing back, proccing the heal there with the fleet footwork, and then has the spacing to land the ulti there onto the Xayah. Really well played, and so frustrating for Gala because it looked like he had him dead to rights.
Yeah, that single auto attack leaving him on about 10 HP. Gala would have thought that he had that one. Zeus though, good little remove Scurvy there to escape. Parlay, Cannon Barrage, Bin's already flashed. Bin, he's on the edge. He's on the edge of it. Zeus walks in, blap blap. Zeus takes the kill.
You're between a rock and a hard place right there. Zeus knocks him down with the pistol. And gonna have the push here. Bin does have TP, but at the same time, T1 pushing on the other side of the map. This is the T1 we have come to expect.
Wei flashing, Heartbreaker not available for him. The Rift Tower does go down though, so that's a lot of plates not falling into Gumayusi's pocket.
It's really interesting because Wei, yes, he has to commit the flash, but that's basically a flash to prevent a kill's worth of gold. So in this case, even though it looks a little bit silly, I'd actually call worth on that. I think that is pretty good. What is unfortunate is that a full tower farmed out there by Zeus. Solo gold on the first tower. Look at the discrepancy between those top laners. 2,000 already for Zeus. He is off to the races, and Faker up 1K in mid lane. That is the big concern here. T1 solo laners are just looking unstoppable in this one.
2,000 gold the lead for T1 as we get towards that 14-minute mark. And although RNG have been in this position before, 2,500 gold behind on average in their LPL finals, which went to all 5 games against TES. Faker and T1 have so often shown us how you snowball a game from this position. Early game lead, strong composition, good scaling, you get 2 items, and you just demolish the enemy team.
It's going to be really, really hard, I feel like, for RNG. It will take some incredible plays, you know, from Xiaohu and Gala in particular, because Bin is put so far down, he's never going to be relevant in the 1v1 unless they can find some way to get multiple picks off on Zeus. Zeus, excuse me. So a lot of pressure now on these RNG carries to really make things happen here. And we'll see if they're able to do that. But T1 are just better set up for success in this. Their 5v5 is looking better. Their early game, they have a 2,000 gold lead. RNG's lone advantage really is the 2 dragons. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be willing to just hard commit and fight at this next dragon.
Is a Hextech Soul as well. A very powerful soul, probably the strongest in the game. The gates, of course, give us a little bit of joy as we watch the players tunnel through them. Second Rift Herald, though, secured by T1. Unless Wei does something miraculous, he's backing, so he's not going to be here. T1 will get the second Herald. They have a 2,500 gold lead, and now RNG are left looking for answers. You have to expect the next dragon will be the play. Whether RNG decide to contest is a question for another day.
Exactly. I mean, the question is, do you give up this next dragon here and potentially your soul stacking condition to try to trade for gold on the other side of the map? Because T1 are pressing heavily. This mid lane tower is dead to rights. All of T1 is in the area here.
Faker first to move as well, so Xiaohu's going to have to take a very long way around if T1 decides to continue their advance. Rift Herald will fall though, so T1 call off the battle in the mid lane.
Yeah, Faker just playing bodyguard there, you know, blocking out Xiaohu, and now, oh, a nice little sidestep. Both players battling back and forth here. Faker taking the claw in, trying to threaten Xiaohu and force out the ulti, knowing the owner is in the area. But both of these mid laners know exactly what the other is doing, and it's kind of this back and forth game of cat and mouse. You know, Faker having that defensive position around mid lane, then Xiaohu trying to take one of his own down here towards bot lane and create these slight advantages.
It's been a back and forth between the two of them for so long. Worlds 2016, 2017, both of them were there. Faker constantly coming out on top, and now it seems like it's Xiaohu's time to shine. MSI title last year, Charm comes out, Glacial Path. The Charm was through the entire duration of the Glacial Path, so Faker couldn't take it, but a good Everfrost will mean that he manages to escape with his life.
Nice little attempt from Xiaohu. You've got to look for those sorts of plays when you are losing control in a game. Wei now trying to get coverage here. They have delayed the base from Faker quite a lot. His TV's not quite up. But Owner is down here. You can see Keria moving down as well. They don't want to give up this tower for free, trying to keep the gold advantage in their favor prior to this next dragon, knowing that from T1 side, you pretty much have to fight this third dragon, it feels like, and they're in a great spot to do so. They want to make sure that their item completions are much better, as Faker's looking for an aggressive play.
Looking for Wei and Ming is going to go the long way around. Tower does still stand here, though, so Wei and Ming know they have the safety of that structure. Owner steps forward, puts the control ward in the bush, and decides against going further. So he's using the S move thing here. I quite like it on Wukong, because when you press S, your character just stops. But with Wukong, when you go into your decoy as well, the character model does the same thing. So he's trying to bait the fact that he's using his decoy in case anyone has vision on him. And RNG then have to respect the fact that he could be jumping onto their faces.
And I was going to say, you know, you're not going to see something like that in pro play, but then we saw the Faker flash in the bush yesterday. Which was absolutely crazy. So you can never put it past them to pull off these plays, man, you know, at this level.
Best players in the world right now on the MSI stage. It's not too surprising that they are pulling out all of the stops as Zale. And this game has been defined by T1 coming out on top of a lot of those small battles. Zeus, especially in the top lane, having a stellar performance, much more like the Zeus we saw against G2 yesterday and through the MSI Rumble stage.
Absolutely. Already has that collector completed. You know, some people were critical of the more kind of bruisery, split pushy style of builds. Most people are more of a fan of Triforce into crit. And I'm kind of expecting him to continue down that path. We'll see if he diverges, but you can just complete a Zeal item, go your IE as the 4th, and you can become incredibly threatening towards those later stages. You know, one crit GP barrel can absolutely change a game. As Bin knows all too well.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Players on both pain.
So much pain.
Players on both sides who've caused European fans pain in the past. As Faker looks to try and cause Xiaohu some pain in the bottom lane. Cleanse away there from the Frozen Tomb. Keria here for a little bit of help, but with both the towers still remaining and the Charm going wide, both the teams will call off their advance. Super Mega Death Rocket, where's that one going? I've seen Prey hit these with an arrow, not with a rocket, and this one goes just a little bit wide.
Not quite able to connect. Would have been really nice right before this spawn of this dragon here. And we'll see what the resets do look like for RNG. They're resetting very late. You can see Bin's heading out towards top, and Mega is expiring. So I don't think they're even going to contest this. I think it will just be a T1 Dragon, and RNG will try to get some gold back on the map. But the problem is they don't have their waves really set up to do so. You know, you look at the waves, it's already pushed in all the way up here from T1. T1's pushing in mid. You know, Bot is pushing in as well. There's not really anywhere that RNG can go to grab a free tower. should be able to get back towards that top side pretty quickly to defend this if they want. Zeus could even commit his ult towards top side to defend that tower and take out the mini wave.
Pistol Voyage going down, they're looking for Ming. He flashes. Cannon Barrage was an option. Super Mega Death Rocket's still on cooldown, so they don't know if they had enough damage for the full follow-up. As you say, the Cannon Barrage from Zeus could just go down towards that top lane, although T1 might want to save it for the next possible fight, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. They are advancing towards the tier 2 in the bottom side of the map.
Exactly. They're just going to try to trade this tier 1 top for 2 towers bot. They already knocked down the tier 1. RNG late on the resets, and T1 have 5 members here. Xiaohu's not going to be able to defend this on his own.
And the threat of the claw as well. You see it advancing towards you. You have to back away because a single Frozen Tomb locks you in place. Xiaohu no cleanse as well because he used it earlier.
Exactly. That's the key thing. Faker trading his ult aggressively in that one trade. It's like, well, you're just getting the cleanse. What's the point? But the ulti cooldown for Lissandra is much lower than that of the cleanse.
Yeah.
So if you can trade that out, rinse and repeat, then even just that claw threatens enough that Xiaohu knows, if I get ulted, I'm dead without cleanse, so I must respect it. I must use the ulti defensively here. T1 looking really, really strong in game number 2. 3,500 ahead at this point. Faker's got the Zonias through. 2 item completions are through for all of their key members now.
Ming has no flash. And Ono is there. Tongue lash into the Abyssal Voyage. No knockup needed. The Cyclone for the follow-up. Ming trying to heal himself up. Not enough. Ignite ticks and Keria takes the kill. Bin though now on the chase. Any TP opportunities for RNG? None. As it looks like the Hextech Gate will be enough for Keria to escape.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill and get out. A great job punishing this squishy support here, this Enchanter support. Ming on a warding mission, knowing that, hey, post 20 minutes, they have Jinx, they have GP. There is a possibility that they could start looking towards Baron. So he, at the very least, wants to maintain that kind of vision in their own jungle where they could check that from.
It's part of the risk of having a ranged support that's quite squishy. It's like, who face checks for us? Right now, Bin with Meganar really is the only one on RNG that can face check, and it's the same problem that we saw T1 having in game 1. Like, who could face check on that team? Nocturne, well, Ona often was dead before they could even really begin the fight. Vision control for T1. Sublime down towards this Baron pit. They have total control. You can see RNG's vision only remains in their own side of the jungle. It's very hard now for RNG to find any opportunities, any avenues to advance this game.
Yeah, it is becoming really, really difficult for them. So they are going to be the ones with more pressure. T1 can just kind of sit back, relax, continue doing what they are doing. They've been playing this out so well. Faker now looking for Ming again.
Ming, he's just left to his own devices, trying to get vision down. Wei trying to fight Keria here. The thick skin will help out Keria a little bit as Gumayusi and Ono are here for the flank. Gala looking for Ono. TP coming in as RNG. Maybe it found the fight that they were looking for. Cannon Barrage goes down. Ono low. Everfrost short. Zeus trying to dodge away from Xiaohu. Ono on the backline, but Wei's already taking him out. Good charm. Oranges from Zeus. Bin looking for the bricks. Gets it onto Zeus, and the chase continues. RNG flash forward.
Miss.
The bricks miss. Wei goes in with a heartbreaker, and Zeus will fall.
Oh, that's huge for RNG. They get multiple kills here. Owner is down. They're going to go to Baron. It looked like T1 had everything in their favor. And just like that, RNG find the window to take the fight. And now T1 looking like they are unwilling to give this up. Guma still has all summoners. Faker has ulti. Will they try?
A Jinx and a Tahm Kench versus a team of
You've
seen this before. The charm flashed away by Gumayusi. Faker looking to get in from the back of the pit. Frozen Tomb available for him. RNG calling T1's bluff.
Holy shit!
Finds them all. Gumayusi, Keria, and Faker will not go quietly into the night. Form is temporary. Faker is forever.
Oh my God, T1 going wild there. Keria's even going to chase him down and take down Wei. You hear Busan erupt as the unkillable Demon King flies into the pit, and him and Gumayusi make RNG regret trying that Baron in their faces. 5v3. Be damned, they get it all. And they're still on the chase here. All right,
oh, wait.
All right, okay.
Yeah, we see you, Wei. Good escape. Keeps the jungler up. Means that Baron is a little bit harder for T1. Of course, the Hextech Gates mean... Oh, well, Baron's already taken. Actually, RNG did secure it in the middle of the fight. I was so focused on the kills. It makes it a lot harder, you're right.
Way harder.
Yeah, RNG get at least one Baron out alive.
Yeah.
So Wei can buff up those minions, but now T1 making a beeline for the other side of the map. Dragon up in 30 seconds time.
The rich get richer, though. You look over at T1 side. Third items now coming through here. LDR for Zeus. I keep saying that. IE now through here for Gumayusi. So that is massive. And you can see Faker likely working towards a death cap next. He already has the Mage Eyes. is looking really, really strong already. Do RNG start this up on spawn? That is the big question.
TP behind? Oh no, it's TP
Just to
to the other
rejoin the
side.
team.
Yeah. Doesn't want to get flanked. RNG flanked so well in game one. T1 though, 4,500 gold ahead. Won the last fight. Faker and Ona looking for a position to get onto this backline. What have we got in terms of ultimates and flashes? Gala and Ming both have their flash. Gumayusi none, Keria none, Faker none. No one on T1 has that summoner spell. Bin looking to try and get on towards that backline. Xiao Hu goes forward. The charm's going to connect. Great devour from Keria. Once again in the right position. Faker pops the frozen tomb in the midst of RNG. Rooted up. There's the stopwatch. Heartbreaker in by way. The Cyclone onto the backline.
Oh, big.
Once again lives up to its name. Gumayusi with a triple in the river.
And they're going to push down mid. They're going to potentially look to try to end here. Forget the dragon.
Wah, kali ya dapat dua, coy.
T1 racing towards that mid lane.
Kena
They want to tie
Super
this
Mega
series
Death
up.
Rocket. SMD.
T1 heard you talking smack in game one, and they came back with a haymaker. RNG could do nothing in the early game, could do nothing in the mid game, and when they did something, they were slapped back into the dirt. T1 advancing for these Nexus towers. 1-1 in their eyes. Busan erupts as T1 look to make RNG pay for their hubris. Faker still alive. Ming tries to take him down, but he's unkillable for a reason. 1-1 in the MSI finals.
8-0-2 from Gumayusi, stepping up huge in the team fights. T1 looking so strong in game number 2. I love the draft. Zeus was incredible in the early stages, finding even the 1v2 kill, escaping. Faker, it felt like, was everywhere on the Lissandra, taking a page out of Xiao Hu's book. What he used against EG looked very, very effective here. But man, what a crazy game. It comes down to the huge mountain around the Baron where, RNG, it felt like had been getting choked out for so long. They find a couple picks and you're saying, oh my God, they're actually going to turn this game around. They're going to get the Baron. It's 5v3, but then Faker with the perfect engage and Gumayusi with the perfect follow-up wipes them off the map, and really that wiped out the rest of their hopes for that game.
T1 were born in the Baron flip. They were molded by it. They didn't see a clean Baron setup.
Experience.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't see a clean Baron setup until they were in the MSI finals, and then they were blinded by it. RNG as well, blinded by T1, blinded by Faker in that game. What a performance all around by T1. And I'll be honest, after game one, I wondered if T1 would be able to find those early game leads like we've seen them do in the past, and whether they'd be able to really challenge RNG. But here, the fact they drafted Teamfight and then we're still able to take out RNG, it's a good sign for the rest of the series, Azael.
I mean, it is absolutely terrifying. When you have the Narada GP, you go cloth armor, 4-pot, and you're out of potions at like level 2, level 3, and the GP is pressing. It's, ooh, that's getting scary.
They call him Zeus for a reason. And for this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team anthem, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. Here's the team anthem you selected for RNG, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart by Gala. Listen to all the team anthems on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
Take note. Penonton tadi. Mana tadi?
teams, they're so heavily reliant on their support being the primary initiator.
Yeah, Lyric, I had asked, after a deathless game by Bin, how does T1 deal with the man? They found a way.
Yeah, exactly. We saw RNG putting a lot of attention up there, and T1 were responding great. We saw numerous times of Owner and Faker matching the roams. Zeus even just being able to outplay in the 1v2 to buy time for the rest of his team to get there. It's one of the reasons why we came in saying that, you know, he's probably the best performing player in the whole tournament so far, and it's great to see T1 invest more resources into him. It's great to see them counteract RNG's strategy, and it led them into a very strong mid game where against the comp RNG had, I feel like it's very hard to play out through the mid game, and even just for RNG as a team, it's not a very RNG-esque draft at all. Like Emily was saying, right? Having the Karma down in the support role, been not much of a Gnar player this split whatsoever, and this man took advantage of it.
Yeah, and it was good to see Zeus also have a game where he's bouncing back. I'm really glad Jordan brought up the jungle attention because, I did think Owner did a really good job, as well as Faker, to respond to the fact that, okay, we know you're going to play around the top side of the map to try to make sure the Gnar gets ahead. And just looking at the overall team composition, again, like, the Gnar is pretty much their only initiation, right? Where, like, you look at the other side, I don't know how well you guys are aware of this, but Keria in the LCK is known as a battle Kench. It is not a defensive champion, it is a offensive champion. And then we just saw some, I mean, obviously that Baron fight from Faker, that insane Lissandra play was just kind of the icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's nice to see EG made it to the finals in some way, shape, or form. Getting a taste of the Battle Kench from Vulcan, bringing it through to pick up the win here. Let's not forget, though, that RNG had a moment or two where it almost looked like it was going to turn back in their favor. We talk about that mid lane fight that gave them at least the permission, or so they thought, to move towards the Baron. But as we know here, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 secure the fight following RNG picking up the Baron. It's all the man Faker on that Lissandra.
Faker revokes their permission, okay? They set up on Baron 5 members of RNG. Gumayusi flashes the charm critically. His backup damage behind the engage from Faker is how they win it, but Faker goes in, locks everybody down. The ultimate AoE on everyone, sets it up for the rocket from Guma from the outside. Just perfect timing there from Faker on the initiation, getting all of them low enough for the execution damage, and they pull off the 3v5 scenario on Baron, even though they don't get the dream scenario where you also get the Baron steal. They're still able to use that gold and chasing way off the map to further advance their map movement.
Yeah, we don't get the Baron, but I'll take 4 of my opponents dying in the span of 0.3 seconds. That's going to feel good. And again, it just speaks to the playmaking potential of Faker. It speaks to the carry potential of Faker, regardless of the type of champion he's on. That's the veteran experience that we talk about when we talk about Faker, right? Is understanding what he has to do on the given champion to carry. And it's not always going to be picking up the kills. In this case, it was Guma, but he's setting up for those kills.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of want to highlight
Guma. Frozen Tomb available for him. RNG calling T1's bluff, and Faker finds them all!
LCK, and again, he had a beautiful scoreline. Almost all of it was set up for him. Very easy in terms of like the front-to-back setup since RNG don't have a way of hitting him. But he always was positioning as aggressively as he could, getting the autos in, finding the resets, and it helped lead T1 to such an easy victory.
So we're even up, right? Neither of these teams had taken a loss in their semifinal, and now they've traded wins back and forth as we play through the final moments and the final fight in this game. I kind of want to talk about where we stand now in evaluating these two teams in this series.
Yeah, T1 bouncing back so heavily. That play right there was so beautiful, though. You know, Faker with the self-ult into stopwatch, baiting the Viego ult down, and then just causing them to run through it. I think T1 in this game really flexing their versatility and their adaptability in the best of 5 is a huge part for the bounce back for this series, because they utilized a lot of components that RNG have stuck to the entire tournament long, so that's why it looks so good now.
And I didn't mind them bringing out the draft they did in game 1, right? Because you might as well try it. Like, you might as well be like, you know what, can we do this super heavy, like, push lane, you know, snowball the early game to the point where, like, you know, RNG can't respond. But, you know, reminder, they're also really, really strong at team fighting, and they can match RNG there. So then it just becomes about who's going to be controlling that mid-game vision and responding to cross-map plays.
I'm going to assume, although I can wait for confirmation as well, side selection with being in RNG's choice this time around, that they'll hop back to blue, as that's been the winning side so far. Do you think then, Lyric, that the priority still has to be around securing Bin his champion first and foremost, his matchup, before we fill out the rest of the draft?
I don't necessarily feel like that has to be the go-to. I feel like for RNG, the thing I just want to see more of is just having Engage in your draft, whether it's coming out through jungle, mid, or support. I feel like those are the guys who really start off the fight for RNG. They're the ones who, once we get into the mid-game, give them the options to be able to come back into a game. And that's not really a role that suits Bin too well. He's supposed to be the damage guy, so get in your face, just hit you with a stick if he's playing Jax, hit you with scissors if he's on Gwen, anything like that, I'm happy with.
More than anything, I'm excited to see our teams trading wins here in our final.
No 3-0s.
Yeah, no more 3-0s. Please bring us all the way to 5. We'll see who gets it done here in game number 3 as we're back out to Medic and Azael for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Alongside us, though, Vedi has joined, so it's Medi.
Hello.
Medi, Vedi, Azali.
Yeah, we didn't really figure out
two
a
world
name
champions
for that.
in this guy.
Yeah, 2 world champions and a normal.
Okay. I was like, it's been so long since the world champion thing has been brought up, but the second I have 2, it's just like, yeah, they're going straight back in there.
Straight for the jugular.
Yeah.
Did you miss us?
And according to Carlos from G2, RNG and T1 are also fighting to be world champions right now. Right?
That's true.
But yes, obviously MSI title on the line between the two of them. A T1 with a great performance in game 2 to fight back. Drafted this sort of team fighting draft, still won the early game, and it felt like RNG really didn't have any tools in their toolkit to deal with T1 in game 2.
Feel to me like T1 had just way more agency in game in game 2 rather. The fact that the Lissandra for Faker, you saw what he was able to do in team fights, but also his early game impact, his ability to roam, the way in which he was working with Ona, in particular, and how they played around the top side of the map. They had Gumayusi and Keria play a more weak side defensive bot, and I think that worked much better for them. It was similar to what we saw when they played against G2, when their bot lane was consistently attacked and they gained advantages through the top side of the map. Against RNG, that seems to be a very favorable playstyle because they limit Bin's impact in particular, Xiao who's roaming, and then RNG's early game mitigation and control seems to lack.
And it starts to feel like teamfight is king, right? We look at these 2 games, we came out of draft, all right, in game 1, you were really favoring one side, in game 2, you were really favoring the other. Those are the teams that really did win. The teams that drafted the more powerful 5v5, multiple forms of engage. We've seen Enchanter bot lane not really create enough of an advantage to justify itself back-to-back games. So I am interested to see the adjustments here. You know, is Wukong going to be left open again? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. T1 obviously on the red side now as RNG elected blue. I will say teamfight being king is kind of something that was hinted at the start of the Rumble stage as well. When G2 were getting their wins a long time ago, it was them who were drafting the Ornn, looking for teamfights, looking for those 5v5s later on.
Absolutely, and I do like the Xayah ban. The Xayah ban to me says RNG want to play dive, they want to go for 5v5, so I do think they have that same read because Xayah is always that response.
And we saw it in game 1, right? The response, though, for T1 in their adaptation is the Galio removal. They're showcasing that respect towards Xiao, who clearly they don't want to bring out that Tristana mid once more, but the further adaptation, rather, is the GP removal now from away from Zeus.
I wonder what you're going to ban, Gwen or Wukong, or are you going to ban neither and trade, right? Because now those kind of seem like the obvious. So yeah, so now they're saying
you take Wukong, we
you
take
wanted
Gwen.
Wukong, exactly, and then they ban out the counter. So now does this push RNG to go towards Gwen, you know, knowing that they won't have the Jax or the GP answer? But then you're giving Owner Wukong again. I really love that last ban by T1. It's smart.
Very intelligent stuff. Of course, getting the Gwen for Bin makes a lot of sense. The guy got 13 kills in game 1. He was dominant on that pick. It does, though, as you say, give Owner that Wukong, something he played very well in game 2. And we'll see, though, RNG...
Oh, Ahri. Wow, we completely forgot. Yeah, like this was something that T1 did in fact ban in game 1. But you're right, Ahri Wukong. It's a very prevalent mid-jungle duo.
But Xiaohu can now take the Lissandra. Right? So it's actually really interesting. It's the evolution of the meta within a series, right? We saw Xiaohu, you know, going Lissandra in the EG series. Now we're seeing, you know, Faker bring it out here. I think we're getting Viego Lissandra. Vex was the older answer, but Vex really was not working. Yep, there it is, Lissandra. I think this is so cool. And now, you know, if you win again on that side, well, guess what? Ahri gets deprioritized. the evolution is very rapid between these two games. But of course, it's not just about the pick, it's about the performance. So Xiaohu has to be able to perform at that incredible level that we saw from Faker last time around for this to really be worthwhile.
Mid lane was relatively even in terms of laning stats, but when we got out of the lane was when Faker was really able to influence the map, get up towards the top lane and the bottom lane. Here, though, no top lane priority from T1. They say, we're going to let you ban out things that can work against the Gwen. We're going to get the Nautilus for carrier.
I feel like T1 should consider a Leona ban right now, removing that away from Ming. It is one of his most well-known supports. The other potential risk is the... Well, I was going to say Braum, but then RNG is very limited in terms of their engage options. Rakan was the other one I was thinking of, but into a Nautilus, I wonder if T1 is that scared of the Rakan. Of course, debatable. Right now, they're banning away 80 carries. They've removed the Tristana. They could be looking at another Caitlyn, maybe. But when I think about other 80 carries that could be available, the Kai'Sa is still up. And when you think about the dive options with the Wukong, with the Nautilus, the potential last top lane to come in for Zeus, I think that both make a lot of sense.
I'm just most interested in what the last ban is here for RNG, right? Because Jace was the answer that we saw last time around. You know, Zeus is going to have a difficult matchup against Gwen. It's the best performing top laner at the tournament here. This champion has been so dominant. The GP's gone, the Jace is gone, the Jax is gone. These are kind of all the answers that we had been seeing. You know, where is he going to go to? He's had a very deep champion pool. We've seen everything from Yone to Rumble to Aurelia.
I was debating whether the Cannon might be a pick, works so well in the later game fights alongside that Wukong in the laning phase. It's okay into the Gwen, you can auto-attack harass because you have that range advantage.
Vladimir is the only other
Very
option.
true.
It was something
the BB special.
Yeah, something that during the regular, this is during the Rumble stage rather, was considered a counter. But you already talked about it, Medic. Cannon is the other AP option that does quite well during the laning phase. At a certain point, you would argue that Gwen does get the advantage.
I mean, that's with every champion, that Gwen takes over.
But in team fights, of course, Kennen is an absolute monster.
Well, and that is my concern, you know, about this Kennen, is that you have to be able to force the 5v5s, because what Gwen can do is just force you to answer inside and use the ulti aggressively. And if you trade Gwen ult for Kennen ult in a side lane and then join for 5v5, well, Kennen's not really worth much, right? And we've seen teams get so good at actually marking and shutting down the Kennen on these flanks. So now, looking towards their AD pick. Fifth pick AD is not something we have seen much of at all, which does make me wonder, do T1 have something a little bit special?
I'm wondering if the Senna might be an option here for them. Usually very good on the Senna, obviously, alongside the Nautilus is a combo we have seen a few times where they're getting through the draft here. Ezreal, Braum, a lot of safety for RNG. They know they want to be disengaging, but of course, Aphelios does give you a little bit more team fight threat, and that's what's going to be locked in.
And I just think it makes sense because this is comfort for Gumayusi. We saw how well he performed on the Jinx, and in the previous round robin, you know, at the last game when they actually beat them, he was playing the Aphelios as well. So this is really, really interesting. Almost guaranteed you're going to take Exhaust on Braum to be able to answer the Kennen, but there's multiple dive threats here and a lot of AoE that can potentially come out from T1.
So what I will say is RNG's engage is not the strongest. However, their counter engage is very effective. Braum, Lissandra in particular as a duo, love it when champions run into them. And when you look at Wukong, Kennen, Nautilus, these are champions that primarily function by diving on top of you. So I do wonder about how well the Aphelios is going to function, because typically considered a relatively...
Yeah, it's less than 20 seconds.
I'm sure they're going to trade.
They didn't trade.
It's less than 20 seconds.
It's
the timer. Maybe obviously there was an error
Well,
with the trade.
what?
Maybe they wanted to trade, and we'll find out if that's the case. But otherwise, Zeus is playing Ahri top, or Ahri mid with a top laner.
I'd be very surprised.
I would be very surprised too. That seems like something went wrong there. But we will find out, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we do find out. Almost guaranteed you have to think that they were intending to trade, and we'll probably have to have a remake with picks and bans.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. I haven't been told that we're definitely remaking picks and bans, but that's really the only way you solve this issue. So there was a champion bug. The swap didn't go through. Will be Ahri for Faker and Kennen for Zeus.
So if we can, production, have an opportunity to get the draft back up so we can talk a little bit more about it. At this level of play, it's very... you tend not to see what I would say traditional comps, in the sense that here is your tank, here is your engage, here is your damage, blah, 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 blah. And in particular, this doesn't apply just to T1, but Korean teams in general love that carry top style with actually zero primary front line, and they'll even run like carry top, range support, and they leverage their ability to play the map and just execute well, which obviously is a harder to execute playstyle, but if done well, can often give you lane advantages translated into very good team fighting. And I think that when you think back to the last game when they ran the GP top, that was not your conventional, oh, we have a very easy front to back, I will just use my tank to engage. They have the GP, the Wukong, the Lissandra. You have to be very cautious about how you approach these fights. And that's why I really love watching games like this, because we can see that when you look at RNG's comp, traditionally, it doesn't have your atypical my tank presses R, goes in. Instead, they're going to have to be pretty creative in terms of their ability to find flanks. How do they navigate around the Kennen ultimate that's going to be flying towards them? The Braum shield is going to be really important in terms of when it's actually used. You can block all of Ahri's damage with a single shield. You can mitigate that Aphelios' input by a well-placed Braum ultimate. The team fights are going to be super high level, and if they can't execute, on paper, T1 do have the easier to execute because it is just flash press R, you know? And that's why I think these team fights are going to be super exciting, because as Emily was saying on the analyst desk, T1, they're not known for their team fighting, but that doesn't mean that they cannot team fight. It is just that typically when they win games, it is through early game dominance.
And even at the start of the LCK season, they were very much more about team fighting. They kind of left Zeus on an island up towards the top lane. They funneled into Gumayusi. They tried to look for those 5v5s later on. So as you say, even though recently we have seen T1 be early game, pressure, priority, push, get these big leads, it's very much in their wheelhouse to be able to play these late game comps.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they're all incredible mechanical players here, so they can really have these super high-level skirmishes and 5v5s. It's going to be really interesting to see how that early laning phase goes up in the top lane. A lot of pressure on Zeus, I think, to be playing from ahead as that Kennen. We know what Ben did to them in game number 1 when he got a lead. It was so hard to deal with, and I do think that can be the X factor here from RNG, because I agree with everything Betty's saying. You know, it is the kind of easier to engage side from T1. You know, RNG can look to try to find flanks and can look to try to find unique angles of approach, but they can also just play 1-4, right? If the Kennen never joins and the Gwen never joins, it's way better for RNG to have that sort of a 4v4. And I think that's why they really want to have Gwen ahead, and likewise why T1 want to be able to have their Kennen ahead so he can have the push and move.
And when we get into the nuances of the comps and how individual players perform on them, Gala's Ezreal, like, wow. Like, during the Rumble stage, we had a bit of fun joking about, well, it wasn't even the Rumble, it was before the Rumble. This man's Qs don't seem like skill shots to me. Like, he hits every single one of them.
He's playing a different character, actually. They aren't skill shots.
Yeah,
it's point and click when you log in with Gala's account info.
It's just disgusting. Like, the man is just, he's so good at Ezreal, and it is a traditional weak side AD carry. He's not going to get a huge number of resources, but when we look at also him as a player, he doesn't die very often. Like, the fact that he did die bot lane, we all know he should have killed Gumayusi there, and then the outplay came through, and then it was like, wow, okay, that was super surprising that happened. But he is a player who's someone that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on, because when I think of like Kennen, Wukong, Nautilus, I think any AD carry's life is going to be a nightmare. But when I look at Gala's Ezreal, I feel like good luck getting onto this AD carry.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been such a teamfight monster for RNG. You know, coming into this series, Gala had 132 kills. The player with the most kills on T1 was actually Zeus at 81, right? Gumayusi was down at 74. So, you know, closing in on double, right? Kills are not everything, but it does showcase, you know, how incredible he performs in these 5v5s. And that's really how RNG got here. That's how they took down top, was these 5v5s, was playing around Gala, and really just depending on him to show up huge in all of these big pressure situations, which he has for them time and time again since joining.
And of course, you look at it on the other side, I think Oner is one of the players that I often am consistently surprised by, because he's not the player that you traditionally speak about when you think about T1.
He did win LCK Summer Finals MVP.
Well, this is it. But prior to that, he was the big question mark. A lot of people were debating how would he be able to fare up. But then, as you rightly said, he stepped up when it mattered. And I think that he continues to do that for T1. And I think here in this final, he's having a great performance, just like he did on the Wukong last game. So many star-studded players, such a very impressive final in terms of talent across the board. I'm excited that we got a 1-1 already, because it means that we're guaranteed at least 2 more games. I'm hoping that we can get 5, because both these teams deserve it.
I'm also excited none of us have said the line that you don't say when it's 1-on-1. You know, that we've got a series on our...
Why would you... Oh.
See, I didn't finish it. Got you. Obviously, we do have a short delay as we are remaking picks and bans. Same picks, same bans, just an issue with Faker and Zeus swapping over their champions. So we'll be getting on into Game 3 in just a moment. RNG versus T1. It's been back and forth, punch for punch so far, but after this game, one team will take the lead in this best of 5.
Ooh, double exhaust for RNG. I actually really like this adaptation. Exhaust is absolutely a must against Kennen, and it is double cleanse, as Betty's pointing out here, for Faker and Gumayusi. But it is Spellbook for Ming, and we are going to have that Exhaust as the base summoner spell, so he's going to have that available quite often. It pretty much guarantees that you're always going to have one for Kennen between the two of you, and you can potentially get an Exhaust on both Zeus and Owner as they're actually diving in, which really does shut down those champions because there's so much about the upfront burst, and their burst is extremely telegraphed. That's why pretty much anytime there's a Kennen in the game, there'll be an Exhaust on the other team.
I actually love the Spellbook for Min as well. I think in the EG game when he played Rom, he TP'd up towards the top lane and absolutely shut down any hope that EG had in that game.
He did that a lot.
I do. I mean, RNG did it. T1 have done it a lot. Like, we've both been on the losing end of that one. But I do want to just hone in a little bit more on Ming and Keria. Two of the best supports in the world. Keria came into the tournament widely regarded as the best player in the world, and I think he really showed that yesterday against G2. He continues to show it in these series. Even his game on the Tahm Kench was just sublime to watch.
And statistically, supports are always very difficult to represent, right? They're a tough one because...
CSD at 10 up there.
Yeah.
Vision score.
But I think that what we really want to get to is, like, the stats are never going to truly represent how talented both of these supports are. And the moment that I saw that Spellbook Braum, the first thing I thought of was TP Braum. Yeah. And I'm reminded of that play that Ming made. Then we think back to the plays that Keria made yesterday, his clutch engages, his insane saves. Like, both of these supports are so integral to the success of their teams, and often it can be subtle, but sometimes it can be massive, and it's very deliberate in terms of how they what you see. And it all starts here in the laning phase, and both of these supports are going to be going toe to toe.
Nice little trade back there on Keria as they proc the Braum passive. But I mean, I think back to Keria on the Nautilus against G2. That was just something to behold. Yep. He is so good at this champion, it is ridiculous. But really, as you say, the stats do not encapsulate. It's so much more about the eye test, about what these players bring to the team. And really, the graphic can just say really good, also really good.
I did suggest that, but I was, batted down.
I would have had your back. I didn't get a vote on that, just so you know.
Well, let's have a look at Wei now.
Yeah, look for something. Oner doesn't have the smite, nor does Wei. Both of them coming off cooldown at the same time. Spectral more. Look for that stun. Oner dodges back into it. Smite, though, a possibility. Oner used his. Wei did not use his. Oner, though, does get the heal out of the smite. Faker on his way from that mid lane. Oner forced away. Blast Cone could go back in. Wei tanking up the red buff. It does reset. He's going to start it back up. Faker coming in from the side. Bin and Zeus trading in the top lane. Wei now needs to get out. Does have the flash. Dodges away from the charm. Heals up. Faker looking for the damage with the Orb of Deception. Faker, though, now in for a while to hurt the red buff. Ticking.
Nice.
Ticking. Faker flashed away. 4 HP between him and certain death. Xiaohu going in as they look for the damage first. Blood still onto Oner, who stayed around too long.
Wei is just a madman. Keria is 1v2. I don't think Keria wants this, though. Wei is ready to scrap, and Ming is up here. Wei just pulled off the same invade that Oner did to him in the previous time, where he actually had that wraparound play afterwards to get the kill. But this is so interesting to see that exact same path. It was red Raptors into the Gromp, invade enemy red when he started on blue, so you have that red buff advantage. And Wei knew the strength of his champion in this 1v1, stays around for so long, scrapping it out. And it was also critical that Xiaohu was trading so aggressively with Faker and had him low health so that he couldn't commit to take him out.
Faker survived with 3 HP. That
two more than he needs.
Yep.
That was
calculated, mate.
2 more than he needs.
It's Faker.
He's been here 10 years. He's done the maths. Like, come on.
The face, you guys didn't get to see it, but the face that Sarah just gave me was like, it was just like, what are you talking about, Vinny? Of course, that was...
Have you seen it?
But wow, yeah, I love that you brought up the last game as well, because that is only possible because of this mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
And something you talked a lot about in the draft was the evolution of the series meta. We saw in game 1 this use of Lissandra getting prio, and look, you're seeing it again. Wei knows that he can do this. He knows in the straight up 1v1, Viego is going to win against Wukong at level 3. And even after the smites, look, Wei is still winning. And notice that Wei has the red buff versus the blue buff as well, so he just has more damage to win out.
It's really, really interesting. And a lot of people are going to say, well, where's Kennen? Kennen had the push. Well, actually, we saw that Gwen starts fighting Kennen, so Kennen can't just move for free. RNG were scrapping in all of their solo lanes here. Even the supports were moving up, all because they knew Wei was winning out in his situation, so they start scrapping so that the solo laners from T1 can't assist.
And then look, Xiao who gets so close to dying, but the immediate follow-up from Wei as well. He had his flash the entire time, and just a really well-executed play. It's important to remember too, Faker probably didn't run armor runes, right? Which means that when he runs into a level 3 jungler like Wei, and all you have is like basic attacks and you're not going to be doing much damage to Dari, he's not afraid to just walk up to you and slap you with his sword. You know, like Wei, very comfortable in understanding how he can play these matchups and carry it with another good hook.
Ming should be able to dash away from this one. Carrier, the hook might not be as good as you thought. Graviton, though, for the double stun. Owner coming from the side as well, does still have the flash. Ming, the exhaust, the first one. Graviton, Gumayusi, one more auto is enough to take the kill. T1 on the board.
Wei is coming, though. Will they actually look for a re-engage? I don't think so, as this wave is just so big. So they're going to have to farm it up. They're looking to pressure around mid. Faker has no cleanse, but I'm not sure they can really get any sort of a dive done here, but will they look for it?
XP, this is the important thing.
Just about to get 6.
Exactly. Xiao who just got 6. Oh my god.
They're going to try it.
I'm always so impressed with how RNG play around those timings.
No flash, no
Here we go.
How are you going to get out of this one? Glacial Path down. There's the Frozen Tomb stun. Charm wide, and it's easy enough for RNG in the mid lane. Xiao who takes 2 tower shots and walks out.
The timing, the execution, everything so clean there from RNG, and their early game has been immaculate. You have to give credit too to T1's bottom lane. That little exchange did look scary, and Carrier once again looking for another engage.
With the CC here, no follow-up. Velios obviously not in the area. Ming just forced away. Ming only level 3 to the level 5 of Carrier.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a problem. Carrier obviously spending a lot of time down there. It does mean Gala getting more solo experience, which is great. But Lissandra, back-to-back games, is a problem. You know, Xiao, it's a lot of almosts. Oh my god, he's level 6 to level 4.
Level 6 to level 4, he dashes forward. Skill shots aimed exactly where they need to be. Gala, 1 to the good.
Oh my god, the roaming. We're talking about, oh, Ming, you're pretty low level. Well, Gala, he's level 6.
Right. I just noticed that Gumayusi was level 4, and my brain is trying to wrap my head around how did this happen? How is Carrier a higher level than his AD carry? But the biggest thing is that Ming has just been roaming so much, which has left Gala on this edge where we talked about in the draft how this is a weak side AD carry, very self-sufficient, very safe to play, and it's Gala's Ezreal, a champion that he is very comfortable on and is very well known for. The moment he hits level 6, he's like, I'm going for the all-in. Gets a 1v1 kill, gets his revenge from last game, and RNG off to a fantastic early game.
I mean, just being 2 levels up there is absolutely crazy. You know, it's the new strat. Just get out my lane, support. Give me all the XP. You know, making the most of it there, hitting everything he needed to. Is so big for them. You know, slightly ahead in the gold. Wei, of course, enjoying a nice gold lead himself. And Viego from ahead is terrifying because if you can get that first reset, you can take over the fights.
It certainly is. And I think the good news for T1 is, as we saw the gold, Gumayusi not that far behind. He did end up dying in the 1v1. His XP is going to be struggling a little bit. They're actually going to make a rotation up towards the top side of the map to be able to contest for this Herald because Gala has a bit of a freeze going on in the bottom lane. But overall, T1 still not in the worst of positions, even if RNG find themselves with the killer lead.
Absolutely. And Zeus has created a large CS advantage, right? You know, so that is kind of the untold story. I'm not sure how much Bin lost off of that scrapping, because when Wei was doing the invade, Bin had to start fighting, right? And it looked like his wave was at his tower. So sometimes in those situations, if you have to walk past the wave and fight, you're giving up a lot of minions. So we don't know exactly how that was all created. But either way, Zeus in a great spot, has spellbook over to Ignite.
Shot barrage. It's going to hit the Riptail. Zeus going in. Bin looking for the damage as well. Zeus not in the position to ult. Depth charge onto the backline. Ming dives forward. There's the slicing Maelstrom. And everyone from RNG is caught in the midst of it. But RNG still managed to win out the fight. Faker looking for Bin. Up towards the bottom side. Carrier forced up towards the top side. Gumayusi in a 2v1. Can he trade onto Wei? Dodges away from the depth charge. Bin forced out by Faker. Bin still healing. Wei with a triple though. And Wei is on the chase. Steals away Gumayusi. Heartbreaker over the wall. A possibility. Faker will spirit rush away.
Wei, huge fight again. Low health finds the resets. Will they just go right back to the Herald here? Will be dangerous because T1 is resetting, but the big winner is Gala. Gala did not even move, farming plates on the bot side. RNG just take the 4v5 anyway, as Faker was in mid lane, so they have an initial 4v4 here and are willing to scrap.
And let's just keep our eyes on Wei throughout this entire fight, because while the fight initially looks good for T1, the root comes through, he flashes in, and his goal is to get that initial reset. So he gets the kill onto Oner, then transforms. Now with the fight split up, 2 versus 2 on the top side, Wei is able to get another kill and another reset. So Xiaohu just providing that utility to allow Wei to get the reset after reset, and Bin is just buying time. Faker at this point in the game, he ran out of mana. I think he popped the Corrupting Pot to try and get that little bit of mana back, but Bin was just able to keep him isolated for such an extended amount of time, and now Carrier may be caught out.
Ming looking for him, Gala coming in from the side as well. Good block on the hook, and Carrier doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Gala's going to get his second kill of the game. Carrier caught unawares.
The carry's getting paid here. This is so big for them in Wei. You saw it, a 9-minute mythic completion there. Way ahead of the pace of the game. Here has his Divine Sunder, and he is going to be such a problem now for T1. Gala as well, grabbing another kill there. Things looking really, really good on the RNG side. They've taken a significant early game advantage.
They certainly have, and we have to think about where this all started, that single invade. At this level of play, a single decision, a single play can be so monumental for the rest of the game, and so much credit needs to be given to Wei for his early game impact and just the change in draft. And I'm curious as to, as this series continues, how those evolutions will continue. But right now, it is just the Wei show, and RNG with this early game lead is looking dominant.
Spectral Maw lands the stun. Faker Spirit Rushes out. Wei does have the Heartbreaker, but won't chase. Of course, Spirit Rush easy enough there. And yeah, early on, when Oner went into the jungle, he was in for a big surprise, as Wei was there. You can, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. I try to make him inventive for you guys.
No, you do surprise me. That's what I respect, that you keep me on my toes, Medic. Been casting for many years, yet you still find ways to...
It's the mark of a wonderful couple, you know. You two. You still surprise me.
It's true.
It's what makes a great duo.
It's
you know?
true.
And you guys are a great duo, so there you go.
We're a great trio.
Oh,
a dog trio.
Thank you. Keep the compliments coming. RNG.
Stop! Okay, Drake secured for RNG. They have themselves a, what is that, 2K, 3K gold lead, 2K.
Yep.
Man,
they're
that's
looking
not
for
my
more.
strong suit. They're looking for the dive.
Down. This tower's just dead. Faker's on his way down here. Zeus, no TP on the Unsealed spell, but he uses the heal now. The TP's going to be up in about 5 seconds or so. But do T1 have the time to wait for Zeus to be able to teleport down here? But they don't even have the tower. That TP is not unleashed, and RNG are exactly that on the map. Glacial Fisher hits Gumayusi. The Unbreakable coming down as well. Wei still on the chase, but the minions save Gumayusi.
They're going to be able to get more, though. The Herald is still here. They're going to walk it in for a second charge. And Bin is ready to match TP if Zeus ever did come. RNG just snowballing this game to perfection here. They take the easier kill, but they get both summoners off of Gumayusi at the same time. They're up in Dragons, they're way up in gold, and they are looking incredible here in game number 3.
Look at that, Xiaohu doesn't even take the blue buff. He says, no, Mr. Wei, that's for you.
I mean, when your jungler's 5-0-1 on BA, I'm pretty sure you give it over.
Yeah, I mean, solo queue players, learn, okay? If your jungler's carrying, maybe give them the blue buff. You know what I mean?
You play mid lane though, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But
okay, I mean, I can see why you're giving it over to the jungle
exactly.
player.
I'm trying to tempt K-Draw, you know what I mean? K-Draw, huh? Blue buff, huh?
Yeah.
In any case, Faker right now trying to get a plate back, trying to get a bit of gold into his back pocket, but T1 find themselves an early game deficit, which is something that is very rare for this team. We talked about how the average is like 3.4k during the early game. That is what their early game lead has been this tournament, but they have been very dominant throughout the early laning stage, and RNG have found a way to usurp that and have the dominance within the first 15 minutes.
And quietly, Zeus is up 40 CS. He's just like, guys, how's it going on the other side of the map? I mean, he's got the rocket belt, he's got the stopwatch, so he's ready to go. The problem is, with double exhaust, I just don't know that he's ever going to find that huge cannon ultimate that you're praying for. Ming is sitting on TP right now, but of course, once he uses that, he'll have exhaust, and Bin has his own exhaust ready, so they're always going to save at least one for that cannon, which is going to make it very difficult. Because unless he can really start to pressure towers, the CS advantage means less and less over time here against Bin, who is going to have the advantage of global gold from turrets, of just slowly kind of scaling up and outscaling this cannon.
You see Wei sitting atop his ivory tower there, 7,000 gold, 900 more than anyone else in the game, and that player in second place is Gala as well. So like both RNG players occupying pole position on that scoreboard. And for T1, it becomes a question as to like, how do you ever approach this game? You have no exhaust yourself, so if Wei starts popping off in a fight, you can't stop him from doing that. You have the Slicing Maelstrom maybe for an AoE stun, but you have to find that pick initially. You have to find the Cyclone into Slicing Maelstrom into the Moonlight Vigil or something from Gunyushi to really burst down RNG.
Yeah, and I think you answered your own question, right? It's about the engage. It's about an overwhelming amount of AoE, right? You know, yes, if Kennen does get exhausted, that is painful, but if Owner is hitting at the same time, if those ultimates are hitting multiple people, if Keria is knocking multiple members with his ulti, and you have an Infernum ultimate or something, you know, all that AoE stack, that is where exhaust isn't necessarily going to save RNG. But RNG have been so adept at their setups at finding the situations where their composition will succeed, and you can expect them to continue playing towards these objectives. That is their bread and butter.
TP coming in, Slicing Maelstrom there. There's the charm for the follow-up, but the exhaust on Zeus is enough. Xiaohu now joins them underneath the tower. True Shot Barrage from Gala looking for a bit more damage. T1 all down towards this bottom side. Everfrost coming out as well, but RNG able just to disengage while Wei continues to push in the top lane.
And that's the important thing, because typically the play here is while RNG secure the top tower, the cross map happens in bot. But because Bin knows that he has the exhaust, he knows that he can make this outplay happen, along with the fact that they have a TP available from their mid laner. So just, again, really good awareness from RNG to recognize exactly what T1 wants to do. T1 is doing all of the right things. They're in the right position, but the execution just can't come through, and it's through no fault of their own. It's a summon a spell diff. Like, that's just the reality, and they can't make it happen. So, well played by RNG. They extend the goal lead even further.
Absolutely, and now for T1, you're looking towards some of these bounties, right? You know, can you actually pick up a big shutdown on Wei? You know, turn that into a dragon, turn that into a tower, where you can get that extra gold here. Those shutdowns will mean that much more. If two members can't do it for just Mike for T1, at the very least, they can take down this tower and get the objective bounty.
So now this tower will drop, but look at the control that they have in mid lane. You can see the RNG immediately making the cross map happen, where they're forcing T1 to invest their prio in towards the tower that they wanted to take last time, and RNG is getting even more on the map for it.
Yeah, they're even grabbing Herald at that same time. Yes, it is the second Herald. It is less valuable, but it is still powerful in its own right.
It's very important as well, when T1 have bounties, the Herald is actually much stronger for them than it is for you. So taking it away from them, meaning that they can't just use it to charge down a tower. Also taking it when there's about 20 seconds left on the dragon means that you can make a beeline down towards this bottom side of the map to take that dragon as well.
And Zeus now TPing top side, but they're looking for Keria here.
Has to flash away. Spectral Maw did come out from Wei, and there the TP to the top side as well, as you say from Zeus. Bin's going to match with a TP of his own, and RNG will gain control of the bottom side river.
And you can see RNG are playing around the bounties, which I just think is really smart. You know, in most situations, you'd be fine actually trading that top tier 1, but because there's an objective bounty, Bin is willing to quit his own teleport just to match Zeus. You know that you're not going to be at a TP disadvantage. RNG are playing 2 TPs to 1 plus the spellbook on Ming for a potential third. So I really like that you continue to defend these bounties, not allow T1 to claw themselves back into this game, and now Zeus in trouble.
He stole away the Ghost, though, with that Unsealed Spellbook. Trying to get away, he does still have the flash, dodges away from the Everfrost. Flash forward from Xiaohu. Good stopwatch from Zeus, but the Frozen Tomb will be back off cooldown. Slicing Maelstrom from Zeus, trying to survive. He does a lot of damage. Bin there now as he puts the needlework down into 1-for-1 in the top lane. Xiaohu's still looking for the chase, and Wei is coming in as well. Faker does still have one Spearless charge. Owner, no flash. Wei, dodge to the side there. The Spectral Maw going wide. T1 trying to disengage Gala with the True Shot Barrage. Owner has to dodge back, but RNG are waiting. Arms open for the kill.
Beautiful play once again from RNG. T1, they tried to respond by answering the collapse from RNG towards the top side of the map. But again, it was a further collapse from RNG. I expected a cross map. I expected them to try and secure the mid tower, maybe even push in that bot wave. But no, they wanted the fight. And this is just Zeus. I don't think he's doing anything inherently wrong here. You can see that his team is contesting the mid wave. They're looking to collapse top, and he's just buying time, waiting for Faker to arrive.
Exactly, and I think the stopwatch initially looks silly until you realize that the call is everyone is coming up. Your Owner and Faker arrive, so they're trying to buy time. They do get the initial kill back onto Bin here pretty quickly, but when Wei shows up, there's just no one that can really contest this guy at this point of the game. He's so damn strong. And as the rest of the members arrive, it's just them getting run over. We can see in the bottom right, though, nice little escape there, it looked like, from Keria. Good buffer on the hook to escape from the Lissandra ultimate.
And I will say that T1 were probably caught a little off guard because my expectation was that they would play for the mid tower, but here's the collapse.
Nitro path coming in. Xiaohu looking for that frozen tomb. It is on cooldown right now, so he wouldn't have been able to use it. But Gumayusi forced to dash away with the Gale Force. Mid lane tier 1 down now as RNG continue to push forward, continue to prod and poke at T1. 4,500 gold their lead right now. 3 minutes on their third dragon as well. T1 are looking for something. But what can you find when RNG are controlling the vision so well?
And with Bin having the Riftmaker completed now, yes, he is still down a bit on gold to Zeus, but Zeus already used his stopwatch. I don't even think he's going to be building towards a Zhonya's second, so that gold has been spent. And that is a lot of the difference between them here. Bin, at this point, should be pretty comfortable in that 1v1, has caught up in experience, and RNG taking over that top side of the map, trying to deny vision. Gumayusi. Oh,
that's a lot of damage. That's a 2-item Ezreal right now. Manamune fully stacked up, Triforce as well. Gala showing us just why he is known for this champ. Riftherald goes down in the top lane now as Faker has to dodge away. Good charm. Spectral Maw still lands the stun. Carrier coming in from the side as well, but Xiaohu is in a good position. Clears out the ward. Riftherald will get another charge in here. Zeus, no TP right now. RNG might use that window to continue their advance towards the top side. Ona hits 11. Double Cyclone could be powerful here. Riftherald going in. Moonlight Vigil just shot. Tower's going to fall. Zeus still down towards the bottom side. TP away by Xiaohu. T1 will look for an engage if they can find it against the 4 members of RNG, but Xiaohu able to get down towards that bottom side.
And there's no TP wards. There's nothing for Zeus to go to because RNG did such a good job at sweeping out vision. You look at this top side of the map, there's just nothing for him to really arrive to. If there was a deep lane ward or something like that, maybe he could have found that retreat where Xiaohu TP's down to bot side, he backs up, TP's top side, and they try to find that chase. But in this case, there wasn't an option for him to do it, so RNG getting even more.
It's just complete domination from RNG. Typically, this team does not dominate the early game, but when they do, their biggest strength is their control over the map. And T1, they're struggling to find answers right now. I think that map-wise, a lot of the time they've made the right decisions. They just haven't had the tools in order to properly trade. And RNG have been, I'm trying to think of the word. They've been very, it's not flippant, but they've just thrown TPs out whenever they have them. Like they use them in slightly unconventional ways by defending towers that you don't expect them to defend. But look at how much harder that has made it for T1. It is 6 towers to 1. T1 have only been able to get that bot tower, which, remember, they had to invest a lot to even get in the first place. So T1 have done everything that they can. It's just that the tools that they have are not strong enough to get through RNG's wall.
And I just love that RNG is willing to do that because you're playing with 2 TPs to 1, right? You have that extra 1 because Faker has to play cleanse with respect to the Lissandra. So I do think they're playing it out really, really intelligently, denying these objective bounties as much as they possibly can.
Frozen Tomb going down, Carrier. Good hook into Flash.
That is ridiculous. Every time
reaction
he
speed
always
is absurd.
buffers the hook. Like, that is just inhuman.
I wonder if he saw them with the Oracle's lens coming out of the bush, so he had like ever so slightly more time than 0 seconds to react to that. So
he felt it.
I feel a stirring in the force. Xiaohu is here waiting for me. Faker though, looking for something. Charm onto Wei. Just a little bit of damage. Gumayusi here for the chase as well. Wei. He's on his lonesome. He's by himself.
Tickled
TP
Wei.
coming in. Wait, now Heartbreaker across the wall has to be the expected play here. And that's exactly what he'll do. Dragon started up. That ultimate now on cooldown. True Shot Barrage coming in. Ona looking for a flank. Could find a good position here. Hex Gate's obviously a possibility. Wei doing the same. Ona spotted as he goes into the bush. Gumayusi there as well. Ona dives forward. Xiaohu looking for the damage. The Everfrost coming out. Ona pops the stopwatch. Cyclone use. He gets out. Slicing Master onto the backline, but immediately the exhaustions of the cleanse from Zeus. They're looking for it. The Cyclone going in. Gumayusi trying to build up the shurikens. If he can find the Moonlight Vigil, Gumayusi can do it all. But he just can't quite find the damage. RNG just slap them with their wallets and ace T1.
Wei is just out of control. 7-0-3, erasing Gumayusi as he tries to fly in and follow up on the T1 engage. It is the ace for RNG. It is sole point for RNG. And they're just running over this game.
T1 feel like that they're just walking through a swamp with how much they have to get through in order to even challenge RNG in these fights. The double exhaust, the amount of utility provided by the Lissandra, the choke points that Xiaohu... Just watch Xiaohu here. He just says, I don't care. I do not care. Do your worst. And he just face checks into Ona. He then tanks a lot of the damage. The ultimate from Ming is in such a fantastic spot. And look, Ona and Gumayusi really can't do anything. Ming is soaking up the damage, and then Wei starts the reset.
Even with the cleanse there for the exhaust, Zeus had cleanse to actually cleanse away that exhaust, trying to get in the backline to get some big damage, but Wei is just untouched. You cannot ignore the Ezreal and the Lissandra and Bin here as well, but when you do, Wei is just running them over.
Keria, no flash, Dojo Path coming in. Xiaohu, Banshees for the charm. Flash, Frozen Tomb. Faker tries to cleanse away, but there's 4 members of RNG hungry for blood in the top lane. Xiaohu takes one. Keria, no way out for him. You have to feel he's going to the depths below. And because of this, you have to feel RNG will start up the Baron. No TP for Zeus. I don't know if T1 can react.
It's just a slaughter at this point. Like, you talked about it, Medic. I didn't even notice Bin in that last fight, but he was absolutely stomping. And at the very beginning of this game, we questioned, can you afford to give Bin Gwen?
Great Cyclone timing. Gumayusi trying to get upwards away. Ming, though, the Glacial Fisher, knocks him up into the air and shuts him down.
Nice.
Ona will get a counter kill onto Xiaohu. Ming here trying to trade with Ona. Ming has red buff alongside the slows, alongside the passive, alongside everything else he needs to keep Ona in place for Gala to come in and secure the kill.
Ah, the supports can do it all in this one. Ming knocking Gumayusi out of the sky there. Now looking to chase down Zeus here. They haven't quite spotted him out. They do see him now, so he could potentially get ran down in a long chase, but instead they're just going to push in mid, take down this tier 2. Faker does have the death cap. I like that he's going an aggressive build here. You're not coming back by going Zhonya's second. You've got to look for a potential one-shot, and Zeus on the wraparound.
Now, so Gala's going to Arcane Shift across the wall, and Zeus is there, and Faker is there, and T1 find a pick, find a small sliver of hope, a small light in the darkness that is this game.
A much-needed pick for T1, and I think the collapse from Zeus was very good. He went from bot lane, he actually moved through a lot of darkness, and they caught Gala completely unawares. They knew that he would Arcane Shift over the wall, and they were able to punish. So, small pick, a slight sense of reprieve. That's not very good English. Anyway,
that's
T1.
good. That was fun.
Nice.
Slight sense of reprieve.
Well, it's just my first language. That's going to be my excuse. T1, I think that it will buy them a little bit of time, but that's all it will really do. RNG, you'll have to notice, only an 83 gold Baron power play. RNG, question mark, but the reality is finding that pick and getting those kills, and remember the objective bounty secured in the mid lane for T1 is going to mitigate some of that lead, but RNG is going to be back on the offensive in no time.
And really, RNG don't even have to look to dive in Hibs or do anything too risky. They can just play for Soul. Again, they have all 3 dragons here early on. You know, Soul had been such a non-interesting point of MSI because no one was playing for it, but RNG, in this finals here, have been playing so heavily towards dragons, dominating the objective control. And back-to-back games here, T1 are facing down the fact that their opponents may grab a really early Soul, which could seal their fate in this game.
And put RNG on match point, on title point. For their 3rd ever MSI, they would surpass the T1 of old. They would be the only team in the world to have 3 titles, and Faker would continue to wait after 5 long years for his first international title in half a decade.
And it would be incredible to be able to come back here and defend your title, right? It's not just 3, it would be back-to-back for RNG. You know, Xiaohu winning back-to-back years in 2 different roles would be absolutely unreal.
Xiaohu going forward, hook from Keria flashes away. He knew he didn't hit the hook on a player. He didn't want to go in. Inhibitor tower in the bottom lane already fallen. The inhibitor short to follow. Bin now in the mid lane. Faker going forward. Charm misses because Gwen is immune. Faker dodges away with the Spirit Rush. Good. True Shot Barrage hits 2 there by Gala. Gala dashing forward. Keria, no flash, no way out. Xiaohu pops the Frozen Tomb. And Faker and T1 are forced back once again. RNG marching towards victory. Looking for that 2-1.
The only hope now is Gumayusi. He has the IE, but he's so low. They just need to pressure him out of the fight because he's the only real threat.
Cyclone. Zeus looking for it. Flash, slicing mouse from Gumayusi. You need everything here. But Wei is giving you nothing. Gumayusi forced away. Wei takes the kill. RNG take the Nexus. And they are on match point for MSI 2022.
Excellent game 3 from RNG. It does feel like the power of blue side is really coming to fruition in this series. The Gwen priority, while it wasn't really the main focus of this game, we saw once again Bin's dominance on the champion. We saw Xiaohu, how he utilized his prio to assist his jungler, and then it all set up for what was the Wei show. His early game dominance and his execution in the early game meant that even if T1 had a stronger on-paper teamfight comp, they could never get to utilize it.
Well, forget about blue side. It's starting to feel like it's about blue champs. Lissandra.
Lissandranya ganggu banget asli. Sedih. Anda memiliki saya. Gracia, Angel Jessica. Wait.
The Tempest is at your command. Never one
without the other.
Tahun yang lalu. Wow. Siapa?
every life. Their path is destined to cross ours.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Feel well.
Face. Fear makes the chase more fun. That was fun.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been
How does hunger feel?
아, 이겼습니다. 아우.
An ally has been slain.
A fine life reaches its conclusion.
Legendary.
Those who dread us grant us peace. All who bear our mark.
An enemy is legendary.
To your heart's content.
No match for us.
Few are dear wolves. They laugh.
Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
And if not?
More fun.
Kayaknya lebih gampang.
I feast on your heart.
Tahun lalu. Ini siapa anjir? Ini siapa? Arya. Delapan tahun yang lalu. Fevi ya jauh. Fevi, set gue pernah. Delapan tahun yang lalu. Anjir. Sampai 2. Gue ngechat orang random gitu ini. What the fuck? Wait. Gue tuh chatan. Dulu.
No surprises there. 100% win rate on the day. Galio and Viego banned away. Wei will not get his hands on the Viego.
Ooh, yeah, Viego getting banned out. Nautilus for carry. I mean, they're not willing to first pick it, but they're not willing to give it over to Ming. It's going to be really interesting. Gwen is obviously so high prio now. The mid laners are kind of just like falling out of the ban pool, right?
Yeah.
Because that is not being seen as the problem, especially because Ahri and LeBlanc were seen as, you can't let those OPs through. But now that there's Lissandra, it's like, I dare you to pick it.
Yep.
So it becomes really this game of cat and mouse. And now I'm kind of curious, like Wukong is the obvious one that's going to get picked.
Yeah,
But then what do you do here? Do you lock one of those OP mid laners, knowing that you could get counterpicked by the Lissandra? Or does does mid lane just actually fall through, first round for blue side and only get picked on the RNG side?
I think they might do Ahri Lee Sin.
Doing it anyway.
I think they might do Ahri Lee Sin. If they don't do Ahri Lee Sin, I don't know. I think they'll do Ahri Lee Sin.
And it does make sense. It's Wei's third most played at the tournament, behind, of course, the Viego and the Wukong. There is the Xayah for Gala down towards the bottom side. Have yet to see him on his signature Kai'Sa in this finals.
It's got to be List, right? Like, it's just got to be. I mean, it's 3 times in a row. LeBlanc, I mean, is a Faker special, but he was really good on Lissandra, and it has been so effective. All right, well, it's going to be Faker LeBlanc, one of his best champions historically.
And I think that when you look back to his performance yesterday in particular, he does consider it to be a good matchup into the Ahri, and then you also pair it up with a Wukong. You have great mid lane setup. You have really good scaling throughout the later game, and as you rightly said, it's a big comfort pick for Faker.
51 plays all time, 80.4% win rate for Faker LeBlanc.
I mean,
insane.
When he joined the LCK, it was how long could he go undefeated on this champion? Like, he had an incredible run at the start of his career.
And yeah, and that makes me think back to 2015 MSI when they actually lost to ADG Game 5. It was the undefeated Faker LeBlanc that was let through, and then the Morgana counterpick comes through. They actually lose that game. So it would be interesting to see if history can be flipped here, if T1 can bring out the LeBlanc in that clutch moment and actually, catapult themselves to a potential victory with it.
It would be funny if RNG hovered Morgana. I'm just saying.
Oh, it's a Morgana.
But yeah, I think that, as you rightly said, that was the first MSI. It was EDG to secure it. Of course. Wow, so let's have a look. See, there's the Lee Sin that we discussed so much about. I think that it is a bit of comfort for Wei, and also a very powerful mid jungle. Now they're removing the AD carries from the pool as T1 look to remove supports.
I feel like you have to ban Aurelia, right? I mean, I would be really surprised if they're actually going to leave the Aurelia up there for Bin, because it is a blind Gwen. I was thinking they might have even double ban top, like ban out Camille and the Aurelia, because those are matchups that Bin is definitely comfortable to take. But we'll see how worried T1 is about that, or if Zayas is thinking, hey, I'm going to be comfortable in these matchups no matter what. I can play to mitigate loss, and we can play towards the other side of the map. There's the Aurelia, okay.
Aurelia removed by T1. Ezreal and Senna taken away by RNG. Yeah, both of you. You had the Lee Sin prediction, Azale with the big brain.
We have to combine them to make one big brain, because really individually it doesn't look so good.
I think and that means that we together have a world championship. That's what I think.
Yes. You've outsmarted me.
So moving into this next priority, I expect top lane to come in now, and RNG will save counter pick support. You already talked about the Camille as an option, and it seems that RNG was thinking in the same direction. Not only is it great lockdown for things like LeBlanc, but it also does very well into the Gnar as well.
Absolutely, and I mean this is less about pre-6, but post-6. As soon as Mega time's out, you gotta be scared. And when you are in mini Gnar here against Bin Camille, he can look for that all in. T1 back on absolute comfort, it feels like, in this draft. You have Gumayusi on his Jinx. You have Faker's LeBlanc here. So exciting.
Ming's Leona, will we get to see it? As we talked about, it is one of his go-to champions. It's a champion that throughout his career he has been known for. It looks like we are going to get it for him. So RNG find themselves on match point. You talk about comfort for T1. RNG in the exact same position. Xiaohu on an Ahri that he has had a huge amount of success with this split. Wei on his fabled Lee Sin. Bin on a carry. Gala and Ming on champions that they both know success with. RNG feeling comfortable heading into Game 4.
Man, I'm just getting chills. Like, it is so exciting seeing these two teams playing at such a high level, going towards these comfort picks, going towards these champions that they really, in some cases, have made their names on. It's going to be an incredible game to watch.
In 2013, they met T1 1-3-0. In 2016, they met T1 1-3-1. In 2016 Worlds, they met T1 once again. Victors at 3-1, and then 2017 Worlds, they met, and T1 came up 3-2. Today, RNG 1 game away from not only overcoming their demons in T1, but also claiming for the first time ever their third MSI title back-to-back. The era of the LPL would be secured dominance from China over the last 4 years. T1 with so much weight on their shoulders, not only organizationally, but also for the region. Only Damwon have been able to challenge the best over the last half decade. It has been 5 years since T1 were able to claim a title. 5 years of the 10 Faker has played since he was able to stand and raise the trophy aloft. T1, last chance against RNG.
So much pride on the line for these two regions, for these two teams. And also for RNG to be doing it with an all-Chinese lineup is such a big deal. You know, in the past, when the LPL began to have this success, it was largely around, you know, imported Korean solo laners. That was kind of the criticism of this region, is that their solo laners weren't as strong. But Xiaohu, Bin, we saw, you know, with Suning, when Bin did it, you know, that was an all-Chinese lineup. RNG again here with all LPL players, no imports, looking to battle against the LCK's best and prove that they are stronger.
And I think we just have to talk about Xiaohu, because as a player in the past, LPL fans would be worried because domestically he was good, but internationally he always fell short. He was never quite able to deliver, and with the departure of Uzi, there were many question marks around how RNG would fare. This man even played top lane. Like, there were so many questions and concerns, but he was able to silence the doubters with the introduction of Gala, with the introduction of young players like Wei. RNG have only gotten stronger. They've only been able to develop, and Xiaohu and Ming, of course, have been at the forefront of it. So huge credit, huge growth, and he may finally be able to overcome his demon by taking down the unkillable Demon King.
I mean, Ming and Xiaohu have been with RNG for so long, the centerpiece of this organization for so many years now, and at the heart of many of their big wins. And it's been incredible when you speak about Xiaohu to talk about, not only has he done it in 2 roles, he has done it in so many different styles, right? A lot of times I think people talk about Xiaohu as a facilitator. It's like, well, what was his best champion in top lane? It was probably Lucian, right? Like, he was just dominating on Lucian, like a 90% win rate. Is Gumayusi in trouble already?
Ignite is taking cleanse to get rid of it. Keria looking for the damage back onto Gala, but Gumayusi is taking a world of hurt here down on the bottom side.
So a bit of pressure already put down, and as we kind of take you back through history, T1 and RNG are fighting right here today. T1 at the precipice of defeat, but also have the opportunity to take us to Game 5.
T1 getting the push here early. You can see just so many titles for T1, 15 across domestic, MSI, and Worlds. Of course, 7 would be 8 for RNG if they can win here is incredible. But T1 just unmatched as far as their history in League of Legends.
And I think that's the big thing. That's the other side of the coin, right? A lot of people want to see Faker win again.
Ooh, I like this wraparound.
Sun's going to come down, wall dive in from Bin. He does have the flash to try and get away. Zeus goes into the mini-now form. Ono in the right position at the right time. Bin realizes something might be up, paths down. Getting towards that Tribush, flashes away. Ono though with the flash chase, and that red buff is ticking. Bin with a tactical sweep will still survive.
Oh, Bin! That was so well played by him. Even with the hookshot down, does survive. Trading flashes. I'm not sure if he actually had full vision of Owner walking around when he started walking into the river, or if he just had the read, because Zeus started running back towards him. It seemed like he had the read to me too, where Zeus is running back in towards him in a fight that he does not win. He's saying, all right, something's up, your jungler is here. It would be so interesting to see that replay from Bin's vision and actually confirm that he did just have that read, because that is really smart stuff. And if it is the case, of course, Zeus going to get a much better base. This early gank still means a lot, because Bin's only buy is a refillable here. Like, he didn't have gold to get anything because the wave was slow pushing towards him, and he didn't get time to farm it up.
I wonder if Zeus even has to... Okay, he's going to use the TP. I was going to say, the wave was in a spot where he probably didn't have to do that, but instead he's going to match the TP for now, so not the end of the world for him. Xiaohu going to expend all of his mana to be able to throw out this wave. Will make things a little bit awkward, but this wave isn't big enough for Faker to really set up a freeze.
I absolutely agree. You know, Zeus didn't have to TP, but I think his thought process is, I have a real buy. You know, I'm at least able to get the Ruby Crystal. I'll come here, and I'll trim the wave so that you can't crash and you get stuck in the lane with me without being able to go back. Because Bin now, all Bin wants to do is shove, 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 shove. Build up this fat wave so that Zeus cannot trade back into him, so he can get back to base and actually get a real buy.
I want to draw your attention once again to the minimap, as I love to do. You'll notice all of this deep vision that's been invested already from Ona towards covering the top side of the map. With that flash gone, they have to be cautious, or they want to try and attack that side of the map. When you're playing against a Camille, putting her behind early is always a good thing. So Wei now has to do the same thing. And he, as he often is in the right place at the right time, here to cover, and they may even look to try and get the flash out from Zeus as he commits to the 1v1.
Zeus jumping forward is huge here. Flash available for him. Hits level 5. Wei coming in, only level 3 right now. Zeus needs to flash away from the Sonic Wave. Still gets hit by it, and Zeus doesn't really have anywhere to go. Trying to hold on. The flash an option. Flashes from the wall dive. Survives in the dive, but Wei is having none of it.
Wei has been incredible this series for RNG. Again, getting to top lane, being that difference maker. Not only will they get the crash, Zeus now going to be punished for that TP back they didn't necessarily have to do. He wanted to get the maximum when he had this early lead. Now it's going to mean he'll lose a wave and a half likely here to the tower, and Ben is going to have the better reset.
And I'm surprised that Zeus was that aggressive when the expectation was that the jungler would do this as an all-in bot.
Root goes down, counter root used by Gumayusi. Ignite is ticking here. Cleanse about to come off cooldown. Carrier has the thick skin to try and tank up any more damage, and Gala and Ming tanking the minions themselves will just back away.
So this is an instance of, when you look at that, Ming and Gala, you're thinking they can kill them, but they stop because they're like, our jungler's top, enemy jungler could definitely be bot. And now we see Oner with the cover, RNG can still disengage.
Ming still has the flash, just uses it to get away. Abyssal Voyage forward by Carrier, has a counter flash, and as you say, Yuvedi, RNG giving the respect to the fact Oner might be there.
But look at Wei, he's in the area, and RNG are trying to prevent the crash. They actually thinned that wave quite a bit. They're trading aggressively, knowing that they have Lee Sin in the area. Ben now level 5, looking for a roam towards mid. It would require Faker to distort forward aggressively for them to really get anything here, but I still like the movement from Ben because he should be able to get back towards top to catch the crash.
But there's also the possibility, right, that what happens is after he ganks bot, he actually goes from bot, paths around, and then the jungler looks to gank mid. So what Bin is also doing there is he's covering for the potential play happening in mid lane as his jungler is covering bot.
Just barely spotted. That was like a split second that he was on there for. I didn't see any ping. Yeah, so I think T1 just missed it on the minimap. It's easy to say you should have seen it, and sure, if everything's perfect, you should have. But he was on there for a split second. So Wei getting in there really off of vision largely and is able to get the kill. The flash follow here with the E flash, I do believe. Yep, E flash really well played there by Wei, securing the kill. And you can see again the frustration. They know it's match point here. You don't want to be giving up that advantage.
And for Zeus, he's in his first international tournament as well. Like, this guy's a rookie, came in very hyped, played very well during the Rumble stage, but you were in front of a few thousand fans in Busan, all cheering for you when you win and going silent when you lose fights. It is a difficult, difficult game to play for him. Oner looking for Bin here in the top side. Bin, if you walk hook shots forward, you have to feel that Oner would go in.
And I have to just say that even with all that in mind, Zeus has played incredibly well, right? When you think about his position and the pressure that's on his shoulders, not only is he playing in front of his home crowd for the first time in his first international event, he's also representing T1. Like, and that's just no easy feat for anyone to do. There is a lot of pressure that just comes off the back of playing with an organization that big, and huge credit to him because he has had an incredible tournament, and there is still a big game left for him to play.
Faker can just jump out here. He's fine. Distortion does take half his health though, so Xiaohu now has an advantageous lane matchup, and T1 struggling really to react to Wei's early pressure here. The game's still relatively even, only 200 gold between the two teams. A lot of that coming for T1 from Gumayusi down towards this bottom side with about 5-6 CS lead.
Yeah, it is very even, all things considered. And honestly, it's not one of those games where I felt like in some of the earlier games, it felt clear that if one team got ahead, they were going to win based off composition. I think this is very even as far as the composition. There's different strengths and weaknesses. You know, RNG should have side lane advantage with the Camille, but I do think that the T1 5v5 is very strong. They have a lot of protection for Gumayusi. We know he can take over games. So both sides are really going to have their opportunities, and this slight gold lead isn't going to mean much unless they can really hammer it home.
And I wanted to very quickly bring the minimap up to highlight who exactly was where. You can see both supports hovering around the mid lane. Oner has been spotted.
And dodge away. And you go onto the clone. You realize it's the clone, and they just clear out the vision. All 5 players from both teams up here at the Herald.
Okay. Fight. Yeah, I feel it. The question is, who is stronger at this point when we look across the
Zeus
islands?
is not stronger than 3 members of RNG, I can tell you that. Zeus tried to push the wave in, it was frozen in his face, and Wei and Xiaohu are on the way. Zeus tries to get away, kick back with the Dragon's Rage there. I think we had a spec bug for a second. Zeus going back in, Charm coming out, Mega Nala possibility. Zeus just needs one more spell, will get it out. And RNG disengage the fight.
And I think with Zeus, with Mega Nala timing out, Xiaohu's actually going to look for the kill.
Looking for the charm, lands it. Carrier flashes forward with the devour. The ignite, I didn't see if Ming used it. He didn't. Zeus gets out somehow. Meanwhile, the chase is on towards the bottom side. Oner caught up in the Hexagol Maiden. Zeus trying to put the damage down across the wall, and Oner will be able to escape. Carrier, what a beast!
His timing, he's always in the right place at the right time. And Zeus just about to have TP, so now they can actually come back for this. I thought RNG was gonna have the edge there after they push out Zeus, but Zeus, they bought enough time, he can TP back. A lot of people gonna have to reset. Xiaohu's out of mana, he used his ulti. This becomes really interesting because T1 are sticking around. Owner, Keria, and Gumayusi are here. And with Xiaohu heading towards bot, I think RNG are just going to give it potentially.
It's unfortunate for T1 that the Herald reset there, but now they've gained aggro once more. We can see that Zeus has TP back into lane, Bin has the TP, but as you rightly said, for now, it looks like RNG will choose to give this one up. I think the main reason for this is Xiaohu lacking ultimate. You look onto the other side, Owner still has his, Zeus still has his, Faker, of course, being LeBlanc, almost always as his. But at that point in time, without the Ahri ultimate, without Wei's ultimate, without Bin's ultimate, it's not an advantageous fight. So RNG say, okay, we'll take the L on this one, we'll make the cross map happen. And Faker, though, he's trying to get this kill onto Wei.
And just jump back. Wei, of course, takes quite a lot of damage. Hextech Drake does do a lot of work. You can see him down to about 300 HP, but with Xiaohu coming up from the bottom lane, Wei should be able to secure this. Faker might dive forward once again. Wei lands the E smite. Super Mega Death Rocket was coming in as well from Gumayusi, but Wei is able to walk out of that one. Meanwhile, Bin might not be able to walk away from this. Does still have the flash. It's just being forced away, as you say. The tower for Owner with the Rift Herald possible. Gumayushi's going to come here, make sure you get that auto down, and then Rift Herald goes down. You funnel this gold into the Jinx.
Yeah, that is actually huge, you know, and honestly, the rest of the T1 should get out of there. Just try to give as much of it as you can to Gumayusi. You know, get that gold onto the Jinx, accelerator as fast as possible. You can see 2,200 gold in pocket for Gumayusi, so going to be really, really strong on base here. T1 able to collect that full tower is very, very punishing because Bin had been getting himself into a pretty good position, but lost a lot of farm off of all that skirmishing around top, it seems like. And now, you know, loses the full tower in his face, so Zeus is going to be kind of slingshot ahead.
And things have kind of returned to normality, because when I look at the gold, I see T1 with a gold lead, as they often find themselves with 11.5 minutes in. T1, while they haven't found themselves a kill just yet, very much a good position. We kind of look at the minimap once more because vision has been a huge discussion this game. You can see that RNG slightly more defensive wards with T1 having a little bit more control throughout the river. Just kind of goes to show what T1 have been doing in this early game. They've been contesting a lot of that river vision. They've been trying to contest around these early neutrals, and they've been doing a great job of it so far.
And the question for T1 is how can they use this early game advantage? Because we have seen them get early game leads in a couple of the other games, and they just haven't been able to shut RNG out of the match. Now, there were some draft differences in those previous games. RNG perhaps slightly better at teamfighting. Faker, he gets out the ruler for those ones. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm 37.2 centimeters away. I'm fine. Charm's not going to connect.
Ooh, meanwhile, looking for a play bot side. That ward's turned off, and they know it, so... we'll see if Keria and Gumayusi do overextend. I mean, Keria, he's playing so respectfully. He's playing max range behind Gumayusi there. Yeah. So the only way you can punish that is if you can actually kick the Jinx away from the flashless Keria, but it is difficult to make happen.
So the play just short there, Owner.
I love seeing this level of play just because not very often do you get to see the level of respect, and like, in particular, what separates very good teams from good teams is exactly that. The expectation, the possibility. Yeah. Could this happen and why? That ability of deduction. And speaking of, right now, do they deduce the Bin is in the brush?
Even if they do they want to take that fight, T1? They don't, and they will back away. Faker pathing down towards the bottom side alongside Keria.
And those mind games become so interesting, Vedius, because, you know, the teams are trying to think about, okay, what is the best play for my opponents? And then they are trying to respond to that. And then sometimes you have to think about, all right, what will they think is the best play for me? And now I'm going to do something different, right? It becomes that kind of evolution of the mind game, which I think is so interesting to watch. Looking for Faker now.
Trying to get underneath the tower, needs to dodge away from the Everfrost, the charm, the root, he dodges perfectly! Oh, Faker, you beautiful man, escapes the three-man dive!
What was that? I don't actually know what he did. Like, I saw him get... He was sidestepping as much as possible to try and dodge away from the charm. He avoided the root from the Everfrost as far as I could tell. But then I saw Bin flash and then Faker flash, and I'm like, hang on, how is he now alive?
It looked like sidestep on the Everfrost, flash on the Ahri charm, I believe. Really well done to do that inside the ultimatum. Now though, Faker, no ultimate, no flash, Wei trying to look for an opportunity here, but again, Faker playing too smart around this, and look at Gumayusi massively ahead at this point, 6,000 gold here, cash out the call, the Mythic is done, and T1 are looking poised to push this to a game 5, potentially. They're looking so good in this one.
Okay, so let's have a look back at this one.
Dodge the Everfrost.
Dodges the root. Flashes the charm.
So good,
Roots
man.
Xiaohu then tries to get the execute. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so good.
And he landed the chains on Bin. Bin flashed there because he wanted to get into melee range and actually continue the damage, knowing he was going to get changed out of melee range. He flashes point blank on Faker, and then Faker's flash dodges the charm and gets him out of range of Bin. It's just perfect.
He's 46 and 10 on LeBlanc all time. He has not lost on it this year. He's 12 and 0. This is his 13th game.
When you led with he's 46, I'm like, he's not that old, okay? He is not.
But like, I think, especially when you think of like some of the newer people that come into watching League of Legends, the legend of Faker is exactly that. It is a myth, a legend. He has been good. We have seen him be good over the last 5 years, but it has been so long since he's actually stood there and lifted the trophy high.
And I just think it's incredible across these last two series, the way in which T1 is winning. It's not Faker just enabling the zoomers in the side lanes, right? It has been Faker finding incredible plays. It has been Faker finding outplays in the 1v1s. Zeus, nice little buffer on the jump, dodging out from there.
And Keria once again in the right position at the right time, just in case Zeus was in more trouble. Dragon up in 2 seconds time.
And this was RNG trying to get ahead of the play. They realized that T1 is setting up to contest this Drake, so RNG wanted to try and collapse onto the contested mid-wave. They aren't able to secure onto Zeus, which means that they have to disengage, and so the TP is being committed top. They're trying to make the cross map happen, and T1 are kind of taking a page out of the RNG book now, but they have to be wary of the dive.
Zeus almost has Mega, which is good for him. Yeah. If the dive did come out, a good Nav against the wall just means that Wei and Bin cannot make it work.
And again, look at the map position right now, because you can see this bot lane immediately rotating up. They recognize that RNG is making the call, hey, if we can't contest this Drake, we'll make the cross map. And T1's like, well, we don't need to send 4 people to secure this Drake. You've already signaled with your TP that you don't want to contest it. So fine, we're actually going to match and contest whatever your play is doing. Great execution on the map from T1.
Keria with the early flash away here. Gumayusi rooted up with the Everfrost devoured by Keria, and Ona coming in. The charm though into with a kick. RNG just looking for the disengage as T1 start their advance. Faker diving in, change just short. Bin takes a world of hurt. From grenade after grenade from Gumayusi, as you say, Super Mega Death Rocket, a possibility. No one low enough to die from it, I don't think. But RNG once again look for the engage, and T1 hold them at arm's length.
Keria continuing to get so much value out of this Tahm Kench pick. The number of times that kills should have happened for RNG, but aren't quite able to, is way too high. And you look across this RNG comp, it's very much a pick comp. A lot of single target damage, a lot of getting this shut down onto a single member and leveraging numbers advantage, and the Tahm Kench is mitigating all of it.
I mean, Keria is the third summoner spell for these players, right? He's already in the right place at the right time. It feels like he's anticipated the move that RNG is going to make. He's there for the perfect devour. And when he buys that time, you said it, it's about the pick, and if RNG can't get that initial kill, all of a sudden, Gumayusi untouched, both summoners available, he's wailing on you, and it really forces RNG back. They've got to be able to find something in side lanes to really buy themselves some space in this game.
Wei has no safeguard to get out of this one. Flames Jumper's just short, Xiaohu coming in, and there we are, Wei able to dive towards his mid laner to escape. RNG are doing nothing wrong in a lot of these plays, by the way. They're looking for proactive plays. They're looking to try and catch T1 unawares, but T1 are always just that little bit quicker in terms of their movement on the map.
Well, this is what's been so great about this series is last game we talked about how T1, even in their defeat, weren't doing anything wrong. They just didn't have the tools in order to actually properly execute a lot of what they wanted to do. RNG now find themselves in a similar position. And we were talking about the draft earlier on, Azael, but the more I watch and the more I'm seeing, I think this is only going to get harder and harder for RNG because when we think about how these fights are going to play out, you have a lot of single target damage versus Jinx. Jinx is going to have so much protection with this type of front line that if she's just left to free hit, and with the position that she's in right now, like T1 have a very solid front-to-back team fight comp, and they're gaining more and more control over the map.
Abyssal Voyage going in. Knock up onto Wei. Ona chunked out a little bit. Rift Herald available to him if he does get out of there, but Keria is a little bit too deep here. Big Skin still available, but the charm comes out. No flash for Keria. Ona, just short of being slowed by the solar flares. Xiaohu dive forward. Ona able to dash across the wall.
Yeah, Meng just not able to connect with those solar flares, it feels like this game. And I agree with you, Betty. It's looking better and better for T1. To me, the biggest difference maker from expectation versus reality is I thought RNG were going to be able to have Camille in a much better position. Camille has not been able to get farm. Camille has not been able to get kills. But you're at 110 CS, almost 20 20 minutes into the game. That's very atypical. You know, and generally it's around this 20-minute mark that you would be expecting, okay, Camille is starting to build towards a second item, you know, is really starting to kind of outscale in this 1v1, but they haven't been able to find anything. And if Zeus just goes armor second item here, like just go rando with second item, you're not going to be able to really threaten the burst down on the Gnar and side lanes, which forces you into full-on 5v5, which is not really where RNG want to be. They want to have side lane control and then catch people in transition and utilize their pick comp to do that.
And I think that largely came down to two main reasons. Number one, Xiaohu's lack of priority in mid. They did first pick the Ahri, but Faker responding with the Blanc did give him consistent control over this mid wave, forcing Xiaohu to play defensively and underneath his tower, mitigating his ability to roam. And the second one being the level 3 ganks top lane. They got the flash out from Bin, and even though Wei was able to counter and mitigate, they were still able to find kills onto Bin and put him behind, making that matchup and ability to be aggressive that much harder. So T1, their approach to the early game and the draft, showcasing that they recognize that mid control is extremely important, which shouldn't really come as a surprise to anyone, but the way both these teams leverage that mid control can be game defining.
Absolutely, and I really liked how T1, even as a full team, were able to, then pressure Bin into dropping waves to come to the Herald. They went out in this Herald scuffle. They're the ones up to topside, taking that full tower away from what was a 100% HP turret that Bin had. That was so good as well. Bin has been forced to kind of just roam and group. They don't really have the vision to play safe. You look all through the river, it's T1 dominated as far as the vision game completely.
And because Zeus is ahead of Bin in the side lane, he gets to push forward. Bin then has to catch the wave, which means Zeus can come down and move with the rest of his team. Xiaohu then has to answer mid, so it's a 4v4, and that gives Faker free time on the bottom lane to take this tower. T1 just pulling the strings, puppeting RNG right now as they walk them all around the map. Rift Herald down in the mid lane. It's going to be 2 towers, but none in favor of T1.
Eyes. What's going on the map right now? Minimap is the most important part to look at this point in the game. You can see the T1 with their mid-pressure with the bot wave stacked up. They're cleanly set up for this Drake rotation as well. Question is, can Wei? He wanted to get a flank, but a good ward coming out from T1. They recognize the options that RNG have, and they're limiting them.
Yeah, T1 are just playing this so well. All the outer towers have now fallen for RNG, moving around the map, creating pressure. I don't think RNG are even going to try for this one. I think if anything, they look, maybe towards that third dragon. They did grab an early one themselves, so that does push back any potential soul. And for RNG, it's about buying yourself more time. It's about trying to find those picks in the side lanes to really kind of open up the map, because T1 is suffocating them, and it really only feels like on T1 resets that RNG can move out and try to reclaim some vision. And it's generally been very defensive warding, right? They're not really making those dangerous forays into the enemy jungle. It's always just, okay, try to keep some defensive vision so we can get our own waves, try to keep some vision around Baron, so we're not going to give that up.
Intense game, but one that was much needed, excuse me, for T1. We already talked so much about the stakes. It's been so long since Faker and T1 have lifted a trophy, and they're at the precipice of doing so once again. They need 2 victories. RNG lead the series 2-1. If you have just joined us, I recommend you backtrack, because it has been an incredible series between 2 of the best teams in the world. And T1 find themselves in control once again. They're setting up a lot of vision around the bot side, primarily to cover for Zeus, as they continue the pressure onto these tier 2 towers.
And it's just been really interesting to see the back and forth in this series and the different approaches to each game. This game has been much more like game 1, game 2, and 3, where a lot more scrappy, a lot more aggressive, but T1 feeling very comfortable about their position in this game, limiting the opportunities that RNG has. A lot of people always, when they come to international, the fans will watch and they'll say, all right, well, why are teams not playing as aggressive when they play aggressive in my region? And there was a really great interview from Impact where he talked about when you go international, the level of your opponents is so much higher, so they just show you way fewer windows in which you can be aggressive. Because the aggression is not random at this level. It's about capitalizing on mispositioning. It's about capitalizing on advantages and mistakes. And when your opponents are not showing you those, the game really slows down and becomes very, very cerebral, as it has in game 4.
That's what T1 and RNG are really good at doing. RNG so good at showing very minimal windows when they fall behind in the early game and then getting to teamfights. T1 very good at not giving their enemies a window to return into the game. That's exactly what they're doing here. 2,500, almost 3,000 gold ahead. 2 dragons to the good. They're at 2 items apiece, almost 3 items already on Gumayusi. They are in a very strong position. Zeus, though, going for the Hull Breaker kind of implies that he wants to spend a little bit more time in a side lane and maybe split this comp up to a 1-4.
Certainly seems that way. I am a little surprised in terms of the randomization, because as I mentioned, I think that T1 in a fronted match should actually feel a lot more comfortable as the game progresses. But regardless, that is the decision that he's chosen to make. Perhaps it just gives him a little bit more power in the Camille matchup in the event that RNG tried to force something and he has to go and answer, because they're probably a little concerned about who can actually match this Camille on a side. So that's probably his logic in this situation. A TP gets invested towards bot. They're now looking for a play. Flash.
Bin does still have the flash for the follow-up. I think this TP was more to make sure that they get that bot side tower. Baron, a possibility for T1. They are going to pull the alarm bells and work their way up towards it. They have perfect vision around it as well. No, one ward in the pit. That will be stopped if they put a control ward in there. They've got 2 in their inventories. They also have a sweeper. Okay, no vision now for RNG as they walk
4
across.
control wards. Look at that level of control that T1 have on the top side. They saw the TP investment immediately, moved up towards the top side, and now they are suffocating that control from RNG.
And I think that T1 are going to try to force Bin to TP at the very least. They need to either send someone bot now or try to force a TP. The answer looks like Faker will go bot to match potentially, but no, he's actually heading out towards mid, now going back towards bot, so they will look to respond in that side lane play. And yeah, I think the read probably from Zeus is, okay, how do we lose this game? It's me getting killed inside. How do I avoid that? And if his read is Hullbreaker will make me really strong in a potential 1v2, will give me that survivability, then hey, I respect it. You know, I think Randuin's is a really strong option, but if you're not sure if you're going to be going up against Xiaohu or Bin, if it could be magic or armor that you need, then this does kind of become a little bit of a catch-all, at least.
Something you mentioned earlier, Azael, was this cerebral approach. I love talking to Lyric about RNG because he was like, they're the exception to the norm in the LPL.
Yeah.
Often they don't skill check you in the same way that many other LPL teams do. They will position themselves in a way that go, hey, we're not allowed to be here. Do you want to come find out how much we're not allowed to be here? And they'll take those duels, they'll take those fights. Whereas RNG is a lot more cerebral. They will play the map. And I think that throughout MSI, we've consistently highlighted how well they do play that map. Faker with a bit of poke damage onto Ming. The 3rd Drake for them is up in 30 seconds. And RNG, are they going to give it up, or are they going to look to contest?
I think they're probably just going to give, right? Just continue scaling with Bin in this side lane, allow them to get to Soul Point here, and then look to fight at the next one unless they see a great opportunity. But, you know, what you're saying is it's also reflected in the game times from these teams, right? T1 has had a 3-minute faster average game time. RNG on the slower end of that, about 30.5 minutes as their average time. They don't feel rushed. They're very comfortable in their late stages of the game, in their setups. But RNG, I was wrong. They do have the IE on Gala here. And posturing like they do want to scrap here, but Zeus has a great flank angle.
Zeus knows Ming's there. They're going to pop in, control ward down, so Megadeth target. Gala has to put the Feather Storm. Bin looking for Zeus out towards the bottom side, but Zeus just kiting them out. Dragon will be secured by T1. Zeus trying to get towards the Mega Knight, can't get there in time. Dragon taken and the fight begins as the fight going onto the back line. Look at the damage coming out from Gumayusi. Quick, boom! From the Jinx as Bin now dives forward as well. Kerry with a good devour. Xiaohu trying to dash away. Gumayusi on the chase. Abyssal Voyage forward. The solar player on Gumayusi, but they just can't get close enough. RNG invested everything in the start of the fight, and T1 are mopping them up.
Keria does it again! He body blocks the follow-up from Bin to prevent him from getting the shutdown onto Gumayusi, and this Jinx was left to wreak havoc onto RNG. All 5 find themselves dead, 4 are alive for T1, and a Baron is available for the taking.
It's by the slimmest of margins, but T1 will reap the rewards as RNG. Look at that damage on a Gala. That's a zap into an ulti. Forces the ulti response there from Gala, and now he is so vulnerable. Xiaohu and Bin collapse there, and they do kill off Zeus, but it's both ultis committed. So in comes T1. Faker diving into the backline, forcing the flash out of Gala. Wei gets erased by Gumayusi, and the key thing is they just can't get to Gumayusi. The backstep on the hookshot in there from Bin, and then the devour from Keria, keeping him safe.
And just keep your eyes on Keria. The engage from Ming was so massive. Then look, he body blocks the stun. That means the Gumayusi doesn't get locked down by Ben, and if he did, maybe there's a one team fight there for RNG, but T1 play that fight perfectly.
I mean, just using the maximum there. Faker was, what, 5%? Gumayusi, not much more. Incredibly slim margins there, and a huge team fight from Gumayusi. Forcing out the ult from Gala meant he really couldn't play it very aggressively. It's such a critical ultimate to be missing. You can see the damage output's still incredibly high from both of these marksmen, but those tiny differences really meant everything.
Oh, no, charmed up. Devour again from Keria. Hexagon and goes down onto Keria, but the
nice.
The follow-up! Oh, it's an An assembly of death for RNG. They dived into the meat grinder in T1, very willing to kill him off.
T1 are gonna push mid. They have Baron. They've got multiple kills. Now, how much more can they get? 38 seconds on Gala. T1 could look to try to end Wei, going for some heroics potentially.
T1 though, 5 members strong with the Baron. Still 2 minutes on it. Gala up in 26 seconds, Bin in 20. RNG had to pull off something miraculous to turn this game around, but when you need a miracle, you pray to God, and he's playing for the enemy team right now. Zeus goes forward, the Gnar into the wall. T1 and Faker will take us to game 5.
T1 with a masterclass team fight. We talked about how the longer this game went, the easier it was going to be for T1, and in a 4 versus 5, they play the front to back beautifully. That bot lane stepped up massively. The subtleties of Faker's input with the LeBlanc, the damage he was able to dish out alongside the perfect spacing from Gumayusi allowed them to win the fight, win the Baron, win the game, and bring us to match point game 5.
And you can see the sigh of relief there from Zeus putting on his mask. Oh, he says thank you. The series is not over. T1 now at match point as well. It has been such an incredible back and forth. Team fighting reigning supreme, Comfort reigning supreme in this series.
Bisa lah ya. Ayo. Gimana ya?
Trust nothing but your strength.
Here.
Let's dance. It's Miss Glask, if you value your life.
Renata sepertinya menyenangkan. Set pada ngebut gaming. Let's go. Holy shit, wow. Siapa nih yang gambar? Bisa jadi mulut. Dan item support sini nggak ada ya?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Iya nggak ada, kocak.
30 seconds until minions spawn. So let's make this
ฟ้าก่อนครับ
An enemy has been slain. Mark acquired. Handle.
ปัดปัด
Make them forget they ever saw this.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Gak sopan banget.
Time to collect what I'm An ally has been slain. Rampage.
Lagi.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Dominating.
Tahu redam kan?
Enemy killing spree. Shut down. Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Is that a stake?
Ya kan Jin?
Destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Victory!
Takut tuh menonton. Swish. Habis lagi kopi. Aduh, petanda buruk.
And it does feel like they have kind of drafted Zeus into a little bit of a corner. We'll see if he can perform better this time around, or if T1 just want to go for a very different draft. Because we also have to remember, this was the Caitlyn Morgana game, I believe, in game number 1 that they brought out. And it did make the whole comp feel a little bit weird. They also had Nocturne in that one, but they had no dive buddies. So maybe the Jace can really fit in if you get some sort of a, kind of like a pokey bot lane or something like that.
Kai'Sa is the champion.
Aduh, Lissandra lagi, Ahri lagi.
I really like this Tahm Kench ban
No.
from RNG. I think that it's been such a huge thorn in their side because, as you rightly said, Jinx Tahm has been the bot lane that T1 have leveraged to have that solid team fighting prowess later on into the game. So mitigating half of that combo, I think, does a lot of value.
And I really wonder now, does Gumayusi have the confidence to just go to Aphelios or Jinx anyway when you're going against Lissandra and, the Lee Sin, if you do not have Keria playing that Tahm Kench behind you, right? So it's really becoming very, very interesting. I think
Lucian, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Caitlyn, Xayah, Tristana is something we could
Ezreal,
Jhin,
Aphelios,
Jhin, Aphelios, maybe.
Yeah, Jinx as well, right? There are options.
Kalista.
Kalista feels so weak.
No, I know, but it's been a consistent ban here. I don't think that Kalista would be good for T1, and they're going to agree and go for the Jhin.
Jhin does work in supporting your dive, but if you're the one being dove upon, it becomes very difficult to really play the game. And I do think that what RNG is drafting feels like it wants to run at the Jhin, and T1 would have to preempt that by being the ones to engage, kind of create that space for Jhin to be more follow-up where it can be successful.
Especially if you go Tristana Leona here. Like, you have a very strong composition at getting on top of that Jhin and making sure he can't really play the game. RNG do still have a few other options, but I actually really like, Leona or Rakan, something that gives you that backline threat.
Yeah, I think the Rakan kind of guarantees that you are going to be able to land that CC on the champions like this Jhin, like this Jace. Do they dare?
I really think this could be really good here.
The Keria has played Zilean, I believe, in the LCK, a number of times, and I do think Zilean support is one of the best scaling supports, if not the best scaling support in the entire game. I think it's really good, especially because it's a lot of single target pick here. instead changing over to Yuumi. Yuumi Jhin, very popular combo because of the massive amount of move speed. You also have a really good pairing with the Wukong and with the Ahri. You know, that flat AD or AP that you can give them really amps up their ability to actually knock down these kills. And of course, Prowling Projectile plus the root from your ultimate is also really, really strong. So interesting stuff, a lot of new things.
I would have really liked the Zilean, but as you rightly said, I think the Yuumi does offer a strong scaling, and as you rightly said, it also complements a lot of high mobility champions.
Yeah.
And against a Rakan lane, it's going to be difficult to punish. He's not the most aggressive of laners, and he's not a champion that usually dominates in the 2 versus 2, so Yuumi can kind of play quite safe alongside the Jhin.
And I think one of the things that's also really cool is that the Yuumi kind of is a bit of a dive buddy here for Oner and Faker, right? It allows you to kind of go forward with 3, diving in towards some of these carries. My main concern for T1 is just what is Zeus going to be able to get done?
Toxic. Aku adalah anime VTuber genre family friendly dan family fire. Nih aku flame pun aku yang mati. Nih, kalian tengok nih. Dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3, saya mati. Tuh, gimana itu ngeliat apa? Itu kecil banget, ngeliat apa guys? Pakai pistol. Itu nggak bisa lihat guys. Palanya kayak apa ya, kayak biji pel. Apa sih? Kecil banget. Kayak bukan biji, apa sih namanya? Ini ya biji-biji yang kecil banget.
Another day has gone.
Kalau PC-nya gue taruh sini. Penuh gak sih? Penuh banget gak sih kalau taruh sini? Plus ntar gue narik itunya gimana? Ikut sini. Bisa nih setelah. Melepas stres bermain. Urf. Salah datang dan pergi sudah biasa. Ini bukan Dahyun anjir. Siapa ini diedit?
In battle, we are reborn.
Captain Timo on duty.
Gak sanggup nonton. Hah?
The war never ends. The battlefield just changes.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I forget what
30
started.
seconds until minions spawn.
You don't know about war. War didn't change me. I changed
Double kill.
Biasa. Banyak mana banget. Oke. Terserah.
They've been looking for yours truly. Traitor!
An ally has been slain.
This one's for John.
An ally has been slain.
Cet dah. Kasih aja ya.
Now that's fear.
has been slain.
Nobody gets past Teemo.
Flash top.
There's nothing left here.
Shut down.
I'm the last down set.
You have been slain.
You can't tell, but I've grown quite the beard under here.
An enemy has been slain.
Never get attacked.
I never miss.
Size is a liability.
Shut down. Killing spree.
Go down.
An ally has been slain. Steady. Shut down.
We ain't all making it out of here.
As expected. Double kill.
Never the jungle.
You have been slain.
Mana? Dah.
One day there'll be a reckoning.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm not proud of. Toward enemy.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Nobody's innocent anymore. My ears have always remained.
An enemy has been slain.
Diaduk.
pieces of fairy tale.
Sampai hilang lah gue itu.
Get patched up.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Got a little surprise for
Turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
Langsung flash.
I forget what started the fighting. You don't know about war.
You have been slain.
Panas, coy.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Cat. Segitu gedenya.
War didn't change me. I changed war.
Oh.
Face toward enemy. They've been looking for yours truly.
I remember.
Patience now.
Watch them squirm. One more.
An ally has been slain.
More where that came from.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Find us. Tall folk don't last long around here.
An ally has been slain.
I'm taking everyone with me. Now we wait. Become one with the jungle.
An ally has been slain.
Got a little surprise for him.
Killing spree.
You can't tell, but
Turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
The horrors of the Isle.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
Kita lihat bagaimana. Kalau bagus gue tonton lagi, kayak udah ya salam lah. Ya salam, ya salam. Kok nge-lag? MSI. Tumben gak ada di beranda. Please, ini mah please. Gua gak kuat liat draftnya.
Was going to go down. Owner very likely will not have his ultimate for this big, potentially penultimate fight.
Oh, lose.
I fight for a brighter tomorrow.
Gak kebaca loh ini game gua. Woi, ini
The Tempest is at your command.
I fight for a brighter tomorrow.
seconds until minions spawn. Surge never falters.
Gue di top lane.
Pave the way. Got you there.
Slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Powering up.
On the horizon.
An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
I'm always ready.
Shut down.
Pave the way.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Never a wrong step.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I will light up.
Kagak ada niatan tetap.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. Has been slain.
Powering up.
Your team has destroyed the turret. Enemy double kill.
Electrify.
Shut down. Shut down. Killing spree.
Not so close. In my sights.
Has been slain.
Time to make a stand. Never look back. So long.
An ally has been slain.
I'm always ready. Power plant.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed
Turu bed. No.
Never falter.
So sad. Ya, draftnya aneh. Yo, males gue nonton.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Sandra yang dilepas. Ini pula. Aduh.
An ally has been slain. Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Rekod lagi.
Shut down.
So sad. Dulu. Kalau
Enemy
gua
double kill.
liatin berapa beli? Oh.
Enemy
Nah, tuh.
rampage.
Parah loh ini like-nya.
Powering up. Eyes on the horizon.
Double kill. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Always ready.
Double kill. Ace. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Kalah. T1 kalah. So sad.